Shout out to Kop-Ish.
Shout out to Kopish, guys.
Keep all the good work
the
up.
two legends, Emil Heskey, Howard Gill. Can't get much better than that, guys. Yeah. You know what to do now. Like, comment, subscribe. I'm with legends, guys.
Kop-Ish.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone.
And welcome back to Team Kop-Ish.
And welcome back to Team Kop-Ish.
As always,
when
we get behind the mic, please make sure
that
you subscribe, comment, and like.
Make sure you subscribe and comment.
And like.
And subscribe and comment.
All right. And thank you all for joining.
Thank you all for joining.
Right.
Thank you.
All right. Say good night to everyone now.
Good night.
Buddy, love you. Evening, people. Hope you're all well. Better introduction than I could ever imagine it. Right, people. The question of the show today is, how do we fix Liverpool Football Club? Because let's be real, it's broken at the moment. Like, it's really broken. Like, ownership's a mess. Players are a mess. Management's a mess. What do we do, people? What do we do? But please do smash the like button. This is your show, guy. This is a call-in show where you guys get to come on and say what you guys like and what you guys want to say. Night, Robbie. Robbie didn't get to say anything on camera, guys. He's not happy with me right now. I'm going to let Robbie come and say one quick word to you guys. Yeah.
Oh, you told him to subscribe?
Right. Come on, quickly, Robbie.
Daddy, what were we saying?
Say hello, everyone.
Can I say hello as well?
Yeah.
Daddy, can I do something?
Put your belly away. You don't meant to have your belly out.
Do it two of us.
Say like, comment, subscribe.
Daddy,
And say ba la 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 la.
Can I?
All right. Say it one more time. Say hi, everyone.
Hi, everyone.
Say like, comment, subscribe.
Like, comment,
Say
subscribe.
ba la 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 la. Go on. Go on, buddy. People, we've got a lot to talk about tonight.
Lot to talk about
Stop.
tonight.
No, don't mock me, mum. Go on, go to mummy. Oh, she can't get any sweeties, Stevie. Quick.
Talking about the fact that Liverpool are losing at the moment.
No.
Mummy,
Liverpool
mummy.
women.
Do you want to ask mummy if she wants to get divorced?
Do you want to get divorced?
So don't speak about Liverpool like that, mummy.
Don't speak about Liverpool like that. They will get mad at you.
Yeah, exactly.
But mummy's telling the truth because that's what I do.
No.
Say, mummy, not do that, mummy.
Why are you
So
going to do
that's
that?
how I
Mommy?
do the accent.
No, it wasn't.
People, where do we begin? The eve before the Real Madrid game, our owners come out and say they're not selling. Sends the fan base into uproar, turmoil, divisive, whatever word you want to use. That's what happened. Then between 8 o'clock UK time and 8:19 UK time, it felt as though Liverpool were back. It felt as though we were back 2 years ago, destroying any team that's dared to set foot on Anfield. And then by 10 p.m, it felt like things couldn't get any worse. After the Brighton game, I thought, yeah, this is the lowest point now. It won't get any worse than this. Then the Wolves game happened, and I was like, that's it now. That's it. Can't get any lower than this now. And then Tuesday happened. I'm going to be real with you guys. I actually don't know where we go from here. I genuinely don't know. Shout out to everyone in the comments for the nice comments about the kids. Much appreciated. I don't know, man. Like that first 20 minutes was really just like, yeah, we could do something again. And then now it's just like, where do we go? Like even the Palace game, like we did the preview. Shout out to Rich, D, and Nate and JC who joined us for the preview. And like, I'm not even confident going into that game. I'm actually thinking we're going to lose that game. I'm really nervous about that game. I'm hearing Zaha might be fit as well. And shout out to Rich and Eagle Eye Football. Not too long done a preview on their channel, so make sure you go and check out their preview as well. And we did a combined 11 on their channel, me and Ozzy from the Football Talk podcast as well. And I'll tell you what the combined 11 was. It was Alisson in goal, it was Trent right back, Robbo left back, Virgil and Anderson. And then midfield was Decore, Eze, and Bishetic. And then up top, it was Zaha on the left, Nunes through the middle, and Salah on the right. Guys, with all due respect to Crystal Palace, when was the last time we could do a combined 11 with Crystal Palace and debate who gets in from Crystal Palace? Think about that for a sec, guys. They had a centre-back, 2 centre midfielders in that team. And you could debate other positions potentially as well. And we're not doing this based on talent or reputation. We're doing this based on this season's form. Guys, we're really in the mud. EMGAP, shout out to yourself, bro. I'm going to be real. I had to argue for Salah. I had to argue for Salah. But at least they could definitely get in that team. At least they could definitely get in that team. Konate, I didn't put in Donut. I didn't put Konate in because we don't know if he's fully fit yet. But Joachim Anderson's been excellent for Crystal Palace this season when he's played. Can't say the same for our defenders. You could even argue Mark Gay could talk to Virgil based on this season's form. Manager-wise, Jurgen Klopp, I love the guy to bits, but questions have to be asked. Goodness me. He's being out-hustled by virtually every manager he's playing against at the moment. That's not good. His press conferences are hard to watch because they're hard to follow. Nothing to do with language barrier. It's what he's saying. The ownership, if I speak, I mean, how long have we got? Just owners who don't give a damn. And it's just not good, man. I miss the Liverpool that we had. Because this isn't the Liverpool that we, or should I say, Klopp had built. This isn't it. And it's really bad. You're looking at teams from around the league and you're thinking, which midfielders don't get into Liverpool who start in other teams in the Premier League? Again, think about that for a sec. When Henderson, Fabinho, Ox, Wijnaldum, all at their peak, they could talk to any centre midfielders in the league. I remember we used to have debates about who's better than Fabinho, and we'd laugh when anyone brought any name to the table. We'd say, yeah, Henderson's not their most technically gifted, but find us someone who does that right-hand side of the three better than him. Wijnaldum, same thing. What do you want? Ball retention, he's got it. What do you want? A goal to pop up here or there, an important goal, he's got it. What do you want? Tackling, following a man, he's got that as well. Thiago. All these players are just below par. Whether you want to put it down to running out of legs, whether you want to put it down to this or that. Either way, it's just not good, people. It's not good at all. And I mean, I've got to ask you guys a question. Long term, we can speak about fixes. But short term, what can be fixed now, guys? What can be fixed now short term? Because something's got to be fixed short term. And if we don't fix it short term, I mean, I don't expect much from this season. I really don't. Top 6 would be a stretch, in my opinion. And here's the thing. I'm going to sound so arrogant when I say this. I'm going to sound so rude and disrespectful. And it doesn't mean to come across like this. But if it's not top 4, I genuinely don't want European football next season. And again, you know how shameless I am. So I'll caveat it now. If we get top 6 next season and we get Europa and we win it, you know I'm going to be all about it. The moment we're in a competition, I want to win it. Whether it's a friendly cup or the biggest trophy going. But I'm sitting here telling you right now in February, I don't want Europa. I don't want Thursday, Sunday, because we see the damage that does to team. I don't want Conference League. I don't want that. This is Liverpool Football Club. I want Champions League or nothing. I should be sitting here in February thinking all we've got to play for is top 4 this season. Guys, in the 2000s, in the late 2000s, and up until a couple of years ago, under Wenger, that was Arsenal Football Club. And everyone used to mock them for it, including us. Even when we weren't in the Champions League, we'd go, how can you be competing just for top 4? That's embarrassing. You should be going for the league. We're competing for top 4. And then again, not to get onto Klopp too much, but when he says stuff like, we're a bit spoiled because we've managed to get top 4 for all these seasons, usually early into the season. Like, I'm sorry, we're not spoiled, Jurgen. We're not spoiled. This is who we are. That's not being spoiled. I'm in a relationship with my wife. The bare minimum is that I am not abusive to her and I treat her with respect. I should not be applauded for that. I shouldn't be turning around to my wife and saying, you're spoiled because I treat you with respect. No, we're not spoiled because we get top 4, Jurgen. We're Liverpool Football Club. That's the minimum we should be getting, especially with what you've built, especially with where we are. No one going into this season expects us to win the league because we knew not signing a centre midfielder was paramount. But come on now, don't sit there and tell me getting top 4 is a stretch. We should be walking top 4. Man United are overperforming and they're doing well. No disrespect to Man United. City, you knew were going to be there. Arsenal are a surprise package this season. But don't tell me Newcastle got a better squad than us. Don't tell me Fulham have. Don't tell me Brighton have. Don't tell me Spurs have, because they haven't. So if our manager's saying this, where's the ambition from him? Where's the ambition from the owners? Where is the ambition in the fan base? Where is the Liverpool that I know and love? Because as a fan base, we are accepting mediocrity. Our manager is accepting mediocrity, and our owners are accepting mediocrity. So what's happening? What's happening here? Because I don't get it. I thought it was just a case of maybe this is going wrong, but no. When I'm hearing certain things happening, I'm like, this ain't right. When I'm hearing our owners talking about Liverpool, oh, it's a great business. I'm sorry, what? When I'm hearing Klopp saying we're spoiled, I'm sorry, what? When I'm seeing Pep Linders doing all these interviews about this, that, and the other, I'm like, sorry, what? Who are we here? When I'm seeing the same players playing who shouldn't be playing over players who aren't even given a chance, I'm like, what? I'm seeing James Milner coming instead of Naby Keita. And I'm not even a Naby Keita guy. But come on, people, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Has Milner got an appearance fee in his contract? Because I was told Milner's going to be used sparingly this season by a lot of fans when he got a new contract. And I said, no, he won't be. Unless Milner's injured, I can't think of a game where he hasn't come off the bench or he hasn't started. That's not good. That's not because of lack of options. That's the manager. That's favoritism. That's not you trusting in the rest of the squad. If you don't trust in the rest of the squad, they're going to know you don't trust in them. So why are they going to run through walls for you? The whole idea of Jurgen Klopp was he may not be the greatest tactician, but he'll motivate a team, he'll galvanize men, and they will run through walls for him. If you're Carvalho, do you want to run through a wall for Jurgen Klopp? If you're Elliot, if you're Ox, Keita, Calvin Ramsey, Simicas, Kelleher, all these players who have been used sparingly when we could have used them more. Nat Phillips, sell him or play him. Sell Nat Phillips or play him. Because no one can tell me Joe Gomez deserves to be in the team right now over Nat Phillips. And that's saying a lot. Guys, it's not good at the moment, man. It's not good. Like, Liverpool's genuinely bringing my mood down when it comes to speaking about football. You know what I do now when people say, oh, what's going on with Liverpool? I say, oh, I'm not really a football man, bro. Not really a football man. let's speak about something else. Ask me this a year ago. I'm the one shouting the loudest in the room. We're doing the quad. Who's going to stop us? No one can stop us. We can only stop ourselves. We almost win the quad, should I say so? And then we come back to this. And again, guys, I'm not saying to do up a madness at the stadium or anything like that. And look, I'm not going to tell anyone to do what they should do or shouldn't do. I'm not going to try and influence a fan base like that or anything like that. But if we're accepting this, then we can't moan when it's happening. It's as simple as that. Again, I'll be transparent with you guys. I can't get down to Anfield every week. I can't get to games every week. One, because of this, and two, because I've got a family and free finances. I'm going to be completely transparent with you guys. I can't. Impossible. But the ones I can go to, believe you me, I'll be making my voice heard. But I expect to get backlash from it. We've already been compared to AFTV and things like that because of the stuff we say. But I ask you, for people who say about AFTV, why did they start moaning and complaining? Because I don't hear anyone talk about AFTV right now because they're winning. So they were complaining for a reason, right? Because they were sick of mediocrity. Did they do some things that were over the top and outlandish? Yeah, maybe. Wasn't Robbie's fault. Robbie wasn't in control of that. He gave people a platform to speak and they spoke. But why is it fans like that are ridiculed and fans who accept mediocrity, fans who accept everything the clubs say aren't ridiculed? Where's the consistency, guys? If I'm going to answer my own question, how do you fix Liverpool? Right now, you change formation, you give players a chance to go and prove themselves, like you have done with Bishetic, who is now the first name on the team sheet from a midfield standpoint. Give Nat that same chance. Give Kelleher some game time. Calvin Ramsey's out for the rest of the season. Simicast, Robbo looked leggy the other night towards the end because he's been running his socks off for the last 6 years. Time's time now, man. In terms of long term, give me new owners or get owners who are willing to put some money into the club, or FSG, change your policy. And before anyone says sell to buy, I don't even think we're sell to buy anymore. We're not even sell to buy anymore if you think about it, guys. When was the last time we sold a player for big money and reinvested that money to help the squad? I haven't. We're not sell to buy. We are lose players on a free and then try and buy players when we can. Like, we're not sell to buy. Klopp was given money. Like, we didn't break even in the summer, if I'm not mistaken. We bought Nunes, Carvalho, Ramsey, and then Artur on loan. The sales that we made didn't cover all of that. We bought Gakpo in January without selling anyone. We're not sell to buy. But the money's being used wrong. No disrespect to Gakpo, but I mean, with all due respect, has he really been that much of a change right now that you can justify getting him as opposed to a midfielder? And just on the Gakpo thing as well, if Gakpo is now going to be the false nine in the team and Nunes is now going to be a left winger, why did we get Nunes in the first place? With all due respect again, because Nunes, we were told, is going to be that striker who comes in and changes our approach to games. If we're doing the false nine thing, shouldn't we have got Nkunku, or shouldn't we have got João Felix, or push for one of those guys, rather than getting a player who doesn't play false nine for club or country and trying to mold him into that for us when we have bigger problems at hand? Again, just my thoughts, guys. I'm sure there'll be a section that call me negative and nitpicky and all that. But you know what? At the end of the day, I'm going to say my piece, people, because you know why? At the end of the day, I do not support players. I do not support managers. I do not support names. There's one name I support when it comes to football, and that is Liverpool Football Club. And I want the best for Liverpool Football Club. So that is me. That's me with my rant or whatever it is I just said over. People, it's your time tonight. The link is in the description. Please come and join the chat. You guys will get 3 minutes to say what you want to say, and then we'll go from there, people. But as always, you know what the rules are, guys. Very simple. Very, very simple. Be respectful to each other, be respectful to anyone on the call, and be respectful to us. That's all we ask, guys. Anything else is a bonus. But if you are disrespectful to anyone, then unfortunately we will have to, we'll have to kick you out of the stream. It's just, we don't want any disrespect towards anyone here. We are appreciative of everyone we have in the community. So please keep it respectful. And just think of it like this, guys. If you wouldn't want someone to type something about you, don't type it about someone else. Right. It's about that time, people. And we got to kick off with the man with the deepest voice in the game, LFC for days. Welcome to the show, bro. Oh, you're on mute, bro. Oh, still can't hear you, brother. You there? Yeah. Now I hear you.
Oh, so some FSG again. They have found instead of them to be looking at the plans for us on summer to fix up this team, they're intercepting me again. But I'll say my truth. See these men out here, yeah, I'm sick and tired of them. I can't believe for two goals I was celebrating. Thank God I didn't go in the group chat, start spamming. We're back again. That would have been disgraceful. I come in and oh my God, we got licked up. Like, I don't know what it is, why we have become Real Madrid's chew toy, but I'm sick and tired of that. Like, how are these man coming to Anfield and just smashing everything up? These men have come into our house and just eating your food, shat on your table, knocked faces down, and then they've come up to you and said, "What are you going to do about it?" And then they've just casually walked out. And we've done nothing. That is disgusting. After that game, I turned it off once we hit 4 because I knew what was about to happen. Then I started hearing 5, and I was like, I don't care anymore. Like, you see, people say FSG are great businessmen. But for me, yes, on the profit wise, yeah, anyone making a club from what they bought 10x, yeah, you can call them a good businessman. But you see, good businessmen also know what business or sector they're in business, and they know the strengths and weaknesses of that, and they adapt. FSG, almost like Klopp, do not know how to adapt, and it's the biggest issue I have ever seen, because what happens for us is that now Man City, Arsenal, United, if they get that, I hope they get Radcliffe. I've been praying for Radcliffe. I really hope they get him, because I don't think Radcliffe is going to do up the Qatar thing, so I'm praying for that. But you see, these FSG guys, like, for example, the whole Wijnaldum thing, Klopp wanted him and tried to keep Wijnaldum, but at the end, FSG and Michael Edwards, etc., got rid of Genie, and that we didn't want that to happen, but it made sense. Why did they then change their philosophy with Henderson? Now, I love Henderson to bits, right? But if you've got a philosophy that you got rid of Wijnaldum against Klopp's wishes, why don't you be consistent and do that? Why do you then all of a sudden then listen to Klopp and keep Henderson? Because I couldn't have been too angry if they were consistent. But now my problem is, why are they picking and choosing? Nothing with them has been straightforward. I remember one thing, one of their points was they said they were going to, one of their points was they were going to create a culture for winning. This season alone, we've had a culture for getting slapped up everywhere on the flipping field. Like Brighton, Wolves, we got slapped. Real Madrid, the cherry on the top. Like, I honestly don't understand what's going on with the club. The only fix I can see from this is if FSG leave. It's not going to happen. What can we do now? There's a lot of players that have got to get sold. Joey Spice, he's got to go. Unfortunately, Matip, he's got to go. Even now, Naldini, unfortunately, I love him to bits, but he's going to have to go because Klopp doesn't want to use him. If you look at the team, I think we only keep like 6 players really. Like, we keep some, and then there's some that will be on the bench. There are quite a bit that's got to go on loan. Elliot has to go on loan. Curtis Jones got to go on loan. Cavada's definitely got to go on loan because Klopp is wasting him. Really and truly, this is a true rebuild now. Like, we have to rebuild at this point. I really only think we can only keep 6 because Salah. The problem is Salah, for example. I would sell him if we can get 60, 70 mil, good money. I'd sell him. I love Salah, but I think honestly we might have to cash in on Salah. The whole rebuild needs to be done, in my opinion. I don't know. It's too techie. But anyway, man.
I hear you. I'm gonna chop up. I'm gonna chop up what you say. You said some things here I want to get into, so I want to get into that now, bro.
But yeah, man, big up yourselves and let's fix that midfield,
Always
man.
A pleasure, man.
Yep.
Always a pleasure. Bless you, bro. All right, I'm gonna start with the Genie and Hendo thing. So I have a little theory on this, and again, this is my little theory. I have not had this information from anyone who's an ITK or anything. Again, I don't do the whole ITK thing. I simply do not know anyone in the club. Everything I say is either based on what I see and I try and formulate something from it. So here's me spitting. I think we kept Hendo ahead of Genie because Klopp pushed harder to keep Hendo instead of Genie. I think Klopp wanted to keep Genie and he pushed for it. But with Hendo, he went over and above and said, no, absolutely not. So there's a difference. Let's say I'm negotiating for something and I go, I'll pay £50. The person goes, I want 100. I go, all right, man, all right. I'll go 75. And they're like, no, I want 100. Then they're like, no, 100. And I'm like, all right, I'll do the 100. You see, if I go into a negotiation, I go, look, I'm spending £50 and they're like, it's £100. I'm like, no, it's £50. That's all you're getting. There's a difference in the approach. I think Klopp wanted to keep Genie, but was okay losing him. He did not want to lose Henderson. He did not want to lose Milner. Like I think it's been pretty clear who he hasn't wanted to lose and who he has wanted to lose, or who's been okay with losing. He did not want to lose Henderson. And again, granted, Henderson's PR, whoever it is doing it, is phenomenal. And I'm saying that as a Henderson fan, by the way, but it is phenomenal because his performances have kind of gone under the radar this season. When he wasn't given a new contract, he was linked with Atletico Madrid, PSG, all these teams, which us, and again, let's be consistent here, guys. Let's be consistent. There was very few people, I could maybe count them on my hands, who were not happy when Henderson was given a new contract. The terms of the contract were debated. But let's not be inconsistent. Let's not lie to ourselves or anyone else. When Henderson was given a new contract, me, Matt, Drifty, and 95% of you guys in the chat were all celebrating. I'll go back a step. When we found out Henderson might not be getting a new contract and might potentially go to one of these teams, we kicked up a stink. So again, let's be consistent, guys. We can't throw stones when we're in a glass house, because this is where we have to take accountability. And look, some of you can deny it. I can't deny it. It's on camera. There's footage of me saying how happy I was that Henderson resigned. Did I think it should be 4 years and a pay increase? No, I didn't. But it's not my money, it's the club's money. So, we kind of just have to do what we have to do with that. The issue is, though, like LFC for Days says, you've got to be consistent with everyone. And I don't think the club have been consistent with everyone. Hence, we would have kept Genie, because Genie in the time he was at Liverpool, was a better player than Henderson was. And Henderson's been brilliant. He's been an amazing servant for us. But in their time together at the club at the same time, Genie outshone Henderson, in my opinion, was the better player and seemed to have more left in the tank as well. Again, just my humble opinion. In terms of the rebuild stuff and selling Salah, when people say things, this is not directed at LFC for Days or anything, I'm just saying in general. When people say things like, oh, if we get 70 or 80 mil offer for Salah, then I'm taking it. I'm not. And not because I'm blind to what Salah's doing or anything like that. Guys, 60, 70 mil in this market is nothing to replace Salah. Guys, Anthony Gordon was going to go Chelsea for 60 million, guys. I'm going to repeat that. Anthony Gordon was going to go Chelsea for around 60 mil. If you sell Salah for 60 mil, Who are you replacing him with, guys? Guys, we had to fork out how much for Darwin Núñez in the summer. And that is off the back of one excellent campaign. To go and get someone for Salah, you've got to go and get someone established who's ready right now. We can't go and get someone who you've got to give 3-4 years to develop. Not with the way we are as a fan base at the moment, and not with the way things are going. And again, Eunice, I hear what you're saying. Moussa Diaby, sick player. He's not the level of Salah though. He's not that level where you bring him in and go, yeah, he's the guy now. You know what we should be doing? We should be bringing in Moussa Diaby and having him rotate with Salah. In the same way, Man City brought in Bernardo Silva and said, all right, you and David Silva, you do your thing. That's what we should be doing. Not this whole you sell one man, then bring him in and heap pressure onto this guy's shoulders. He's got to learn the system, learn a new country, learn a new league while having to fill the boots of Salah. Come on, guys. We've seen this play out with Núñez. Let's be real, guys. If we had signed Núñez and kept Mane, none of us are saying anything about Núñez at the moment. We're still saying the kid's a bit wasteful, but Mane's here, so we can learn off Mane. He can learn off this guy. Can't just remove one player to bring in another player, especially when we need a player in that position anyway. Being real, if Salah stays, we still need another right winger because we need someone to compete and give him competition as well as give him rest here and there, or take his place if he's stinking up the joint. So this, again, the whole sell to buy thing, we haven't got players that we can sell for big money. We haven't got those players now. We can't go and sell Virgil for 150 mil. Can't sell Salah for 150 mil. All these players we can't sell for that sort of money where you can go and say, all right, if we go and sell Salah for 160, then maybe you can go and get 3 players of high quality. We ain't got that player anymore, guys. Too old now. No one ain't going to do it. Real Madrid have been stung by Hazard. They ain't going to do it. Barcelona have been stung by Coutinho. Dembele. They ain't going to do it. Man City ain't buying any of these guys. Chelsea ain't going to buy any of these guys. United ain't going to buy any of these guys. PSG ain't going to do it. So what happens then, guys? Again, just my humble opinion. Right, let's get the next caller in. Oh, Maddie, you there, bro?
What up, Callum? What's going on?
How you doing, brother?
How's your week been? Well, I can't even ask that because
yeah, you know how my week's been, Maddie. You've been there with me, bro. You know how the week's been. It's been rough.
All right, so let's get it quickly started. First and foremost, as usual, just my humble opinions. This got nothing or affiliated with Kop-Ish. So anybody out there can blame Kop-Ish for what I'm saying. So I'm going to go through it briefly. And as I said, one of the first things I want to address, and I've noticed a lot of content creators constantly use it, and it irks me off. This stuff where they talk about, oh, we almost won 4 last year. They need to stop that shit, please. Right? Because even the 2 that we won, if you checked before we won it or was close to even winning, none of them wanted those trophies. So please stop the nonsense about, oh, we almost won 4. The next thing that they're not understanding is a lot of the players are zoning out crap. I'm sorry to say, they are. It's the same old story. Something that you just said also, where people talking about cashing on Salah. You're very right, Callum. Who the hell are we going to put to replace Salah? Because if you notice, how many minutes has Salah played this season since the World Cup restarted? There ain't nobody to replace him. So that's the quick observation, quick hits. So back to our quick list. Drifty and Matt, I think they're playing for club. They're on the injury list. They never turning up when it's time.
Now, Matt will probably be here a bit later. He had work late.
You see, that sucks because I have a compromising question for Matt, but I'll catch Uncle Matt later. But here we go. So, as I said, people always talk about, what we're going to do if Klopp leaves. Guess what? Whether he leaves now or he leaves in the future, we're still going to have to replace him. So you have to start putting that into consideration, right? So people who all about, oh, they're so infatuated with club, I have a weird question to ask. Did club pop, the club pop their cherry or something because they acting like if this is the love of their life? Really and truly. Because even if that was to happen, you move on from your first love. That is part of life. So people need to get over this part about, oh, if club goes, what we gonna do? Guess what? LFC will continue. You know, so no time is running up, but let me hit you all with the quick ones. Now, as I said, club said this, not me. He says, before the season and even coming out of the pandemic, he was the biggest pusher for increased substitutions in the league. If you is to check that statistic, out of the big six, he has used the least amount of subs. Contradiction. Again, what you just addressed, he says he criticizes us as a fan base because we interested in making the top four. Again, he says that, but then he turns around and says LFC is one of the biggest clubs in the world. Contradiction again. The other thing, I remember he said, you heard him say it, why are we going to sign every player to come into the club because that's going to restrict our young and up-and-coming players? But yet again, how often do we see the young players even playing when the senior players are out of shape? Hardly ever. So again, contradiction. Then he says he don't trust certain players, right? So why must we trust him? Because so far, for the past 2 years, he ain't been showing us anything to have faith in. Because as I said, again, we are constantly retreading something from our winning season and expecting it to work now. Time is up, so I'm just going to leave this. Next week, I'll wait for Uncle Matt and Uncle Drifty because I got a roasting for them, right? And not a bad roasting. It's just poking fun. It's banter people, so don't think I have an agenda.
Yeah.
Notice again, Thiago is out with an injury. Konate is out with an injury.
Yeah.
And this is club's men that he went and pushed, and they all got pay rises. That's all I got to say. Grandmother always say, if you stay in the latrine too long, you start to smell like what? Peace up, Callum. Have a good one. Big up. Everybody hit that smash button. Like up, because this is one of our best platforms to talk with a bunch of brothers who keep it real 100% of the time. Bless
you, bro. Much appreciated, Maddie. Take care, man. So I really had to laugh at that last thing. For all my Caribbeans out there, you'll know about that saying. My late gran used to say that a lot, which is very funny. It brought me back. Maddie's first point on the succession plan for Jurgen Klopp, whether it be this summer or down the line. I personally believe there is a succession plan. I just don't think a lot of us are going to like it. I personally think the succession plan is Pep Lijnders, or that was the plan. I don't know how it still is now, because again, the Jurgen Klopp and all those guys will say they don't read what's in social media or what's going on in the news, but Jurgen was quick to step to James Pearce when he asked the question, and he's been countering some of the points that have been in the media and stuff. So they read and they know what's going on in the news. So I don't know if that would have a backlash on Pep Lijnders' thinking, because he would have seen some of the backlash from the fan base. I genuinely believe up until this season, or even up until a few months ago, Pep Lijnders was a succession plan. I think he was meant to be the guy who took over after Klopp. I don't agree with it, but I think that was the plan. I don't know if that still is the plan. If it's not the plan, then we need to start thinking of that plan from right now, in my personal opinion. That's not something you just start figuring out as the time goes along. You've got to make that decision, and you've got to start building and planning for that from now. The substitution stuff, I'll be honest, I genuinely don't get Klopp substitutions as a whole. Like, and I'm saying it's virtually every game I'm sitting there scratching my head thinking, what the hell? In my mind, I don't say what the hell, I say the F word, but I'm not going to say it on camera. But I'm like, what the hell is Jurgen Klopp doing? It's like, how is it? And again, this is where you get the backlash. And maybe some of you see it on Twitter. I get it quite a lot because obviously me, Matt, and Drift do this. It will be the, what makes you think you know better than Jurgen Klopp? And I don't. But at the same time, before I had a driver's license, I'd be able to spot whether someone was a dangerous driver or not, because there is a thing called common sense. Just because I'm not a professional footballer, just because I'm not a professional manager, doesn't mean that my opinion can't be factual or logical. Like, this notion that you can't question Klopp or anything like that is crazy. He's a human being. He's a phenomenal human being, a phenomenal manager, but he's still a human being. In the same way, if I say something on here that's outlandish or something you guys disagree with, you pull me up on it, and rightly so. Why? Because I'm a human being. I'm going to get stuff wrong. I'm going to say stuff you disagree with. But when it comes to substitutions, the timing of the substitutions for me has been poor for a while now, not just this season. The personnel changes have been poor. There doesn't seem to be a plan going into games, and there doesn't seem to be that adaptation plan during the game. Like, the best managers can adapt during the game. Klopp used to do that better than most. Last season, how many times are we screaming for new formations? What did Klopp do? 4-2-4 with the low block. Origi Diaz against Everton. And you're thinking, rah, okay, let's see how Everton defend against this. Within a couple of minutes, it's done. 2-0, 3 points, it's all good. So it's like, and again, when you get people like Benji saying nonsense like this, who's pushing Klopp out? And if we wanted to bust like AFTV, we'd say a lot more wild stuff. Again, maybe you're new to the channel. Maybe you're just trying to get a reaction. If you did, congratulations. I'm sure that'll give you a hard on for the rest of the evening. But yes, it's silly comments like that I just look at and I think, why can't you guys think for yourself? Why can't you question things? In the same way you're questioning our channel, why don't you question all those things? Why can't you question Klopp? Why can't you question the owners? But anyway, Benji, I hope you got a kick out of it. So good luck to the rest of your evening. And yeah, hope you light some candles as well, bro. Right, let's get the next caller in. My brother, Chris Angel.
Sorry, I was jamming here.
Right, yeah, you were jamming, bro. Wine in hand and everything.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man.
How are you, bro?
Nah, man, I'm good, man. I'm good. How you doing, man? You good, man?
I mean, we've been speaking quite a lot this week, bro. I think we share a lot of the same frustrations at the moment.
Yeah, man. You like my stepbrother and shit from another country.
Facts.
We talk a lot and shit. Nah, but you know what I mean? I don't think we have wild takes. I think we have concerning takes. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of people might not agree with what I say and stuff, but you know, I mean, if you don't agree, then tell me why, and then sit there and explain to me, and then help me understand.
Precisely, yeah. Like that comment from the guy before.
Yeah.
Like, tell me why you think we're saying outlandish stuff. Give me evidence when me, Matt, or Drifter says we're Klopp out or trying to push him out. But they won't. They'll just sit there behind their keyboard, type a bunch of silliness, and then press enter.
So I need some advice from people and stuff. I need some advice and stuff because I think I'm in a hot mess right now at home and stuff. So I need some advice.
Go on.
So I've been out the game for a long time and stuff. When I mean that the game, I mean interacting with other women and stuff. That I've been loyal to my woman and stuff, right? But I haven't noticed and stuff until my wife brought it up to my attention and stuff. So my neighbor and stuff, some older lady, she's like old. She's like, I would say like 50, 60 years old, right? Lately, she's been bringing me like stuff to eat and stuff. Like, she'll make food and then bring a plate over type shit. Like, oh, here, Chris. How's your day? Ha, 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 right? I'm like, oh, cool, it's food. Like, me, innocent thinking, right? It's food. I'm eating the food and shit. My wife looking at me like I'm stupid and shit, eating the food and stuff. And I'm like, you want some? And she's like, nah, fuck you. Sleep in the couch. And I'm like, what the fuck happened and stuff, right? And then yesterday she made some tacos and stuff like that, you know. It was good. It's like, go lie. It tastes good. But then she's like, "Oh, what are you doing tonight? Is your is your work working tonight?" And I'm like, and in my head, I'm like, this old ass lady, she trying to mack it to me and shit. She want me to clap. She want me to clap them cheeks. Fuck, man. I mess up her hip and shit. What the fuck? So I'm in trouble, man. I'm in trouble with shit. I don't know what to do with shit. Do I have to move? Do I have to like literally move, or what do I do? I need the help from the people and stuff. Hopefully, I get some good advice. And stuff. I'm sorry and stuff for my ignorance and shit. It took me a long time to realize what's going on. But yeah. Anyway, I'm done with that. But to talk about football and shit, I had to like lighten up the mood and stuff. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah, I hear you.
I feel it's gonna be depressing and stuff. But to talk about the football thing, I want to mention a certain like amount of players that I think should leave the club and stuff. I'm gonna say it real quick and stuff. So I think Adrian should leave. Obviously, he's going on the free. Joe Matip, Fabinho, Keita, Melo. Obviously, he hasn't played, so that's a body that has to leave. Joe Gomez, Nat Phillips, Ox Milner. I think that's it in my opinion. But like, I was gonna name some players I will bring in to replace him.
Go for it, bro.
So Adrian, I'm not like he never plays and stuff like that. So I don't think the quality of like the goalkeeper has to be up of a standard and stuff. But I was looking at like who's getting relegated and stuff like that. I think like a low key shout will be Fabianski from West Ham.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? As like a cover type thing. Will be a shout and stuff. And then like for Matip is going to be a little bit more expensive to replace him, I think, because I really like this guy from RB Leipzig. He's really good.
Good audio.
Yeah, but he's just too expensive and stuff, in my opinion, especially if we're going to be focusing our area in the midfield. I think to just slap 80, 90 million for him I think is unrealistic, but it's something I would like to happen. There's another center back that people might not be talking about, but he plays for Benfica. Antonio Silva. He's doing very well right now. We've been
linked to him, haven't we?
I think so. I'm not really sure, but he's like pretty decent and stuff like that. Low key, a position that people don't talk about. Well, I don't really rate him like that, but I think we should sell Simicast and stuff, and go sell Simicast. But then the reason why I said is because like I think it's very hard to kind of bring in homegrown players.
Yeah.
In positions that we actually need them in, and for him to be in use, like I think it's just very hard. I was looking at this the Leicester left back, Luke Thomas.
Yeah.
He's young and stuff, you know what I mean? So, and I know Klopp has his favorites, but like by the time, let's say for example, Robinson is out of form or he's done as a player, I guess, in a way.
Yeah.
Luke Thomas will be an age to kind of take over in a way, and he's homegrown. So it's like something we don't have to worry about in a way. And then for Fabinho, I think the only replacement for me, in my opinion, is the Sporting guy. Ugarte. Like, if people don't know about him, people need to like go and do their research. Like, he's the guy, man. He really is. He's probably gonna be a little bit expensive, but he's the guy. And then, for Keita and stuff, you bring the Kone. I like Caicedo and stuff like that. I think a midfield of Caicedo, Kone, and Ugarte, we cooking and stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think we're good for the next 5 years, and then from there you rebuild from there, right? I do think we need to start thinking about the Thiago replacement and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't have an issue keeping him until his contract runs out, which is in 2024. Yeah. We have to start kind of like bringing a different type of player. I think we should kind of focus on bringing in like a type of 10 in a way, but like I don't think the footballing world don't develop 10s like they used to back in the day, like the old school 10 from like 10 years ago that can do those like those passes.
Like a Coutinho.
Would you say Coutinho was really like a 10 and stuff? Like I don't know, his passing wasn't really like the old school 10. Like I was more going into the realm of like an Özil in a way.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? Like that old school type of 10, like not the revolutionary. I think Coutinho was more like modern. he was like more of like an 8 winger / 10. I kind of
Yeah.
want to, you know.
Yeah.
And that's all I want to say. And there's a player that I kind of want to. People don't really talk about him. He's a midfielder. His contract runs out in 2024. He plays in Lorient in France. Enzo Lafitte.
Yes.
Yeah, like I think he will do a business for us. He's going to be cheap and stuff. So
Yeah.
I think and I think the most crucial signing that we need to do is bring in a sporting director fast. I think that should be the most important thing we need to worry about now as fans is bring a sporting director in, because around this time of year, you look at March, April, May, that's when deals start kind of like happening in the background.
Yeah.
We don't have no one there in place to make those deals happen and stuff, then we're asked out and stuff. So but that's all I have to say and stuff like that. Oh, another underrated signing that I think we should bring in is James Ward-Prowse. I think low key, like for like 5-10 million, I think he will do something. They might get relegated, so you get him for cheap. He's a different type of player. I know people don't really rate him, but he just offers something different, man. You know what I mean? So yeah, let me get out of here and stuff.
No, I'm gonna chop these up. Let
me get out of here.
Chris?
Now,
I hope the situation for the neighbor gets better as well. Keep me posted, man.
Yeah, man. Don't worry about that, man. I'll keep my doors locked. I won't take no more food and shit. I'll be good. Don't worry about it. So let's get out of here.
No, Chris, you're a legend. Thank you very much, bro. All right. First and foremost, shout out to Chris Angel as always, man. Big up, Chris. Okay. I'm going to start with the number 10 position because I actually do think this is a position that we really need to focus on. But I don't want it to be a mediocre player comes to that position. That for me, I know everyone goes on about strikers and wingers. But you see that number 10 position? That for me is that's the glamour position in a football team. And I feel it's starting to come back now. I feel that position starting to come back. In an ideal world, I'm looking at someone like a Musiala or a João Felix or someone like that. But I don't think that's possible at the moment. The thing is with Liverpool, we've got so many players who can play the 10, but none of them are really specialists. If I'm going to be completely honest, based on talent, based on situation and everything, James Maddison's the one I'd go and get. But I won't even touch James Maddison because his injury record is horrendous. And if you're getting someone with a bad injury record and bringing them to Liverpool, it is a catalyst for disaster. But James Maddison gives you all of that. He's got good feet, passing, can score, set pieces. He gives you everything that you want from number 10. But the injury problems, can't take that risk. Mount, for me, is not a number 10. And I'm not that high on Mason Mount. I think he's a good player, just not for us. Gallagher, I think, would be more suited to the number 10 position than Mason Mount, even though he might not be a better player overall. But for that number 10 position, yeah. But I want someone really good to come into that position. James Ward-Prowse. It's funny that Chris mentioned it, and I had a little smirk when he mentioned it because one of my friends who doesn't come on the channel, like we've been friends for over a decade now, he's a Liverpool fan as well. We were speaking about this last week about James Ward-Prowse. When you think of James Ward-Prowse, you think homegrown, best set piece taker in the league. It's a no-brainer. I tell you why I don't think it's a thing we would go for or why we should go for it. For us to utilize James Ward-Prowse's prowess, which is his free kicks, his set pieces, he has to be playing regularly. Outside of his free kick taking, I don't think the rest of his game is good enough to get regular, consistent minutes for Liverpool Football Club for what we're trying to achieve. And that's part of the issue. He's the best set piece. Look, tallest 93 says he's the best set piece taker in the world. I mean, yeah. I mean, I can't even really dispute that at the moment. But outside of that, does he get enough game time? Because it's set piece is not a thing where you can just bring him off the bench when we get a set piece and let him take it and then take him off the bench. Like, he's got to play a decent amount of time to get these free kicks. And again, I asked you guys, how often do we get free kicks in dangerous positions? We probably don't get them as often. Maybe we'd get them more often. I'm not trying to stump on James Ward-Prowse. He's a very good player. But as a player, as a collective, I don't think he offers enough outside of what he's special at. Because when it comes to free kick taking, he's special. But in terms of the rest of the game, Is his pressing special? Is his passing special? Is he press resistant? Or is he going to get the ball and play hot potato with it as well? So that's why I have a drawback. Look, if James Ward-Prowse turned up in the summer, I'm not going to be sitting there going, oh, what a crap sign. Granted, he better be part of a collective of players. We can't just be bringing in James Ward-Prowse. But is he good enough to sit at a table and go, I'm a starter in this team? Forget about my free kicks. Even if we don't get a free kick, I'm still going to make sure I do a madness in this game. Because if we don't get a free kick, if we don't get set pieces, what else is he doing in that game? So, again, just my little theories. I'd love to know what you guys think. Right, I'm going to bring in the next caller. Cows, Neto Army, big up yourself, bro.
How you doing, bro, man? How you doing, bro?
You know.
Fair enough.
You know.
Yeah, man. Me neither. I know how you've been feeling, man. I know how you've been feeling. Nah, man. Listen, man. It's good to talk to you again. Big up to Cow and big up to Matt and Drifty. They can't be here. I think Matt's gonna be here later, so it is where it is. Yeah. I just wanted to say today, just before we start, I wanted to say big up to Drifty, man. He's woken up, man. We woken that guy up today, man. Cow, man, you've been beating that drum for 2 years, man. We finally got something out of him.
I was shocked when he said it.
Bro, when you're saying you were shocked, I nearly spilled my juice, man. I was like, what did I just hear? What did I just... I was like, nah, man, we've got Drifty out, man. We've got Drifty out, man. Because listen, I've been saying it for 2 years, and every time I've come on every month Friday when me and Drifty were going out, I was always saying, listen, with all due respect, Drifty, you can't sit there and hold FSG saying we need to sign 10 players when you're not willing to give up one. It's like, it's just not. Are we gonna have 20 midfielders, 20 attackers? Like, it's not possible, Drifty. But finally, he's woken up, man. So since he's woken up, I don't even have an issue now, man. I don't have an issue what he says now. He can get rid. He can bring in any player he wants. He's finally, bro. He finally turned his back on Hendo. You know, he finally turned his back on Hendo.
All right, let me be clear. He hasn't turned his back on Hendo. He'll never do that. But I think he now recognizes it's time for him to potentially move on or become a bit part player. He'll never turn his back. None of us will turn our back on Hendo. We love Hendo. Drifty loves him the most, but we all love Hendo.
I can't see Henderson being there even in the squad next season. I can't see it.
I can. But go on. So I mean, into time. So
no, it's not that. It's with all due respect, Carl, and this is just me in it. I was doing a spreadsheet a few days ago with one of my friends after the game in university. It was like one of our 2-hour break off, and he was a Liverpool fan, and you could tell, man, we had United fans in the seminar or whatever. And yeah, man, we had to eat fucking man. They were telling me about Heisenberg and that man, Heisenberg, and but I was vexed, man. I was vexed. So after, like, listen, we had a little bit of time off. We were talking, and yeah, we were saying, man, what do we do with the squad and whatever. And but I'm gonna be real. He said he would keep about 11 players. I actually, but then the issue that I had with him was he was keeping all. It was the same rhetoric in terms of getting rid of the same type of players, bringing in the same type of players. And I was like, nah, I need to shake something up, because with all due respect, Khan, this is just my opinion. I'm sick and tired of people saying just sell the same type of players. You know, like the Curtis Jones, get rid of Milner, get rid of Henderson or whatever. Like, there's no shock to the system. I need a shock to the system, Carl, with all due respect. I need to see somebody say get rid of Van Dijk. I need to hear somebody say get rid of like a Salah, like a Robertson, even like a Trent. I'm not saying these players are dead or anything. I'm just saying we need a shock to the system. It's because we can't sit here and just say like players like a Henderson, like a Milner, whatever, get rid of these men and whatever, and everything's going to change. I need a shock to the system, Carl. And for me, listen, this is going to be one of the most unpopular opinions you've ever heard on Kop-Ish, but I'm going to say it right now. I think we need 10 players this summer. We need 3 starting level midfielders and 1 midfielder off the bench. And for me, I would probably say the midfielders that we need to go off for Ugat, Kone, and Saicedo. And the midfielder that's a goal scoring midfielder I would go for is Shabozalai. I'm saying I would sell the 2 left backs that we have currently, Simicasa Robertson, and the money that we get off Robertson, I would go and get Gavardio to play left back, because he can play left back. He's a very, very good left back. I would look to bring in a second left back as well, who's more attacking. I would also look to move on Ice Spice and Matip, I would look to bring in an English centre back to cover that up as well. Fabinho, I would move on as well. I would also look to, and listen, I love Salah, man. I love Salah, but if we could get good money for Salah, I probably would do that as well, because I can't see the same thing, Cal. And what's it called? Jiftwy was right. Every time we get the ball on the left hand side with Robertson, he can't use his right foot. It's the same thing over and over again. And that's not even me hating on him, Cal. I think Robertson is still a world class left back. He just doesn't fit the same type of style that we need currently. And even with Trent, I'm gonna be raw. Trent needs to wake up and fix up, because let's keep a raw, Cal. When was the last time you could sit there and say, besides a wonderful right foot of a pass, what has Trent done in the past? Is it 12 weeks? I know there was a World Cup or whatever, and that's not even me hating on him. It's just he's regurgitating. And Fabinho, Cal, one question I want to ask you is: have you ever seen a player look like he's aged 5 years in the space of 5 months? The guy ain't got the legs anymore. He ain't got the legs anymore. But listen, that's just me, man. That's just me, and I want to hear your take.
You give me a lot to chop up. I'm not gonna lie, bro.
Hey, yo, Cal, man. Sometimes you have to shake the system off to get some changes, bro. FSG ain't going to leave. Where are we gonna get the money from? I don't even want Jude Bellingham, because Jude Bellingham is taking up our whole budget. He's taking up our whole budget. So sometimes you just have to, like a Robertson and Salah, let's keep it real. They're going to be our sacrifices. You have to sacrifice sometimes to get the success. But listen, big up to everybody here. Big up to the people in the chat. Some people are going to disagree with me. Somebody are going to agree with me. But at the end of the day, we're all Liverpool fans. And it's all opinions. And sometimes, listen, I look back at the chat, what they're saying, and sometimes I say, that was correct. Maybe I was overstepping. So listen, big up to you, man. And listen, big up to the people that waited for me, man. And Kai, I would love to hear your opinion, man.
No, I'm going to chop up everything you said, bro. I am.
Yeah, man.
I am. Big up yourself, bro.
Yeah, big up, man.
Cal's Net Army said that he wanted to see a shake up. He's shaking me up. All right, let's get into it. 10 players. So I think Liverpool probably do need 10 players, but I don't think you should do that over the period of one summer. I think that's got to be done over 3 windows, personally. 2 at a minimum, but honestly, I think 3 windows, because that many moving parts is very difficult to get cohesion. And players who move to a new club, that time of adapting, I think that's crucial. So you don't want to bring in too many players at once. But in terms of 10 players as a whole, probably do need around 10 players in total. If you actually think about everything we need between now and the end of next summer, we probably do need 10 players. I don't think that's crazy. By bringing them all in one window, 1, we ain't got the facilities for that big man, and 2, I don't think we should do something like that. Selling Virgil, Robbo, or Salah. Again, I'll say what I said about Salah before. I don't think you get enough money for Salah to replace Salah or a Salah level type of player. Robbo, all right, now I've got to take my bias out of it, because Robbo is one of my favorite players. I want to, and in fact, I'm going to keep it consistent. I actually think I'm good with Robbo and Tsimikas. I am. I just need to see more rotation between the two. And I just need to see more competition. And that comes from the manager. If Tsimikas is having a good run of form, don't drop him because Robbo's back. Keep him in the team and let Robbo fight for his position back. That's how it goes. That's how it always should go. So I'm good with keeping the both of them. Virgil, I wouldn't cash in on Virgil this summer, personally. I just wouldn't. I think the Virgil is a kind of, he's being tarred with his own brush because he was performing at such a high level. Because he's dropped down a level, I think some of us are maybe going a bit overboard on his form. I don't think he's been terrible for Liverpool. It just hasn't been the Virgil that we had before. So when he was Virgil, he was a 10 out of 10. Now he's probably an 8 out of 10 defender, which still walks into most teams. But because we've seen the pinnacle, accepting an 8 out of 10 version now is very difficult. But he and Konate are the two centre backs that for me you can't sell right now. The midfielders, in terms of the ones you'd go for, if I could choose my perfect 3 midfielders to bring in this summer, it would be Bellingham, Rice, and either Kone or Agate. Agate and Kone, I can't pick between the two. Like, shout out to Jamrock, shout out to Chris Angel. Jamrock's in one ear telling me about Kone, and I already had my thoughts on Kone. Chris is in my other ear saying Ugarte, and I can't make up my mind between the two. But it'd be one of the two. But Rice and Bellingham, for me, would be paramount. Because Rice also gives you centre-back cover as well as 6 and 8 cover. And you know what phrase I'm going to use as well, guys? He's homegrown. And I think he's someone we could get. In terms of centre-backs, in terms of an English centre-back, here's the thing. If you sell Gomez... all right, so... Again, I wouldn't sell Gomez. I'd make him a permanent right back now. And I'd make him deputise for Trent for 1 season. And I'd bring in Gavardio to play as one of our centre-backs. And I'd keep Matip until his contract runs out. But I'd use Matip sparingly. That way you'd have Gavardio, Virgil, Konate, Matip. Hear me out, guys. Hear me out. You'd have those as the 4 main centre-backs. You'd have Joe Gomez as 5th choice centre-back in an emergency, and Declan Rice as 6th choice centre-back as an emergency. That way, you don't necessarily have to have... I'm not being sentimental, guys, I promise you. The reason why I'm saying keep Matip is because I don't think we have the capacity to get that many centre-backs. Unless you sell Matip and you bring in Evan Ndicka, and then Virgil then has to become a right-sided centre-back. Because you're imbalanced. But Virgil would then have to become a right centre-back, and him and Konate do the right, Gavardio and Ndicka do the left. NG Music, I am not touching Tyrone Mings at all. No way. But again, if anyone wants Matip gone, I understand it. I'm not even saying you're wrong. I'm just saying what I would do. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying what I would do. In terms of Trent, I actually disagree with Cal's Neto Army. I actually think Trent has gone under the radar of how good he's been since the World Cup. He got cooked at Brighton. He did. On the barbecue, he got cooked. But barring that game, I actually think he's been very good for us. I think he's been good defensively. Not fantastic, but he's been good defensively and creatively. I mean, he is our most creative player. He's the reason for our creativity. Because no one in our midfield's doing it. It's him and Salah are the only creative players we've got in the team. Let that sink in, guys. We've got 2 creative players and they both play on the same side. Not good. It's not good. And Fabinho one hurts, man. I think Fabinho's been overplayed. And you know what? This really hit home for me. And shout out to my friend Andre. We play football together. I would have given Fabinho another season. The reason why I can't, Fabinho hasn't lost quality. He's lost legs. Because you see that first 25 minutes, I'd even go as far as saying the first half. Shout out to Mons for Big Six Bands. We were sitting there going, Fabinho is cooking. That was the old Fabinho. But as the game wore on, fatigue setting in, the legs were gone. It's not a quality thing with Fabinho. It's the legs. It's too intense now. It's too intense. For a player who never relied on pace, it's too intense because he's lost the pace he didn't even have in the first place. So we can't even rely on him now. So for me, he's got to go, unfortunately, now. And we got to revamp that midfield, in my opinion. But yeah, my humble opinion. All right, let's get the next caller in. Mizzy, you there, brother? Mizzy. All right. I'm gonna take you out. I'm gonna bring someone else in and bring you back in a bit. One of the legends of Friday night. Bruno.
I'm very, very angry. I am fuming. I am so angry. You two, and Drifty, if you're watching in the background, you can't even imagine how pissed off and angry I am. One of them you got in the chat was saying, you lot can't wait till I come on Friday. I am fuming. John W. Henry, I want this guy out of the club. I hope the FSG fanboys, I hope they're happy. Right? I've said this 100 times. We are not Tottenham Hotspur. We do not celebrate second place. Second place is leftover pasta that has been left there for 10 years. Okay? Leftover fish that's been left there for 100 years. You try and eat fish that's been left there for 100 years. Yeah? If you've ate fish, if you've ate pasta, if you've ate rice that's been left there for flipping 20 years, and see what will end up happening. You'll end up vomiting. Yeah? Last week I was speaking Jamaican. You're going to get the Jamaican South African accent out of me. Yeah? We are not that team over there from North London who sits there and accepts finishing second. Second place is vomit. It's vomit. Right? John W. Henry has got to go. We are done as an elite club. If he stays at this club, we are done. We are finished. Over. Au revoir, as they say in French. We are done. Right? You've got United, who I've still hearing reports that they could be getting Qatari owners. What's going on? So one of their owners, right, decide, because an acceptable bid didn't come in. You don't just after a few days or 3 months just go, this club isn't for sale just because one of the owners didn't come for offer the right amount. You keep going. You keep going until you get an offering. Or maybe, how about you use smart targets? Put an offer, maybe lower the offer down. Maybe lower the price tag down from 4 billion to 3.5. Right? We are the second biggest club in England, and we're behaving like we're flipping Derby County, like we're flipping Portsmouth, like we're flipping Millwall. We're not Millwall. We're not Cardiff. We're not Derby County. We're not Barrow. We're not flipping Stockport. We are Liverpool Football Club. I demand trophies. I demand doubles. I demand trebles. I demand trophies. I don't give a rat's ass. Right? I want to see Man United fans angry. I want to see Man United fans crying. I want to see Man United fans getting pissed off at Old Trafford. I want to see that. I want to see them cry and go, Liverpool have won there. I want to see that. Because we've won the Champions League and the Premier League. I want to see that. I want to see that, right? You was talking at the beginning about Arsenal Fan TV, yeah?
Yeah.
Claude, right? Claude, who unfortunately passed away. This guy
Yeah, R.I.P. Claude.
passion in his veins. Passion in his veins, right? There's another one. The main presenter of the show, flipping, what's his name?
Rubbish.
I forgot the guy's name, right? One of the performers, right? He's easily, just wait a second, like, he had passion in his veins. Passion in his veins. Now, if you're going to accept second place, that's not good enough. That's not good enough. If you can't do it, pack your bags and sling your back off to America. We don't do that over here. Anyway, that's all I've got to say. I've got to go. I'll see you next time.
We got Bruno.
Big up Bruno, man. And big up the little one as well, Bruno. Big up the little one as well.
Yeah.
Big up yourself, Matt. How you doing, my bro?
Yeah, do you know what? I felt better still. I can't lie. You saw the message in it, so man's not feeling 100%, but
Yeah,
man's still
Nah,
here though, so it's calm. Still here. But
I can't lie.
do you know what?
Like-
All jokes aside, big up Bruno. I know Bruno is a character. I can't lie. He's a
He
character, and this
spits
is why.
facts, though.
But he spits the real truth. He's been saying for such a long time that FSG need to fix up, and if they don't fix up, it's time for them to go. And he's been very consistent. He hasn't said nothing like, I forgive them, X, Y, and Z. He has literally said every single time they need to help Klopp, because if they don't help Klopp, then we're not going to move forward. And I think he's spot on. And I think every time he's spoken, he's been consistent, bro. There's one thing you can't say about Bruno, you can't sit here and say he's flip-flopping. Like, he'll say one thing and say another thing. He never does that, And the thing is,
Never.
I resonate with what he says. I do, especially when it comes to ownership. And to be fair to Bruno as well, he does call out Klopp as well when Klopp makes mistakes. And I think sometimes as well, these are the hard truths that we have to do at times. Like, funny enough, I was speaking to a few people today, and it's like, yeah, man, like, listen, we love Klopp, but when he makes mistakes, we just got to be honest with ourselves and speak the truth. Can't always just be because he's Klopp that, it's FSG's fault for every single little thing. It can't be, because he's our manager. He's not our owner. He's the manager of Liverpool. So, yeah.
Facts, man. Absolute facts, bro. All right, let's get our next caller in. Mtar Mizzy.
Yo.
What's
going on, bro?
Going on. All good.
Sorry,
first of
Mtar
all-
Mizzy. Before I start your time, do you know what I did yesterday, bro? I was putting the little one to bed.
I think I know.
Putting the little one to bed.
Right.
And I was like, I need to put something on my phone because he wasn't falling asleep, but he wasn't causing any trouble either. So I thought, let me just watch something on my phone. I went down a rabbit hole of just watching Eco's fight scenes. Bruv, the guy's just, he's a genius.
Yeah.
He's
Sorry,
actually
who's
a
fight
genius.
scenes? Who's?
Eco, the main guy from the raid map.
Oh, yeah.
Bruv,
Correct, yeah.
Bruv, he's actually
he's
a
an artist.
genius.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
Say no more,
like,
man. Say no more.
Oh, man. Like, I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to dedicate. I'm gonna have a day where I just go through and watch all of his films just from start to finish, just a marathon day. And I'm gonna put just shadow box in the mirror, knowing I can't do any of that stuff. But it's beautiful, man. Beautiful. But how you doing, though, bro?
Yeah, all good, man. All good. Talk about it. I listened to one of the Scott Atkins podcast episode, and he interviewed a Vietnamese actor named Johnny Nguyen. So this Vietnamese actor, he had a filming together with Jet Li and DMX, Cradle to the Grave. One of the American films.
Yeah.
And before the action sequence was shot, so he told a story that Jet Li was just in the corner, and then the stunt double of Jet Li did the rehearsal with a practice with this Vietnamese actor, and he just sit down over there, and when the camera roll, Jet Li was just automatically he knew what he was doing, like without practice. So that says everything. And Sammo Hung as well. Those two actors. So and Iko US, these are artists. But back to football. First of all, rest in peace to John Motson.
Yes.
I played the FIFA 98, and I can't argue when he says McManaman. It's like the perfect way with his voice and his tone.
Yeah.
The tone of his commentary is just man.
Legend.
Football will miss him. Yeah.
Indeed.
I have a question, and with regards to Liverpool, do you reckon that if Virgil won the Ballon d'Or or Sadio last year won, if we won the quad, do you think that Liverpool have the pulling power like Real Madrid to attract top players, just because one or two of the teams in the starting 11? Well, Sadio left for Bayern, but do you reckon that the prestige position that Liverpool could have been? I know it's just if, buts, and maybes, but I just want to have your thought. And before I head out, this is just a random question. So I think it was a couple of months ago. So it was early in the morning, right? So I took a cruise. With my one of my Beamer, and there was this random dog out of nowhere. It was just a peaceful environment, and suddenly there was a dog, and I kid you not, I almost cursed. But then when I think after a few seconds, when I almost ran over the poor animal, I said to myself, I don't think that's a dog, one of those things where you think back and you said, is that real? Is that like a human or something? I don't know if you. I just want to know if you have such encounter, like strange encounter in life. And
I got you. Yeah.
But said my time up, but big up to you guys. Let's see how the boys react tomorrow and all that. And yeah, bless.
All right, big up yourself.
Big up, bro. Blessings
Love,
always,
bro.
brother.
Bless, man. I'll start with the strange encounter. So obviously, Matt, you know where I live. Like, I get bare wildlife up.
Yeah.
So I think it was we saw an albino badger. Me and the missus were driving, and this was like, this was close to. It was like not too long after we moved up to where we are now.
Yeah.
And like the thing was, it just looked big, and brother, I looked at it and I was just like, when I lived back in like Streatham and Croydon and Thorney, I used to go on like late runs and stuff like that by myself.
Yeah. Of course, we all. Yeah. I know about them.
See that day right there when I saw that, I said never.
How big was the badger? Would you have said? How big? Like,
well, put it this way: if I'd run over the badger, it would have caused a lot of damage to the car.
Raw.
It would have caused a lot of damage to the car.
All right, that's serious. I got one for you. Yeah, no, sorry, finish. Yeah,
that was the day when I said I do know late night runs around my area. I don't know what I'm gonna bump into or what's gonna bump into me. So I said that good luck with whoever does that. But yeah, do you think?
That's
go on, bro. What you got?
So my one was, you know where I work, right?
Yeah.
So when I was doing the night shifts back in the day, so this must have been about 4 years ago. I was doing night shifts. So I'm just gonna go for a little walk. Went for a little walk, and where I'm at, I came near sort of like a square, like a park. So as I'm walking, I see something like kind of walk across, like maybe about 5 meters away from me, and I was like, "What is that? Like a cat? Must be a cat." So I was thinking, it's a cat. So I kind of walk in. Bro, I kid you not, it was a rat.
Oh,
do you remember there was an outbreak of these
super rats?
Bro. When I say to you, I done the quickest 180 because I thought if this thing catches me, I'm finished, bro. And they could probably smell the melanin, the chicken that I just had, bro. When I say to you, it was just, bro. I slammed the office door, but it's electronic, so it closed. But then I thought, wait a minute. If these things are like mouses, because mouses, like the way they can go underneath.
Yeah.
Apparently, a mouse can get in where a 10-pence piece is.
Size of a pencil.
Bro, I started thinking, if this thing comes into my office, I'm finished. Because it was just me, and I think there might have been someone else like downstairs. But bro, when I say to you, it would have been one of them. You know that? Have you seen that film called A Quiet Place?
No.
Basically, you can't make no sound. You know, one of the ones I would have been like, bro, I kid you not. You see super rats? I'd never seen one up until that day, bro. It scared the crap out of me. I can't even lie, bro. I was shook. I can't even sit here and say, no, it was nothing, bro. My heart was beating. You know your heart, like, I was gone.
Bro, I do.
Bro, it was I remember there was an outbreak of super rats.
Yeah.
No,
I don't play with rats. Rats and mice, I don't play
bro,
with.
how can the thing be as big as a cat? When I got closer, I kid you not, it's like I was kind of stunned, and then I just ran. I didn't even think, like, I didn't even know what I just thought I need to just get inside. Bro, crazy.
But them things scare me. Mice, rats, all those things. Oh,
Yeah,
can't,
I'm
man.
not about that life.
Not about it at all. Not
I'm not,
about it
bro.
at all.
People, if you come up against a super rat, it's peak.
Could we have, let's flip back a year or a few months back. If Liverpool had won the quad and Sadio Mane won the Ballon d'Or, would we have matched Real Madrid's pulling power, in your opinion?
I'm gonna still say no. I think Real Madrid and Barca have a pulling power that no other team will ever have. I think it's just their prestige, and especially if you're not from England, the UK, they just have that appeal that no one else can garner. Because when you look at all the best players that's ever lived, they've always mainly played at those two clubs, right? Other than the late great Maradona, who obviously didn't play for sorry, Maradona was at Barca, innit? I was gonna say Barca, but I kept on thinking Napoli. But every single, like, you got your R9s, like Zidane, like all of the greats, like flipping Eusebio, like, all of them, they've all played for Real Madrid and Barca. So I don't think you can ever compare. And it doesn't matter how much you win, you might get close. But I always kind of feel like if there was ever a South American that had to pick between, even if they say things like, I used to play with Liverpool on the PlayStation, if Real Madrid or Barca want them, they always go there, bro. They can't help it. It's that childhood dream, innit?
Yeah. I think because we're in England, I think a lot of people don't fully understand the pool that Barca and Real Madrid have, because English players don't really tend to go abroad. Well, they're starting to do it more now, but historically don't really tend to go abroad. You see, when we lost out to Tchouaméni in the summer to Real Madrid, I didn't even bat an eyelid. It was just like, okay, one of them things. It's Real Madrid, isn't it?
Yeah.
You see, when Real Madrid and Barcelona are, bruv, we've seen Barcelona in the mud.
And look
at what they attracted in the summer. Even in the mud. I mean, the only team you can compare it to in this country is kind of Man United, really.
Yeah.
But that's because they have to pay extortionate wages. Remember, people are taking a pay cut to go to Barcelona, you know.
Bro, regular. You see, and what's so mad is it's not like a Chelsea thing where, I mean, I could be wrong. I think Chelsea's scheme is the players' wages will kind of increase or decrease depending on where they finish, innit? Whether they get champion. It will scale. That's the best word. It scales. With Barca, I think they're just on this wage. Obviously, they've got them to cut their wages from maybe at their previous clubs, and that they don't care. Like, I think Thingy took a big pay cut. Aubameyang, I mean, he kind of had no choice to a degree when he
Rafinha, bro. Look at Rafinha.
Yeah, Rafinha, bro. Remember, Rafinha could have got more money at Arsenal or Chelsea. You know.
Yeah.
He's on a modest Kunde. Modest wages.
Yeah. I don't think we'll see a changing of the guard in terms of player pool in our lifetime, probably, to be honest.
I agree. I think it's always going to be Real or Barca.
Yeah, literally. Because you look how many rich teams there are. Man City, PSG, Barca come knocking. They still... Neymar went PSG and has always wanted to go back. Always wanted to go back.
Yeah, there's always a rumor.
He's made no secret.
Yeah.
Some teams have it, man.
It's true.
Big up Mizzy with the questions, though. Right, our next caller, another brother, Beijing Barnes.
Yes, Beijing.
What's going on, fellas?
It's going, bro.
You know, bro.
I know you suffering right now, bro. We talked all week. You look weak.
You know, I'm in a bad way, bro. You know, I'm in a bad way.
Matt's been quiet. The Matt's been quiet.
Yeah, do you know what it is? I just, especially after that.
Look at this. Even Guna Lee's now coming after you, Beijing. This is how bad the week is.
Brother, bro. I ain't frightened for you. I ain't like you. I don't duck, man. Come on.
It's true, you know, because I think Guna Lee went missing 1 week, innit?
Oh yeah,
he went date nights.
Oh yeah, date night.
He pulled a David Copperfield. He disappeared. Yeah, man, I'm trying to keep my mind away from Liverpool, man. I went to the Raptor game last night, saw a man actually took off from the free throw line and slammed a basketball. I was like, what? What is this man doing?
Who was that? I didn't even see that, Beijing.
Chris Boucher, man. Man took off just in front of the free throw line and slammed it in game, you know. I was like, what?
I didn't know he had that in his locker, if I'm being honest.
Brother, when he took off, I was like, what are you doing? And when he slammed it, I was like, Bomba. I was like, wow. I was like, did not believe he would have done that. But okay then. So yeah, it was a good time to get away, not study Liverpool. It's been a madness this week.
Yeah.
Monday, oh man. This week shook me to the core. I try to keep good, but Chris Angel called me. He's like, checking on you, bro. You okay? I'm like, yeah, I'm hanging in there. I'm like, Cal, I'm being a little bit quiet right now because it's painful. I'm not watching tomorrow's game, by the way, just so you know. I don't think I can do it.
Do you know what? We ain't got a choice, but
choice.
There's a part of me that's just like, in fact, the only part of me that makes me think we even have a chance, I got told that there's no Zaha tomorrow. Is that true?
Vieira came out and said there's a chance Zaha's playing.
Oh,
sorry, boys. Sorry, boys.
Listen, I don't like to see injuries, but the one blessing is that Joey G ain't playing.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, no. Apparently, because he came off against Real Madrid because it was actually precaution or something. He went for a scan. Yeah.
How did the scan come back?
That's one thing I don't think I've seen an update on that, if I'm being honest.
Me neither.
So
Cal's laughing. Do you know something, Cal?
Please, Cal's gonna say that.
I'm laughing at you. I'm laughing at you because I know you don't want him playing.
No,
I think he needs to be taken out of the firing line.
I don't want to see him on the pitch for the rest of the season, bro. I know people think I'm harsh, but Joey's good athletically. I'm not gonna, but I think he suits right back. Center back just is not for him. His mental fortitude gets, oh man, it's shambolic, bro. I mean, seriously. He makes mental mistakes day in, day out, every single game, and it seems like it always costs us a goal every time. And people think I have an agenda. I really don't. But I go on eye tests. When you do something so consistent, what can I say? How can I argue that you aren't good defensively at center back position? I can't.
Yeah.
Because you've proven it. You haven't. But Nalante thinks, my boy, big up, thinks that I have an agenda with Joey G. I just think Nat is better defensively, and his mental strength is so much better than Joe, especially at center back. Nat doesn't have the speed, he doesn't have pace, but he understands the game and he plays within his realm. And how many times have we seen Nat make bad mistakes at center back position? Not many.
Agreed. Yeah.
And when we had our issues at center back that season, that Ali's header got us into Champions League football, who held down the fort? People forget that. Nat and Reece Williams held down the fort for Liverpool.
With a high line.
How
crazy.
How can you question these guys and their fortitude to do the job? It blows my mind. I saw our Drift jumped on the show, and he had guys on the firing line that I never ever thought would come out of Drifty's mouth. I was like, wow, Drift has
stunned.
I saw your face. I was stunned too. I was like, what? Hendo? Millie? Drifty's like, sell. I'm
finally
like,
had enough.
It broke him. It was it. That was it. And I'm at the same spot. I'm ready to sell 2/3 of this team right now. Yeah. To be honest with you.
Yeah.
I'd even sell Klopp for a bag of peanuts, to be honest. Give me a bag of peanuts right now for Klopp.
Oh, Asian.
That's a bag of peanuts, you know, for Klopp. That's it. Just a bag. One bag, not even two.
Just give me one bag.
One
not
bag of
even
peanuts,
two.
and I'm good.
I can't
Because
lose Klopp yet.
He's doing a madness.
He is. Now, Klopp's, do you know, I'll be honest. Like I said on the last stream, I'm not Klopp out yet, but
me neither.
If this continues, though, I think he will push me to be that way. Because there's only so many times you can keep backing them. Do you know what? I'll just say this. I hate to say it, the manager has no tactics. He hasn't got no tactics. You know, it's the same thing every week. The only time we tactically changed was when we had so many injuries and we've done that 4-4-2/4-2-4. And then since everyone's come back, we've gone back to the same tried and tested 4-3-3, but not just formation. I'm talking tactically. So that means even the way how the players press, the pressing patterns, are they the same? Is it always the forward person that always sets off the press? Why can't it be the midfielder and the forward person drops back? Why is it the wing backs are always in the same place that when we get counter pressed, the wing backs, people know where they are. They can literally cut them out the game, cut the midfielders out of the game by playing one diagonal ball over to the attacker and they're through in on goal. It's actually crazy.
Look at Mark 8. Look at Mark 8's comment. That is
Mark
right there.
Yeah.
It's facts. Every single time. You remember a couple of weeks ago, I asked the question, is Klopp a one-trick pony? Does he know how to do anything else? The predictability is mad. How do you do the same thing? And Matt, you got it spot on. Nothing changes. You can't do a 4-2-3-1. Furthermore, why are you keep consistent with a high line? When we keep getting run over, game in, game out, every single time. Set back. Can't you drop back like how we played City? That's the only game I've seen our defense drop back and stay back. Why you have to be halfway up the field and then get spun every time.
Do you know want to know something as well, quickly, Beijing? I remember reading some of it might have been Linda's book or something. I can't remember. I only read like maybe 2 chapters, but I can't remember if it was there or somewhere else. But I remember Liverpool saying they need to be brave defensively because we play a high line. You know, we count on our defenders, like basically like in one-on-one situations that we're very comfortable playing that way. Have they forgotten that Virgil van Dijk had an ACL? Are they forgotten that Joe Gomez had ACL? These players, like, and minutes expectation throughout the years, it's kind of like consumed them to the point where, remember, they can't really, dare I say, they can't do the same things anymore. Like Virgil van Dijk is not the same. He's still world class, but he's not the same defender that was 18, 19/19, 20. He's not that defender where you can push so high up the pitch and then you're basically saying to the rest of the team, you can go at our centre backs. We don't care. One-on-one, we trust them. Now, I don't trust them. Now, when we're getting countered, I'm like, oh my God, we're gonna concede here because they can't do one-on-one defending anymore. Matic's lost a yard of pace. He's gotten a bit older. Gomez has had really bad injuries, and like I said about and Virgil, Ibu's probably actually the best one when it comes to one-on-one defending. Do you know the game against? Was it Brighton when we even got beat? Do you know how much one-on-one defending he had to do by himself? It was actually crazy. So,
if it wasn't for him, we would have lost a way bigger margin.
Yeah.
7. I would have seen like an Aston Villa score 7 goals in us that game if it wasn't for Ibu's brilliance.
Ibu's the only one that can actually play the way how our coaches want us to play from the backline. He's the only one because he's the only one that has. Basically, he's not even in his prime yet. He's still very, very athletic and he can read the game at a very good age. The others are like, they've been great, but now things are starting to fall off, for example. It's like having armor in it and a bit of your armor's fallen off. So people are going to try to go for your weak spot. It's a bit like that, isn't it? Like it's the same thing.
It's mind-blowing. But hey, it's going to be rough for the rest of the year. We know that. But I want to see us try to be as happy as possible. There's way much more to life than beating ourselves up.
Trust
for this team, especially when we seem to be the ones that really only that care about this club. Because the owners do a madness and Klopp do a madness, and then try to shove stuff down our throat like if we're babies or something. But we're kids a long time ago. I ain't tolerating that nonsense. Right. I only given Klopp one more season, if that, maybe a half season. If I don't see major differences and major changes, then I think his time's up. To be honest, that's just me.
I hear that.
But yeah,
I hear that,
I
yeah.
hear
much love to you guys.
Are you want to make an announcement, or are we gonna wait for a little bit?
Yeah, I'll make the announcement. All right, coming soon is gonna be Beijing Reds TV. I'll give you guys the handle.
There you go.
Coming soon, but I will be starting my channel. There's gonna be another one of our buddies that's always in the chat. Beijing Pops will be joining me on that as
Beijing
well.
Jeez.
So
Yeah.
stay tuned, guys. Much love to you guys.
Much love to you, bro.
Right, love us,
Can't
well,
wait for
brother.
the
Looking
channel.
forward to
Can't
it as
wait
well.
for that.
Yeah. I want to be there. Make sure you get us on. I want to be there as well.
Yeah,
bro.
for sure.
We
Definitely.
need to do invites still.
All right, definitely. All right, guys. Big up.
Love us, well, bro.
Big up
Love.
yourself,
Blessings,
bro.
brother.
Bless.
Once again, Beijing spitting facts, man. Beijing Barnes spitting facts. Can't wait
Indeed,
for that
bro.
channel as well, man. I know that's gonna be vibes and good laugh.
Trust me, it's gonna be sick.
And
I
great
can't wait for
football chats as well. Them guys know their stuff, man. So,
Indeed.
all right, let's get our next call in. Do you know what? Finally, I can bring someone on who supports another club but is feeling the pain we're feeling. They're in the mud like we are. Ain't seen him for a while.
Oh yeah, yeah. I seen it for a minute.
Man, like Abs in the building.
Hey, yo, you man telling me, listen, bro, I can't now. I'm deep in the mud, bro. I'm not even in the mud at this point now. Let me just change my name real quick so I can get this pain out. Nah, everything that could have gone wrong this year has gone wrong. Has gone wrong, bro. Nah, the only good thing is I've gone from an afro to a Travis Scott thing. That's the only thing that's happened this year that's good for me. That's it. Them flipping Woolwich wankers could win the title. You've got Man United fans happy. You've got flipping man. I 1-0 down at the Champions League. I'm sat in 10th place and people telling me, we got super great and Potter. Bun that guy, man. Sack him. On that full gun. Potter out. Bun that guy. But what you man telling me though? Because obviously we're both sat in mediocrity at the minute. We've both got a bunch of dumbass fans in our fan base who just keep chatting a load of nonsense. So how do you cope in it? Tell me how do you cope, because I'm struggling right now. I can't.
That's a coping mechanism. Basically, do you know what you just gotta do, bro? You just gotta take a minute to yourself and just be like, you just gotta black it out for me. You just gotta block it out. You have to, because I'll be honest with you. You see us, we got, as you know, we got battered, didn't it? We got battered on Tuesday, and the reason why it hurt even more so is because we was 2 games on the bounce, and it was looked like we picked up a little bit of form, and then to get beat like that in that type of manner, you're like, nah. Basically, Real Madrid just pressed the reset button for us. We didn't even get a chance to do it ourselves. They were like, nah, we'll press it for you. We'll press that button. You man can't do nothing about it. Horrible, bro. It was horrible,
bro. And you know what's mad? This is how it's all a bit crazy. It's now. When I was a youth, man, and I was growing up, and I used to watch Chelsea play Liverpool. Liverpool was dead in it, but Liverpool always used to give me a game. They always used to come butt me off the park. Well, not necessarily butt me off the park, but there's always be a thing of you get a Gerrard screamer here, or you get an Alonso late winner, or you get that little that blonde you duck cow who come up with something special. I don't know in it. Someone would come up with something in it, and I was actually chatting to my brethren about it. So, would you man say the Liverpool-Chelsea rivalry in the strictly 21st century is the best rivalry between 2 English clubs? Because here's my thing. If I look at the criteria for a rivalry, we've competed in big trophies. We're not really gone for a league title, but there's actually a bit of beef. There's animosity there. Now, you see Liverpool, Chelsea, man, beef each other. I don't need to say what's being chanted in the stadium.
Yeah.
You know,
we know. Yeah.
And there's actually and there's been VVS for it. And there's been 2 guys who don't like each other. When Rafa Benitez was the manager, I booed that guy whenever I got to go to games and see him, because I didn't like him, wanted him gone. Even when he won the Europa League, I still booed him. And now I'm just looking at Liverpool now, and I'd be like, bro, this ain't the Liverpool that I remember watching when I was at you. They weren't as good. They didn't have as much quality as this one, but they gave me a battle. They actually used to come to my hands and say, listen, we're not going to be taken for some any pussies. We're going to come here, give you a game. And if we don't, then it's all mad. But what can we do in it? We're both dead right now.
Facts. So are you saying you
Yeah.
definitely want Potter out? You won't even give him the rest of the season?
1,000,000%, brother. Listen, I grew up on Ancelotti. I grew up on Mourinho. I grew up on all these top-down managers. I don't deal with mid-table nonsense, bro. The guy's greatest achievement is taking Brighton and Hove Albion from 41 points to 51 points. It's nothing special, man.
Man said a 10-point differential is a man's highlight. That
In
is
3
mad.
seasons, bro. In 3
That is
seasons, that's
mad.
all that's happened. And you know what's mad? With Liverpool fans, they can tell me, you know what? We ain't really spent guap like that. I've spent £500 million. Do you know how many countries I can redevelop with that money? And I'm stuck with 1 goal in February. 1 goal.
Is it 1 goal? Flipping over. It's the 24th of Feb.
1 goal. Deep it. If Liverpool fans, they all say midfield this. If you got Enzo Fernandez for 120 M's, you're telling me I'm winning Champions League. I've got Enzo Fernandez. I'm contemplating if I'm gonna get 8th place. Nah, man, it's all dead. Listen, I mean, the only I can't be contemplating doing some stupidness. So it's an NBA thing for me, innit? But then my team in NBA are also dead as well, so it's not like I'm gaining anything.
No, what team are you, bro? What team?
Miami Heat, bro.
I hate it. No. But do you know what? The Heat are always a good playoff team. I hear what you're saying. You might not. You obviously you won't win it, but at least you'll go for a decent playoff run, though. I think.
Only guy who's keeping me alive, who's keeping me sane, is Jimmy Buckets.
Yeah, bro. Jimmy Buckets always turn up for players. Don't worry about regular season, bro. Jimmy Buckets, he knows about load management. You know them ones there. When it's playoff time, Jimmy Buckets and Bam and the Bio was sharp and Tyler Hero. You'll do something.
Listen. That Tyler Hero don't even. But if I speak on him, he's been good this year, but I think that kid's overrated. I can't lie. I do think he's overrated.
He's good. I know what you mean. I think he's overrated, but I think he's good though. He's good.
He is good, but like people saying that he's on Doncic level and whatever. But
no.
That's big up to you, man. Hopefully, we both make out the mud. I've been seeing a lot of things, some weird ass things from our fans, mainly the 15-year-old kids. Luckily, I'm in my 20s, so I've seen that, the beef that happened, and people need to understand the standards we came from and the standards of Liverpool Football Club, because for me, as far as I'm concerned, if you ain't challenging for major VVS, it's a failure of a season when you're a big club.
Agreed. Fully agree.
For real.
Failure. But anyway, love to you, man.
Right, come on, big up yourself.
Love us always, bro.
Always a
Come on,
pleasure,
you know
bro.
already.
Big up, man.
Don't be a stranger, bro.
Trust.
Do you know what? Thinking of the rivalry with Chelsea, it's weird because
I think
everyone thinks of rivalry and they think Liverpool, Man City because they went for leagues against each other. Man United, Man City because they went for leagues against each other. But think about it: Champions League, FA Cup, League Cup. We've never done leagues against each other, Liverpool and Chelsea. But if I'm not mistaken, they stopped us winning the league pretty much when they beat us 2-0 with the Gerrard.
Yeah. That's the only time they've directly kind of.
But I feel if I'm not mistaken, we've impacted them on a league once or twice as well, potentially.
I'm trying to remember. I know we've obviously affected them in Champions League, all right?
Yeah,
but they've done the same thing to us though in Champions League as well. One thing I will say is the rivalry between Rafa Benitez and Jose Mourinho was way more hostile than flipping Klopp and Pep.
Bro, shout out to Naldo. Brother, Suarez bit your Ivanovic.
Yeah, do you know what?
Essien tackle on Deep Maha, man. Yeah. Community Shield games.
Hold on, Lampard and Alonso. Remember when Alonso? You know what? No. There was a lot.
The rivalry's a lot deeper than people.
Yeah. No. The rivalry was deep, and like I said, because it stemmed from the managers. Do you know what?
Yeah.
Do you remember when
it stemmed from the fact that they beat us on the last game of the season, and that is the reason that Abramovich bought them.
Okay. But you know one thing I will never forget? Jose Mourinho spoke about Rafa's weight.
Yeah, he did. Jose was out. I'm not gonna lie. Jose
said, didn't he say something about Rafa's wife?
Yeah.
He went mad, bro.
You see, old school Jose. If you're gonna go into beef with old school Jose, make sure you're willing to go all the rounds.
Yeah.
He's going 12 rounds. It's
because Rafa couldn't stand him as well. Rafa used to say some mad stuff as well, though.
Yeah, Steven said he called him a waiter. brother, you see Jose. Jose is not a man you wanted to go verbals with, you know.
He was a verbal man, but don't get it twisted. You see, I'm not saying I look at both of them. Think if either of them was to throw hands, if I'm being honest, I think I'll still go Rafa. I'll go Rafa.
Yeah,
Rafa.
Same.
I think Rafa will pack him in still.
I know, but I think Mourinho's more devious, so he might lose the fight, but then he'd win the war.
Do you know Mourinho's type of person that he knows he's losing, but he had his boy waiting for him round the corner.
Yeah.
Because remember when he done the eye poke to what was it, the Real Madrid manager?
Gouged out. Yeah, I think it was Tito Villanova. He did it.
Gouged out man's eyes, bro. Like what? I'm not gonna lie, Mourinho was crazy. That times there was wild, you know.
Well, bruv, Torres going to Chelsea. Shout out to Naldo.
Do you know who else went to Chelsea on a sly one? Quietly. Raul Morales. We didn't take, actually, he left. Remember Joe Cole, innit?
Joe Cole from Chelsea to Liverpool.
Was there anyone else from Chelsea?
Ben Ayoun.
Did we get Sturridge of Chelsea or Man City?
Yeah, we got Sturridge of Chelsea.
Yeah. There was a lot of beef back in the day. Remember the Aga elbow to Torres?
Aga, yeah.
There was a lot of beef.
Obviously, the Gerrard slip, which meant they always chanted about Gerrard. Then in Gerrard's last ever game, they clapped him off. And in the post-match, Gerrard was like, I don't really appreciate the clap. When you hear them chanting all the stuff they've chanted over the years, it's a bit superficial.
Yeah.
Like clapping now. So, bruv, the beef's never over. The ghost goal by Luis Garcia.
Yeah. But when I say to you, even there was someone else who I was just thinking of. Who was it? Flip. There's someone else. I forgot.
Solanke. Football Gospel says Solanke. Is that you thinking?
No, not Solanke. Even though, Solanke. We won't even mention Solanke.
He came from Chelsea, though.
No, that's true. That is true. Yeah. There's someone else. Ben Ayoun went to Chelsea. It wasn't direct though. It wasn't direct, but still. But it ended up there at one point. Yeah, there was a lot between the two clubs.
Remember they tried to buy Gerrard,
bro. I remember
Salah.
Yeah, yeah.
Abs might have a point, you know.
There's a lot of history in it, even if it wasn't direct. It was even if there were things that indirect, because the Salah thing. Actually, no, the Salah thing was direct because they stopped us getting Salah, innit? Them, I can't even say that because YouTube is getting. I can't even say the word. Them guys, yeah. Oh yeah, Glenn Johnson. Another indirect, but he came from, but indirect though, indirect again. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
Red Scout TTV Willian. Remember we tried to get Willian and then they ended up getting him. Diego Costa, same thing.
Yeah. Now I'm not gonna lie, I really don't like Chelsea still. I've never liked them. But I'm not saying I like other clubs, but I like at least respect. I don't know what it is about Chelsea. I think it's the Rafa Benitez era that made me really go like I don't like these men at all. All these men do is spend money. They've mashed up the league now. And they're just trying to buy other people's players. And they keep Remember, they were just tapping up players, bro. Yeah, remember how they tapped up Mikel? Mikel was wearing a Man United top.
Yeah, Ashley Cole.
Yeah.
Caught them in a hotel together, bro.
Mad thing, bro.
Boy, Abs might be onto something still. It might be right.
Trust.
All right. Yeah, Lampard had a back and forth with Klopp when he was Chelsea manager.
Yeah, it's like he wouldn't. It's weird, isn't it? Lampard. It's almost like Lampard was talking to him like he was Benitez.
Yeah. But Lampard was talking to Klopp like he was a better manager than Klopp.
Yeah, he was. He really thought it was about it. I don't understand.
He thought
that.
he was the guy, man. He thought
it's
he was
crazy.
The guy. He did. Right, let's go next caller in. Jade, activist.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
What's going on, Jay? What's going on, bro?
I snuck up on me. I was having a little conversation in the private chat.
Oh,
about the Prem in the in La Liga. Yeah. I was just saying the quality of the Prem today is better than La Liga today.
Yeah.
I agree. Obviously, La Liga has a history that is better. But I'm just talking about today.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, how y'all doing today, though?
Could be better, bro.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, we kind of did get smacked up in the middle of the week, didn't we? Just putting it lightly. And you know what makes it hurt the most? It's not even the fact that we lost. It's the fact Liverpool tricked us. They tricked us for 20 minutes. They owe us an apology. They tricked us for 20 minutes. They fooled us real bad. That's why we're hurting right now. Because if we just straight up lost 3-0, it wouldn't hurt as bad because we're like, all right, we got smacked up by Real Madrid. They tricked us. They made us think we were good for 20 minutes, and then they're gonna put up the worst performance I've ever seen in my life.
Facts.
5. And it looked like Henderson and Fabinho trying to run back against Modric was running in quicksand. I don't know what is going. They just don't have the legs. They just can't do it.
Yeah.
It was just that was just disgraceful.
Modric
Just
ran through the middle of the pitch, you know.
No,
through
but
the
he
middle.
burst.
And-
He
and
burst
he's
through
older
with
than
pace.
them. He
Yeah,
has
I know
more
this.
mileage on his legs.
Yes, and he was
And he
using
just made
pace.
them look like nothing. Nothing.
I don't understand that.
All right. So, you know, and Carragher saying Jordan Henderson isn't the issue. I mean, he's not the solution, though. I can tell you that right now. He ain't fixing nothing. Unless we got the $6 million man, give him some new legs. Because he can't do it. It's like the mind is willing, but he just...
Yeah, the body's not able.
The mind and body's not connected. Bro. It's just not.
Yeah.
Our
Facts.
midfield, it's like a car, you know? People say it's the engine. It kind of is, but it's really the tires. These tires are old and worn out. We just need we need 4 new tires. That's what we need.
Yeah.
We can't. They try to pull a. Y'all have tire shops, right? Obviously, I have tire shops.
Yeah.
We tried to get an old used tire from Juventus and Arthur Mello. That wasn't gonna work. So you see, the used tire went out before we even got to the gas station for the real tires. What are we doing? We got an old used tire and it popped already before we could even use it. We thought we were really doing something with that, didn't we? Tire just not working. We need new tires, not used ones. New tires.
It's true.
All right. So we know we're famous for sell to buy. So I went on Transfermarkt, did a little research on some things that we can do to improve the club. We could probably get 20 million-ish for Matip in the summer. Curtis Jones, 25 million. And I know people are saying, who the hell wants to buy Curtis Jones? Promoted teams. Promoted teams will buy Curtis Jones. They will buy him.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good
Nottingham
point,
Forest
yeah.
just bought anybody. So
I'm not
somebody
gonna
will
lie
buy.
to you. I just wrote down Jones 25 and I actually put a question mark next to it.
And now that I say promoted teams, you're like, oh, okay, yeah, promoted team will spend 25 million.
They probably would. They probably look at
He's
Nottingham Forest. Look
homegrown.
what they did
The
this season. Nottingham
homegrown, the
Forest.
promoted team will spend 25 million on Curtis Jones.
You're right.
Fabinho, we might be able to finesse somebody for 40 million. We might be able to trick somebody. A sucker's born every day. Sucker's born every day. A sucker's born every day. If Nat wants to leave, we can probably get 15 million for him. He's homegrown. Another promoted team will buy him. That gives us about 100-ish million. Right there.
Yeah.
And they say PSG, if Messi leaves, they say they might want to buy Salah. We can tax them. 80 million right there. 80 million for Salah. PSG will buy him if Messi leaves. They're gonna want a star,
We'll try. Yeah.
and he's really close to the sporting director. He's really close to him. So I can see PSG going in for Salah, making a dumb move like that. Not to say Salah's not like long term. Like Messi was a short term move. This is not good long term for
Agreed.
PSG, but they'll do it though. All right. Then what we need to do? Carvalho on loan, Elliott on loan. Ramsey either goes on loan or he gets healthy. Pick one. Pick a struggle, man. Gotta get healthy.
Man said, I'm a goes on loan and gets healthy. Pick the struggle. I say he needs to get healthy. He just needs to get healthy. He needs to get
'Cause
healthy.
when we see him play, he's quality. He's not like
Yeah,
not
he's
rubbish.
good.
quality.
He's good. He's
He
good.
just needs to get the health. He just needs to get healthy.
Yeah.
Thank God for Stefan Vajicic. He done saved us 30 to 60 million just by being good.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, he's a little too daring, but we'll reel that in. We'll reel that in.
Yeah.
That's really his biggest problem. He's still a little too aggressive at times.
Yeah.
All right. So that leaves us Kone. He's all right. These are the purchases that we should make. We only need maybe 2 or 3 of these guys. Kone for about 45.
Yeah.
Ugarte probably around the same price. What's his Turman? The one from Nice with the locks that's 6'4".
Yes.
Thuram,
Yes.
yeah.
He's gonna
Thuram.
cost about
Thuram.
30 to 45 as well.
Yeah.
Enzo Lafi will probably be about 20. Leeds are gonna get relegated likely. So Tyler Adams is about 25 million. He's proven, pretty good CDM that we could definitely use. He wouldn't let teams outrun us like that. I can tell you that. Because I can tell you the problem right now. Leeds' problem is the midfield. They can't score goals. They just can't score. That's their problem.
Yeah.
Yunus Musa from Valencia, 30 million. They're gonna get relegated in La Liga, but he's a good player though. He's under 20. And I don't know all of the homegrown rules, but he was in the Arsenal Academy for a long time, from 2012 until like 2018. I don't know if he
we'll take it.
counts as homegrown or not because of that. But he's still under 20.
Okay.
So I don't know if I think he is 20, but I don't know if he's homegrown or not, but he might be, even though he's obviously an American, but he might end up being that. Same with Stefan. I think in a year or two he can be homegrown.
Yeah.
All right, so we can spend money there. Diaby's Musa Diaby, who had a good game yesterday, very good game yesterday. He scored the winning pin for his team to pull off a nice comeback. Nice comeback for his team. Leverkusen. Shout out to Xabi Alonso, by the way.
Great coach.
That's his team. That's his team.
Great coach.
It'd probably be about 45 to 55 million, but that's if we sell Salah. Obviously, I don't see us buying Diaby unless we sell Salah. I know it doesn't make sense. We shouldn't have to be that way, but that's how we are. It's just the way it is.
I don't think Diaby goes less for anything less than 65.
Maybe we could do 55 up front, 10 million in add-ons. We might be able to work that out. Chris mentioned him earlier. I was gonna say Antonio Silva from Benfica, 20. He's probably worth 20, 25. Garvadal's a $100 million player. That's a player that we would like.
This is a lot of shopping.
Yeah. But it's not bringing in too much because we don't need all of these midfielders I listed.
Yeah. He's giving us,
and then obviously Jude is they're not going to get 150. They're probably going to get 120 to 130 for Jude.
I agree.
But with the sales that I listed before, that's the 100 million right there. So that's sell to buy. Look at that. We got some money from that. And then if we don't get Jude, I say we go for Barella. That's 80 million from Inter. You got to convince him to leave Italy. That's hard to do. So some people,
he's very much. I feel like he's one of them players. I just can't see him leaving Italy. I could be wrong though.
But you know, the league they got money issues over there. So
true.
You saw Juventus was cooking the books. They tried to, they thought they was Man City. Cooking the books, and they got caught. They're gonna get relegated probably because of it. So.
Yeah, they were more than cooking the books.
Yeah, they were cooking.
The first team I've ever seen with 15 wins in mid-table. I'm like, how is that possible? 15 wins in February, you mid-table?
Yeah, they're in the mud.
But yeah, that's all I got in terms of that. Yeah.
All right.
And Real Madrid and Barca need them to stop complaining about the Prem. And La Liga stop complaining about the Prem when they don't share their revenue, for one.
Yeah.
They keep 90% of the money. And two, you've been diamond shopping in the rest of the leagues for years. Jamie Carragher said the same thing for years, trying to poach everybody's players. And all of a sudden, when you can't do it all the time, it's a problem.
Yeah.
Because you couldn't get Haaland, it's a problem. Because you couldn't get Mbappe, it's a problem now.
Yeah.
No. Maybe your league would be better if you actually didn't hog all the money.
Facts.
Fully
that's
agree,
my
bro.
thing.
Fully agree.
I believe they didn't Madrid try to buy Gerrard. They tried to.
They did back in the day.
Yeah, they did back in the day. I think they tried a few times. I think Jade even said that as well.
They always want to buy it. They're always trying to do this. So I don't want to hear it from them.
Facts.
I hear that.
Go to Brazil, do what you always do. Find another Neymar, because they always want to go to your clubs anyway.
Yeah.
You can't have both. Pick one. Pick one. You always want to have everything. Leave Jude alone. Leave him alone. Let us have something for once. Madrid, you can't beat us and take everybody, man. Just let us pick a struggle, man. We already don't have no money. All right. Y'all have a good day.
Jay,
and
you got
that's all I
yourself,
got,
Jay,
man.
bro.
Big yourself, bro. Appreciate it, brother.
Appreciate y'all.
No, nice one, bro. Out of that list, Matt, what 4 players would you take and why?
Kone
Yep.
and Bellingham will be my 2 midfielders.
Yep.
They're exactly what we need. Kone reminds me of like a genie, and Bellingham is just Bellingham. I think I think Bellingham's that midfielder that complements all the midfielders, or the 2 players that he might play with. Defenders. Who was on the list that was there was defenders?
Antonio Silva, Gavardio.
I'll go obviously Gavardio, but then I'm not being realistic with the budget. That's the only problem because I think this is going to cost how much?
God only knows, bro.
But I'm just saying these are the type of players that we definitely need. So I'll go Gavardio, and then the last one would be Mizzy Diaby. It would be, but unfortunately, I wouldn't want to get rid of Salah, but that's the type of player that we need. So let's just say, for example, if there was a short list of players, and let's just say it's going to cost X amount, these are the players that I think we should target, and I think it would dramatically improve us. And to be fair, there's others in there as well, but I just think those 4 that I've mentioned, bruv, Kone and Bellingham bring energy, they bring press, and they bring technical ability as well.
Yeah.
Guavidó is just a beast. We've even seen it at the World Cup. And then obviously Mizzy Diaby, the more I've watched him, the more I really like what he's about. And you're right, Cal, he does kind of remind you of like a younger Sadio. Listen, we'll be sick if we was to get those players. We'll be sick.
I hear it. A load of you in the comments are saying Kim at Napoli's got 45 mil release. If that's the case, then that's the
what,
guy,
though?
isn't it?
Has he? You know what the problem is, though? It's a gamble because you don't know. Like, is that because he plays? Then again, no, I don't want to be disrespectful, but
I don't think
has he done it long enough? But then I look at certain players like Kira
45 mil is not a lot, you know, Matt.
No, it's not, to be fair. Bruv, Morgan Gibbs White went for 40. Was it 45?
Exactly.
I've never really watched Kim too tough, so I can't really. I've only seen him a few times. I ain't really watched it. Like, put like this, I haven't seen him play 10 games, and I don't like to say I want a player where I ain't seen him play 10 games, at least, or something.
That's fair enough.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
if he moves to the Prem though and goes somewhere else, I think we're going to be kicking ourselves.
Yeah, that's a good point.
He's 26.
That's a good age, still. That's a good. That's the good age, isn't it? That's a good age to bring someone in.
It is. The players I'd go for Kone, Gavardio, Bellingham, Mizzy Diaby. The Tyler Adams shout wasn't too bad, actually. It'd be interesting to see which teams get relegated. And
do you know what?
Shout out to KG as well.
Yeah, I was about to say, big up KG
interview
because he had Tyler
Adams.
Adams on his channel.
That's
big
massive.
up KG.
Big up KG
bro.
Vision.
Love
man.
for that, bro. Come on, man.
Congratulations on that. Keep up the great work, man.
Trust.
All right. Big up to Jade, the activist. Let's get the next caller on. Babs, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
How you doing, bro?
What's going
Yeah,
on?
I'm all good, man. I just want to say thank you for bringing me on. This is my first time. A little bit nervous.
Nothing nervous about. You got this, bro.
All right, calm. What is it? So I have a couple of questions. First question is, what is it? Jordan Henderson, 13-14. So obviously picture it, we're on for the title and stuff. And I think Hendo was injured that season, right?
No, he got sent off.
He got suspension. Yeah, that he
missed
right. 4 games, I believe. Was it?
All right,
three lost.
Three.
So obviously, apart from the suspension, right? Do you think the suspension of Suarez biting and stuff? Do you think that he would have made a difference? That's my first question. I've got a burst of questions going on. Second question is, who are top Reds and like what is their purpose? Because like from what I've heard, what do you call it? Like, yeah, I don't know who top Reds are really. Third question is, apart from Bellingham, who would you want to get? Do you want Mateus Nunes in the midfield? Do you want just that? And fourth question before I go to my bonus question for Matt. Karius. So obviously Newcastle are facing Man United, and Nick Pope is gone. And like, do you think this is Karius's chance to get redemption? So that's just another question. And Matt, I know you love LeBron James. James, yeah. But man,
I'm gonna sit back for this one.
Kobe Bean Bryant, in my opinion, is greater than LeBron James. Now, chat, you can come at me. I understand, like LeBron James, all time, he's an all-time great. He's in my top 5. He's number 3 in my all-time top 5. But Kobe's mentality was what separates him from LeBron James. Like, for example, I'll just give you a minor example. Like, when fair enough, LeBron James broke the record, but then there was just 15-minute hole and celebration, this, that, and the other, and the Lakers lost. If it was Kobe would be like, nah, let's play. We need to go, we need to get to the playoffs. That is so important, you know what I'm saying? So, that's just my opinion, but yeah, like, what, hey, Guna Lee, hey, safe. Big up Guna Lee. But no, I just wanted to say, big you man up, man. You guys are my favorite Liverpool channel. Even though, you guys, there will be opinions that, I may disagree with, like Drifty or this, that, and the other, but what I love about this channel is that all three of you, man, can have a disagreement and still be blessed. And in my opinion, it just makes for such a great, entertaining show. So big up you, man. Keep doing what you're doing, and thank you again for bringing me on, man.
No,
Safe.
Babs, thank you so much,
Appreciate
bro.
it, man.
Thank you,
you,
man.
bro.
And yeah, don't be a stranger, man. Come back, man.
Trust me, bro.
I'll try come back. Yeah, man. Oh, thank you so much, man. Thank you. Big time.
Bless you, bro. Have a great rest of the day, man.
You too. Peace.
Have a blessed weekend, bro.
Cheers,
you
man.
too.
Big up, Babs, man. First time caller as well.
Trust me, it's always
Great
good to see
questions.
first time callers, man. Trust.
I'm gonna wait.
Always.
I'm gonna keep the LeBron question to the end still.
What a surprise! What a surprise!
The first question: if Hendo and Suarez didn't get suspended in 13-14, would it have made a difference to the outcome of the league that season?
This is gonna be a crazy take. I think the Henderson one was actually the more detrimental, because if I remember the Suarez one, hold on. When did Suarez get the ban? It was at the beginning of the season, wasn't it?
Yeah. So if I'm not mistaken, Suarez
It was at the end of the. Yeah, go on. It was the end of.
Yeah, I think he missed the first 4 league games of that season.
Yeah,
maybe 5.
But bro, when he came back, remember he broke the record in a single season, or he matched it. No, he matched it.
He got close. He got close.
He got close. Or something. He got 30. I think he got 30 in 30. He got 31 in 33, right? If I'm not mistaken. I think it was.
Something like that, yeah.
And he got 12 assists, I think, as well. Bro,
I don't think he missed all 7 in the league, guys. I think he missed a couple in the Carabao Cup at the time, or maybe 1. I don't think he missed all in the league.
Okay. What I know is that he wasn't like I remember the first was it one of the first games we had where Daniel Sturridge scored that sick goal against Aston Villa with the footwork and that.
Oh,
and he fell down and still buried it.
That was a second game of our season. The first game we beat Stoke 1-0, Sturridge got the winner. Second game we beat Villa 1-0, Sturridge got the winner. And then Man United we beat 1-0 and Sturridge got the winner in that as well.
Yeah, so that wasn't the issue. It was, believe it or not, it's Henderson. You know why? So I remember that season when we kind of like favored more of a diamond, didn't it? And Henderson was on the right-hand side of that diamond. And when I say to you,
cooked,
he was on stuff. Bro, when I say I know we always say like, he never stops running. Bro, he really never stopped running. And he was more, I think he was more assured. The more he played in that season, it's like the better he became, because I think he realized like, no, I'm good. I think when Henderson first came to Liverpool, I for some reason think he doubted that he even sort of, fit at Liverpool.
Well,
And
that's Brendan's fault, to be fair.
Yeah, and I remember apparently he had a little thing with Suarez. He did say like Suarez had a go at him in training or something. And he kind of had to earn his respect. And I think Henderson throughout that season really came on leaps and bounds, bro. And I'm gonna sit here and say, because remember the midfield changed to, was it Joe Allen? I'm trying to remember who, because it was Gerrard at the base. Was it Coutinho?
It was Gerrard or Lucas Leiva at the base.
Yeah.
Then it would be Hendo on the right, and then on the left it would be either Joe Allen or Coutinho.
Yeah. And at the tip of the diamond was Sterling.
Yeah, on that day, so in the Chelsea game, if I'm not mistaken, where the first game, I think that was the second game Hendo had his suspension. The first game was against Norwich. We won that 3-2.
Okay.
The Chelsea game, I believe it was Gerrard at the base. It was Coutinho left to start with, and Lucas Leiva started on the right-hand side, I think it was.
Yeah, see, Lucas Leiva on the right-hand side, bro. And even back then, he didn't really have that type of athleticism. He's never really been in athletic. Henderson was perfect for that right CM spot in that diamond. I think it was actually him, bro, that we missed more so.
Yeah.
So affected us.
It's hard to say because Suarez missed the first 5 league games of the season. We won the first 3. Then we then we lost against Southampton, and then we drew against Swansea. The game we lost at Southampton, we looked toothless in that game. I think Suarez, we don't lose that game. I think we at least get a draw. And the Swansea game, at that time, I think with Suarez in the team, I think we win that game as well. I think the Henderson one probably feels more like you're right in what you're saying because the momentum that we built up with him in the team. Like if he was there with the momentum and stuff, I don't see how we would have. I think we'd have overrun Chelsea, and then I think we would have won against Crystal Palace because we wouldn't be chasing a silly high scoreline. So I'm gonna go with Henderson, but Suarez that season was a man possessed. But Sturridge started that season. Sturridge was the reason we got our first 9 points that season.
Yeah, he was.
Top Reds. What is a top red, and what's their purpose?
I'll let you go first on that one, Carl.
So my interpretation of a top red is a Liverpool fan who basically regurgitates what the club would want them to regurgitate and never questions anything the club does and ridicules people who have genuine ambition to see us win. I'm not talking about fans who say, every season Mbappe, or this, that, or that. I'm talking about fans like us who turn around and go, why did we sign a midfielder in the summer?
And then they'll say, but we didn't need to make no signings the season before, and look how great we were.
Yeah.
Like for example, when we won the Champions League, and then we only got Harvey Elliott, Sepp van der Berg, and then if we said, but we needed more, a top red would say, no, but you look back, we won the league the next year. What are you lot talking about? And we would say, that's true, but further on down the line, it's going to haunt us. And look where we are. Hello, top reds.
Yeah, for real. If we don't get Bellingham, who are you getting, Matt?
If I'm being honest, it's out of 3 midfielders: Kone, Frankie De Jong. Are we being realistic though? We just talk. I guess we got to be realistic in it because there's no point being unrealistic. So Frankie, you might have to scratch out because I still feel like he would be hard to get from Barca. I think they want him now, innit? Like they're cool with him. It was only a salary issue anyway. That was the whole thing, innit? But they might have to get rid of him because of money again. I think it might be Kone. I really like what Kone brings to the table, bro. He's the closest thing that I've seen to Genie Wijnaldum because he's a ball carrier. Yeah. He's got good technical ability. He's powerful enough as well. I like what he's about, bro. I really, really do. You brought me onto him still, and I was like, I remember first you were like, Kone. I was like, but is he as good as what you're saying, though? I was like, I don't know, man. but I've seen more of him, and I think, yeah, no, he's about it. Did you see his performance against Bayern Munich the other day?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, bro, you couldn't even get the ball off him, bro.
I know. Even when I watched him play against Dortmund, him and Bellingham directly, he dominated Bellingham that day.
I love it. That's not what we wanted
If
to
we
hear,
can't,
pal.
if we can't get Bellingham, I think Kone should be coming regardless of what Bellingham's doing.
Pause.
I think Rice should be coming. Yeah,
Pause.
Rice should. Yeah. Rice should. I'll change that. Rice should be arriving at the club regardless
That's
of
better.
what Bellingham's doing. I'll be honest. If we can't get Bellingham, because he's one of the midfielders we need, then yeah, shamelessly I'd go for Mateus Nunes.
Do you know what? I actually feel like the Matthias Nunes is done. I actually feel like it's already done. No, it's already done. Well, when I say it's done, the agreement with Liverpool is in place.
I believe when I see it, man.
That's just what I think. That's just what I think.
I hope
think
you're
the
right.
deal-
I hope you're right.
No, I think the deal's in place. I think the deal's in place. Because do you know what it is as well? Even if I'm not going off like inside information, I'm just saying, even the whole we were interested in him, but then it's sort of like we allowed him to go to Wolves, and then out of nowhere, you get very creditable journalists saying, out of nowhere, it would cost Liverpool 50 mil to get him. It's like, oh, why would you know a specific like number? And why is it this guy out of nowhere? He's just gone to a club. And I remember when he signed, there was already rumors that it was just to get him into the Prem.
Yeah.
It's just to get him into the Prem. So I'm just saying that's just my belief. I think, put it like this, if the owners give Klopp the money, I think Matthias Nunes will be one of the midfielders that he will go and get. That's just what I think. I think that the agreement is there in place that says Liverpool stump up the cash, he will go to Liverpool. That's just what I think.
Karius redemption. Firstly, is Karius even fit? I read somewhere he broke his hand or something like that.
No, I think it might have been rumors or something. I think
Okay.
he's all right. I think he's all right though. I believe.
Yeah, I hate to say this, and I'm not wishing it on him. If Karius plays, I see him having a little bit of a meltdown or making a mistake.
He's been out for so long, innit?
Yeah, to be thrown in the cold in a game like this as well, thrown out for being in the cold. I fear for the guy. I really do. Because yeah, I don't see it going well. And fifth and final question, Matt. Is Kobe Bryant better than LeBron James?
You can look at this question in so many ways because you can talk about legacy and you can talk about who was like the better player. I think if you're talking about you could build someone with every basketball ability possible, you would favor LeBron. But that's just not always how things work. If you're talking about who had the best mentality and will to win, it's obviously Kobe. But I think overall, as a basketball player, I probably would say LeBron. But I'm not going to have a go at anybody that says Kobe. Like, Kobe's one of the greatest for me as well. And sometimes I still sit back and go, look at the teams that Kobe's like won it with. And I think, his mentality, because when I think about it now, obviously he done it with Shaq, but then he done it with Gasol. But then you look at some of the players on there as well. Some of them, they were good, but they weren't amazing. But then I also got to look at LeBron James as well in terms of what he's had to endure. I'll say this as well. LeBron James came in with the highest expectations of anybody, even more so than Michael Jordan, bro, because he came straight from college, bro. The expectation level.
I don't
for
get
LeBron,
what you mean when you say come straight from college. What does that?
Okay, so basically, like, they don't all like come from college, innit? They might play at a higher, basically at a higher level, so to speak, and then they might go on to play in the NBA. He came straight from college, bro, and the expectation on LeBron has always been like there was nowhere near that much expectation as Kobe. I think LeBron has had to succeed in an era where all eyes are just on him. Sorry, high school. I'm saying college, high school. Because St. Vincent, St. James High School, St. Vincent, St. Mary High School, sorry. I don't know why I said college, but yeah, from school, Cal. From school. Do you know how mad that is?
So it's effectively
high school,
like
secondary school. Imagine going secondary. Imagine you finish secondary school and you go straight, and you play in the Premier League straight away.
That's mad still.
The expectation is crazy, bro.
That's what 16. And when you say playing, was he bit part or was he like
Bro, he was the marquee guy, bro.
At 16.
No, so it would have been when LeBron entered the league, what, 17, 18-year-old LeBron? Yeah.
That's still mad still.
Bro, he was 18. He's a youth still. Remember, he's gone up against big men. Obviously, he can hold his own, but
yeah,
bro, the expectation level is crazy. But again, I'm not saying this. I know people say, oh, because he's with FSG and Liverpool. Nah, it's not that. Because my basketball days go back to to Michael Jordan. I grew up on Michael Jordan, innit? I'm giving away my age here. I grew up on MJ, innit? I know about them rivalries there. So with Karl Malone and them boy there, John Stockton. You know what I'm saying? I know about them rivalries there. My NBA goes way back. Certain people don't know, but anyway, I'm gonna say again, player. I think LeBron just edged it. I just think he's got a little bit more. I think it's the passing for me. Kobe is a better scorer. Kobe probably the better defender. Actually, better perimeter defender. But I'm also gonna challenge that and say, when he was at Miami, though, LeBron was an absolute monster. When LeBron turned into that villain at Miami, when he left Cleveland, oh my God. Miami LeBron was crazy. But people will always say, look at his teammates. But then always look at that and say, that is true. But then you got to look at what he had to do. Yeah, he still had to win 2 chips. He won 2 chips. So, but yeah, that's what I was saying.
Fair dues.
But Kobe still, I'm going to, Kobe though. You know what? They're kind of the same. I've copped out here, and I'm copping out. They're kind of the same.
The question is, you've got one place to fill in your team. Who are you filling it with? It's LeBron. I know it's LeBron.
Probably just Bron. Just Bron.
Yeah. So you think LeBron's the better player?
Yeah, just he edges it. He edges it for me. He edges it. I see what you did.
The people wanted an answer. I just had to ask the hard question.
No, because I don't want Kobe is, bro. Kobe's all time, bro. For me, Kobe's all time.
No, I hear that.
One of the greatest, easy.
Mr. Receipts, Jamal. You there,
Can
bro?
you hear me?
We hear you, bro.
What's going on, bro?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Could be better.
Yeah, not too bad.
Yeah, because I had a dream about Liverpool, guys. That John Henry said Liverpool are not for sale. I had a next dream about Liverpool. I know it's just dream. I don't know why I'm dreaming this thing. That Liverpool get baptized by Real Madrid 5-2 at Anfield. That we get levitated. Where dream? So, guys, I missed the score because I had something to do. So, what was the score against Real Madrid? Did we win? Did we win, guys?
Bro.
Because I don't know, man. I mean, 20 minutes. Carlo and Real Madrid said, bro, is that all you got? 20 minutes then. And these guys, they figure us out. Bro, I can't believe these men in the 20 minutes. I hope that does not include foreplay for these guys because, bro, 20 minutes, that's not good, man. I mean, and bro, I'm sorry, I don't want to pile on him because he's a good guy. But Gomez, man, I mean, he was like salt. He wasn't all the goals. And I know it's not his fault, but bro, first goal, the back pass to Alisson. The first goal was he didn't close down Vinny.
Yeah.
The second goal was the back pass to Alisson. Third goal, his foul. Fourth goal, I think that was deflection. And then the fifth goal, I think, is he get Christie chopped by Benzema. So, yeah, man. I mean, and Klopp, man. I mean, his in-game substitution and tactics are smelly. Because, bro, Callum, I think you said how last season his tactics was good. I don't think so. I think aside from that Everton game, when he bring on Origi and Diaz, I don't think it's been good. And I've been saying for a while, I don't like his tactics, man. I think Klopp have a good plan B, a super plan B. I don't think you can beat his plan A. His plan A is unbeatable. But if you don't have the players for his plan A, I don't think he's that great as a tactics manager. because I don't know if you guys remember the game in 2018 when we played Manchester United and they had all the injuries in the first half. I think it was Lingard, Mata, and Herrera. I know Firmino get injured in the first half too, but bro, Manu was there for the taking.
Yeah, they were.
And we did nothing. I think it finished 0-0. From that day, I say, yeah, Klopp on tactics, I don't think he's that good, man. And I want to talk about two players, in Salah and Matip. Now, everyone's wanting to blame everybody. Everyone's looking for a villain. But I don't think Salah and Matip should get the blame, you know, because the thing is, Salah's had a horrible season, a bad season. But the weird thing is, I think he scored 19 goals this season and 10 assists in a bad season. So he's one goal away from hitting 20 in all comps again. And he only scored one penalty this season, by the way. That was against Rangers. So I don't think Salah is not the problem. I think he's the last person to be sold, in my opinion, because the team is broken. Salah in a well-functioning team, I think you're still getting your 30 goals. Me personally, because if he's doing bad in his side, which is broken, imagine what he do when he get back in midfield, when he get more creativity in the team. Who knows? And Matip is the next one. I don't think Matip has been that bad. I think the Wolves game
since the World Cup.
Yeah, but I think he's been average. I think he had two bad games. That was Brighton and Wolves. I think Wolves was the worst. Wolves, I don't know what he was doing. As I said, his controller get disconnected. I don't know what happened against Wolves. But guys, the final thing I want to say is I want to give you guys some question about Christy CR7. Because when I started watch CR7, was around 2013-14. He was already a finisher. So I didn't get to see young Cristiano. I know you guys saw Cristiano, which was 02 to about 09. So how was he as a player? Because I never get to see Cristiano the footballer. I get to see Cristiano the goal scorer. So I know you guys saw them. So I just want to know what's your opinion on old school Ronaldo? And the next question, is, what's the best goal an opposition scored against us? Because I have three. Do you guys remember Wanyama goal in Anfield?
You were at the game, man.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Packed
that
it.
one.
I was in Thailand for that game.
Yeah. Then the Phil Chakioka goal against us.
Oh my god, against Mignolet.
15, yeah.
Oh,
Jar scored a free kick in that game.
on a half volley.
And then the last one, funny enough, Real Madrid again. The Cristiano CR7 goal when Hammers chipped the ball in Anfield, 2013-14.
Yeah,
remember that goal? And he do a kind of chip volley. A hook
my
volley.
days, I just thought of a crazy goal against
Lovren
us.
and Skull had no chance.
No, I just thought of a stupid goal against us. It's actually crazy.
I think I have one that not many people are going to remember.
I've got one that not many people might not remember still. One.
Yeah, and then the last thing, Abs. The Abs come on the show, and Abs was on the show.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah. He come on here, but I was like, he been moving mad in some spaces because I hear him saying we guys run it back to 2010 with Ram Babel and the Carroll up top. He said that he said we actually run it back because he's literally calling Gakpo, Babel, and the Carroll Darwin. Yeah. So I got something. I just want to say, you guys should worry about the Ukrainian Shane Long and Nzonzi. Yeah, I call him Nzonzi. Nzonzi, not Enzo, not the word called with Nzonzi. You remember Nzonzi from Stoke? Yeah. And Blackburn. Hey, he was alright to it.
I was going to say, Nzonzi moved us up with the Stoke.
He was alright. He was alright, but he had a couple of good games though. He's a bit inconsistent. But it's the Ukrainian Shane Long that got me though.
Yeah, man. See, you can't Shane Long, you know. Guys, that's peace. I know he's better, but yeah, man. Hold that for now. So yeah, man. So yeah, man. So guys, next week again.
Big up
yourself.
Peace
out,
big up yourself, Jamal. Love as always, brother.
Yeah. Peace.
All right. Shout out to Danny
Jamal
in the comments.
Too much joking now.
Danny just took my answer and I've got it written down. Eric Edmond. I don't know if you remember his goal. He scored against Jerzy Dudek at Anfield.
I remember, bro. It was
The left foot.
35 yards
No,
out.
it's more than that. It's more than that.
Was
It's
it
about
more?
45.
Remember 40?
It's about 45.
I remember. You know, I remember.
You remember Ronaldo's goal against Porto from when he just packed it from far.
Bro, I
It was
remember
around that
that
range.
Yeah.
Bruv, you see that
Yeah, I
goal
know.
there?
It's
I ain't
stupid,
seen
isn't it?
anything. I ain't seen a ball hit like that before.
The Swedish left foot. Yeah, I remember at Spurs. I remember.
Bruv, Dudek didn't dive. He did this. He just saw the ball going.
The
Like, he
pace
didn't
of the
put it-
strike was
Bruv, it
nuts.
was mad.
Because I remember when the crowd were like, "Ooh," like it's in a chill. Done it. Bruv, it was mad.
But the shot was unsavable. For a start, no one's expecting to score from there, innit? So
Yeah.
no one's really doing anything. But you see when he packed it, mad.
Because we scored a great goal in that game as well.
Lewis
Do you remember?
Garcia.
Yeah, and that just got overshadowed immediately, bro.
Lewis Garcia cutting from the right hand side and curled it with his left foot past
Yeah.
Paul Robert. We drew game 2. If I'm not mistaken, we drew that game 2. I think Gerrard missed a penalty in that game as well.
Did it? I thought we won that game 3-2 for some strange reason. I don't know why, but I thought
2-2. Gerrard missed a
2-2.
penalty here wide.
Okay. I've got one. All right, let's go. All right. This one, everyone will remember it. This goal, Bale's overhead kick, bro.
Champions League final.
I'm not gonna lie. When you realize how high Bale jumps up, it's actually crazy. You know, the man literally broke his back. Bale was literally like, bro. The philosophy of the strike is crazy, bro.
Yeah.
Massive overhead flying in the air.
Yeah.
Oh my days.
Modric scored a sick goal against us with Spurs. Hazard's got a couple.
Tony Yeboah leaves.
Tony
That's what I was thinking of.
Yeboah.
You know, he's done
Oh
it twice. You know, he's done it twice.
Yeah.
The first one was the best one, though.
Oh.
The man chested, kneed it, and then
said, "Hold
packed.
that."
Said David James, yo, where you there?
Crossbar
Bro.
still shaking.
That goal was crazy.
Yeah, we can see there's some quality goals. I can't lie.
Someone said the Vardy one. Remember Vardy when they won the league and they
Yeah.
packed it past
Yeah,
Mignolet
Mignolet.
and
On reverse Carragher. On Drogba when he chested it away from goal and then swiveled with the left foot. 2006.
Carragher couldn't do nothing.
No one could. No one's
The
expecting.
Henry one was kind of mad still though, because remember when Henry burned up Carragher?
No, it wasn't, Bobby. He faked the shot and Carragher span on the ground.
Oh
bro.
yeah.
He was on the right. He looked like he was doing break
No,
dance.
but didn't Henry kick the ball off the pitch and run and do that? I swear he went.
That was an FA
Was it-
Cup game. They beat us 3-1 in that.
Bruv,
Rosicky
Henry-
scored 2 in that game.
You see, Henry used to love playing against us, you know.
Yeah, he loved playing against everyone, though. To be
Yeah,
fair.
you know, but he really loved playing against Liverpool. He just looked at our centre backs and thought, "You cannot match me."
Who could though?
It's true, not many.
Prime
Not many.
Thierry. Who could, bruv? No one could.
The
match
only
guy.
person that even came close to even slightly slowing him down, sometimes a little bit. Rio and Vidic was a good
Rio, yeah.
combo because they kind of worked together, I think, in tandem, very, very well. But yeah.
Goonally said, "My laptop rose," you know.
Goonally, you know.
We got Goonally.
Man
Oh,
will
yeah.
support memories.
Yeah.
Don't
Nah, but
live
for me,
like Henry do.
Eric Edmonds, the one man. That goal, when it went in, I was just like, "Nah, that's fake."
Yeah, now that goal was
Gotta be
crazy. And the technical ability, the Yeboah one is nuts.
Yeah, facts. Right, this guy next caller in. He's one of our uncles. We've got 2 uncles on, so we're gonna go back to back with the uncles.
Cheers!
First one is from the Caribbean.
Cheers!
Uncle Rod's in the building.
Uncle Rod.
Yo, let me turn on the light, man. Turn on the light. Turn on the light now. Hey, listen. Do you remember when Champions League quarterfinal Anfield when Torres he spun Sendorf and packed it top corner? Do you remember that goal? Do you remember that goal?
I remember he done a little shimmy because he chested it, then he done a shimmy,
Yeah.
and then he put it out in the
Almunia
far
didn't
corner.
even move.
bro. Goalkeeper.
Listen, fam, we've hit some goals against them, you know. I know they hit some goals against us, but we've hit some goals against them, you know. So Gordon Lee better stop getting excited. Gordon Lee, stop getting excited, brother. He ain't like us, brother. He ain't like us. What you mind saying to me anyway? What you mind saying to me, fam?
Bro.
Fed up with what
What you
Liverpool
mind saying to me?
Yeah, I just, bro. All I'm saying is, I beg we get a win tomorrow, man. Because you see what happened on Tuesday, Uncle. Nah, that can't
Lee
run
said the
again. You know.
laptop's gone back down, Uncle Rods. He said the laptop's gone back down. Lee said the
all
laptop's
right.
gone
Yeah,
back down.
you done know, family. You don't. But you know what? It's a weird one because you know what isn't there. I said, you know what? I wasn't expecting much on Tuesday, but like I was doing a watch along for that, and I think that I said, "Bomber clock them score already," and it was a good goal as well. He just flicked it, didn't he? He just flicked it. He let it like run past him, and he kind of like flicked it in, and like Courtois didn't know what to do. Then the second goal, and I think that was like, well, yeah, but then Vinicius Junior got a goal. I said, all right, then, you know what? Make me go in at 2-1, you know what I mean? And then what we can do in the second half of the we can consolidate the game. You feel me?
Yeah.
But it was weird because, you know, isn't they like Alisson at there, you had space on the left, you had space on the right. Do you understand what I'm saying? But you chose to kick it towards him.
Yeah.
You know, and when you check it now, I'm not digging out sort of like Alisson, you know what I mean? Pause on them thing there. You see it? Because when I dig out man, you see it? Anyway, no.
Uncle in the building, you know. Trust me.
No, but you know, you've kicked it towards them. You know what he's done? What I see with Alisson and everything that, right? He's done things like that before, like mistakes that they think, huh? No, that's not right. You understand what I'm saying? Now, me personally, Saturday, I'm dropping him Saturday, you know. I would drop him Saturday. Because you know what it is? No, you check it now. You know what it is now. I'm not trying to like gas up, man, but I think look, as a squad today, you have to learn that there's consequences for your mistakes. Do you know what I mean? There's going to be consequences for your mistakes. You understand what I'm saying? Right? And put Keller in. Because Keller at the end of the day is going to do a job. It's not as if at the end of the day, well, if you take him out, you ain't got nobody to put in, or the drop off is really big. You can put Keller in there, right? And he'll do a job. Do you know what I mean? But then the second half, they had a set piece of the thing, which I think they should have got anyway. They should have got that anyway. But you know, we move, yeah. They got the set piece of the thing there, and nobody picked up Militao. Militao's got to be probably one of the shittiest players in their squad, and nobody picked him up. Do you understand what I'm saying? Weird. 3-2. The next goal, and then with 4-2 and the thing, it comes off Gomez, goes in the back of net. For God's sake, Gomez, defend the ball properly. Defend it properly. The fifth goal was the most weirdest one. Right? He's gone past. Check this now, big man. Check this levels. He's gone past. He's ran past Fabinho from 2 yards. It's about 2 yards. He's run past him. You understand what I mean? He's gone past him and he's gone up. Alisson's come out. He's gone round Alisson. Check this now. There's 3 people on the line, and he's managed to get the ball in. Come on now, seriously. Yeah. What we doing there? Even when Modric at the ran through midfield, right? Yeah. Take one for the team. Just bring him down.
He tried to, but I don't think you could get a hold of him.
I know, but yeah, that brings me to my next point, and then thinking that, right? I find it largely unfair, No, all joking aside, I find it largely unfair and disrespectful that Besiktas was put in the game of that magnitude. It's disrespectful because you got to think about it. Besiktas and Day was brought for the academy. Am I lying or not? He was brought for the academy.
Yeah.
Right now, you're putting him in against Modric, Ballon d'Or winner, Valverde, Camavinga. You're putting up with these experienced people that's won the Champions League. They've won the Champions League last season because like Camavinga was in the squad. Valverde was in the squad. Valverde's won the World Cup with Argentina. And you're putting that 18-year-old kid that hasn't even been in the Champions League before, you're putting up a game like that. What is wrong with you, Klopp? Check this down and think now. Klopp, no, all right. When it comes to transfers and everything like that, right? Klopp should be more savvy. Yeah. Check this down. He knows at the end of the day, right? He's not going to get a lot of money from FSG. He knows at the end of the day the stipulations with FSG. This is not his first rodeo when it comes to transfers. He's been with the club for 7 years at the end of the day, right? So he should be more savvy with the transfers. He should say, right, listen, I'm going to probably get 150 million a day, right? From sort of like FSG this season and from that, right? Let me try and scout them South American countries and this and that and see if I can pick up some cheaper things. Because you know something of that. As you know this, Matt, you got family, Cal, you got family, right? Yeah. When you go shopping and everything like that, right? Do you or do you not anything like, unless you're bougie like Chris Angel, right? Yeah. Do you or do you not? Now you said it yourself on my show today. He said it himself. You know what I mean? Right? Do you or do you not look for bargains? You look for bargains, don't you?
Yes.
Right. You don't spend. Yeah. You don't spend a few money and think. Yeah, of course. I'm the sort of person in day, right? You know, like in Tesco's and sort of like Sainsbury's and that, they have the reduced thing. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm on that shit, you know.
That yellow sticker, bro. I'm on it.
Yes, you think I'm on it as well?
Say less.
Listen.
Say less.
The yellow sticky, I'm happy.
Yeah.
Happy.
Look at the things in date, bridge, and we move. What do you mean?
Well, that man talk about better. So what I'm trying to say to it. Shouldn't Klopp at the day when he's been with Liverpool, he knows how FSG moves. He knows how this moves. Shouldn't he be more savvy at the end of the day in the transfer window? It's a left savvy. Sometimes that day when he goes in the transfer window, I don't think he knows what he's doing, because what is it? If he fixes his eye on one player, he wants that player. Yeah, nothing else he's going to do. Yeah, he wants that player. You know, with Virgil van Dijk and everything that, he waited till the January and everything that, right? And he spent a good portion of the Coutinho money on Virgil van Dijk because he wanted that player. Do you understand what I'm saying? You can't tell me at the end of the day there probably was other players out there just as good as Virgil, but wasn't as much money as Virgil. He probably could have got two. Don't get me wrong, I'm happy for Virgil. Do you know what I mean? But when you think about it, if you're savvy enough, you could probably got two good defenders for that price. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. With the fact that when you go back to Real Madrid, what Klopp has actually done, Klopp has played a 4-3-3 formation. Yeah. 4-3-3. Yeah. But excuse me, manners. He's played a 4-3-3. Yeah. That initially is played into Real Madrid's hands, because all Real Madrid did at the end of the day, after a while, is right. Their midfield consists of Valverde was playing the 8, yeah. Camavinga was in the middle, I do believe, and Modric was playing a 6. You know what they did? All they did, Camavinga switched with Modric, yeah. Modric now went into the center. Camavinga's now playing the 6. Now at the day, Modric can get hold of the ball now. He can get hold of the ball for that and ping here, there, and everywhere. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah? And do his thing. Do you know what I'm saying? You played right into the hands. Why don't you, at the end of the day, you know at the end of the day how Roma just stay? Because again, this is not your first rodeo. You understand what I'm saying? You know how to say. Why wouldn't you at the end of the day say, look, I'm going to set my team up so I'm hard to beat. That I'm hard to beat. 4-2-3-1. 4-4-2 when you're defending, 4-2-3-1 when you're attacking. Do you know what I mean? What is wrong with that? What is wrong with that? Setting yourself up hard to beat. But yet what you've done in the thing that you play straight into the hands. Because Klopp only knows how to play one way. He only knows how to play one. Klopp, and as my brethren say, he's a system player. If that system works and everything that right, he will stick with that system. He won't do it anywhere else. And this is what I see at the day, time and time again in this season and day, right? You're going with a system and day where, I've discussed it to you before, Cal. This system and day, you haven't got the players to play that system. Once upon a time, you did. Before you got rid of people like Ronaldo, Gini Wijnaldum, and players like that, you did have it. but you haven't got the players to play that system now. Big up, Mark A. You haven't got for that system now. So why don't you, at the end of the day, use your brain and say, look, at the end of the day, right? You know what I mean? I'm going to set myself up to be. Because when we go back to the Bernabeu, I'm not expecting a win. But what I'm expecting in the day, if we're going to go down with a fight.
Yeah.
Go down fighting. You ever watch that Nigel Benn fight in the day against Joe McKenna? Do you ever watch that? Do you remember?
Seen it personally. I haven't seen it personally.
Yeah,
Brother, it's one of the best fights ever. Best British fights ever. There's a part in the 8th round, I think it's the 8th round, where he takes a thump, and seriously, you can hear it from, you heard it. You heard the thud, you know what I mean? I was like, ooh, like that, right? And he's gone back, Ben's gone back like that into the corner, and he's taking licks, right? And he's falling down, but he's still punching when he's falling down. The man's still punching when he's falling down. Yeah. That's what I want Liverpool to do. If you're gonna go down, go down on a fight. But when you're playing a system in the day, which is so easy to work out, and it could be for various amounts of reason. It could be the fact that the day that Pep Linders that they went on a book tour. It could be because of that, or it could just plainly be at the day we've been worked out. Do you understand what I'm saying? When you're doing that and everything like right, you cannot expect anything less. Now, what's going to happen today? Saturday night now, and everything like that, right? Don't expect that system to change.
Yeah.
Even though he knows it's not good for him, do not expect that system to change. So what you're then going to get and everything like that, right? You'll be lucky to come out with a draw. You understand what I'm saying? And to me, at the end of the day, that's not good enough. FSG at the end of the day is part of the problem. Don't get me wrong, they're part of the problem. But the thing is about the thing that is this. You've been with these guys for 7 years and everything like that. You should know how to work these guys and everything like that, right? Now, the players that you got and everything that you got these players and you're stuck with these players and that, right? Make the best out of these players. Because these players at the end of the day, if you play them right, they still can win you something. Yeah. Just take out what you need to take out and put in what you need to put in. They still can win you something. You got these players now. There's no point in moaning about it. You've got these players now. We move and everything that, right? But if you're gonna do systems at the end of the day, that's gonna play into other people's sort of like other people's hands, you're screwed. You're literally screwed. You're not gonna get nowhere. But you know what? Each and every time, big up, big up each and every time.
People,
big up
already now.
In the chat, click the link. Uncle Rod's and Nick's channel.
Trust.
Listen, big up my brethren, big up my other nephew that's not here tonight because you know what I mean. I'm not gonna lie and everything. He did look sort of like he didn't look right the other day. You know what I mean? I was gonna message still, but I thought I'll wait till I come on the show and big it up. He didn't look right still. As I said, I don't know what he's going through, and neither do I want to know what he's going through because I'm not a nosy person. Do you understand what I'm saying? I wait for a person to come and tell me, but you know what, isn't there? That's my nephew there still. So you do worry about him still and that, and I hope at the end of the day he gets his stuff sorted out, whatever it is. Hope he gets his stuff sorted out, and you know he can get a smile back on his face again, and he can be obviously a regular because you know something that day, right? That's my boy there, you know. That's my boy there. You know what I mean? And like you're all my boys, you're all my nephews and everything that, and like if anything happened to any of you lot, I'll feel the same way. You know what I mean? So, and I thought that's a nice touch early on with your two little youths there, but that was all right. Just killing it.
Yeah, they snuck into good touch, again, bro. Do you know what? I was setting up, and I saw Stevie sitting in my chair talking into the mic. I'm like, this boy keeps on watching what I'm doing, man. I have to be so careful what I do around.
Bro, you have to.
They copy everything.
How old is he now?
Yeah,
he's free.
How old is he now? He's free. You see, when he gets about 10 or 11 and for that, right? He's gonna be on your show now, co-presenting, you know.
Yeah,
that's a co-present, you know.
This
you can do this. Hey, listen,
Liverpool might not have a plan, but we've got a plan.
Right? You can have Kopish kids, man.
The blueprint is there for them. You know what I'm saying?
That means but you know, big up Jifty. When you speak to Jifty next, tell him I was asking for him still, and I hope he's okay. Anything that, you know what I mean, and stuff. And then as I said, like big up you guys, and big up your family as well. Big up your beautiful family. I must say your beautiful family. You know what I mean? You understand? And just like listen, what you do. Let me tell you something. I think that what you do with your channel, and let me tell you something. I can't cuss a bad word in it because my mum's about still, so I can't cuss a bad word. She's just outside, you know, think, but it's outside. Just outside. I was gonna cuss a bad word, you know. I can't do that, right? But here, what you guys do on this channel, let me tell you something, it's second to none. Do you know how much nights I've had and everything that, right? Where I said to myself, yo, listen, I thoroughly enjoyed that show and everything that. I literally, at the end of the day, I set my Friday nights out just for you mans and everything that. You mans are, I know you don't like to hear it, but you mans are the best content channel on YouTube to deal with football. I don't care. You mans are number one because the vibes that you give and everything that. Matt, and then when Matt starts laughing, and that gets me. The other day, right, there was something the other day, and I think it was like Drifty put up this thing with this woman dashed this youth in the water.
Yeah.
Listen. You see, when you was talking about
I was gone.
Listen, I kept on rewinding it. I kept on rewinding it back and everything like that. And I had to literally take it off for 10 minutes so my throat could calm down. Because my choke was hurting me. I was laughing so much. I had to time out. You know when on StreamYard and you can put something on timeout for 5 minutes. I had to about 10 minutes in the deep. Oh, my throat was killing me. And then Cal started laughing and everything that, right? When Cal started laughing, I was gone. Brother. But you know what? Non-stop entertainment with your channel, yeah, and long may it last, and there because God has blessed you with a talent. Remember telling something, God has blessed you with a talent and that, and keep on moving with that talent. You understand what I'm saying? You lot are doing the best thing. Because I was talking to a man last night, and the man was saying to me, and he goes, he remembers that day when it was like Drifty and you, Matt, and there's some white guy. I think it was Gary. Something like that, and it was like a banter show.
Yeah.
It's before you come, Cal. It's before you come, Cal. And he goes, I was watching it from there, and he goes, then he stopped for a bit. Then this guy come in called Cal come in, and he didn't get to you at first, and then afterwards, he's like, yeah, man, this guy's good actually. What it was, you know what it is, because you used to set people when you see a new one. You get used to it, and because once he got used to it, he goes, "Yo, this guy's all right," you know? And he's a Northern Ireland guy still. He goes, "This guy's all right." And then obviously today, you go, "Listen, you guys are the best, man." I go, "Listen, keep on doing what you're doing, and don't listen to any negativity." You know what I mean? Because negativity in the day doesn't play a part in any of our lives. You understand what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Just keep on doing what you're doing, and you're God blessing him for that. And listen. I'll see you guys soon, man. I'll see you guys soon. Big up.
Love as always, Uncle, man. Love as always.
God bless, man. God bless you guys. Big up.
Bro.
You too, bro.
Big up.
Nice. Funny Uncle Rod's mentioned that. I remember a little story. You know, the first ever video I did was when we were living back at our old place. And at the time, we weren't doing lives or anything like that. We were just doing like short reaction videos.
We're doing short. Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
And because of our setup, I used to film in my bathroom because that was the only place in the house where we had like a blank wall where I could film against. So I did the video now. I can't remember what game it was for. I did the video now, put up on I think at the time I think I might have sent it to Drift. And then he put it up on YouTube.
Was it your match reaction?
Yeah, it was a match reaction. It wasn't even long. It wasn't even long.
I remember them days there. We had the reviews come out of the game and that.
And I sent it to Drift now. We transfer and Drift upload. I'm like, my first video. I'm gonna see what the people say. Bro, I read some of the comments, bro. And I was like, raw.
It's tough right here, boy.
Well, I saw one of the comments was like, can't believe this brother's joined the channel. I'm gone. I was like, raw. And I was just like, that right there was a humbling moment. But it was also like, you know what? I got to prove myself. But I'm not gonna lie, it's been a blast, man. It has been jokes, man.
Bro, I've got some stories for days. But I've had some of the maddest comments, some of the first videos that I ever did, and No one even basically no one even saw them, bro. It was mad, bro. But again, it's all. Do you know what it is? Me and Drift kind of always said, like, even from days, like, as long as we love doing what we're doing, we'll be all right in it. And you know what I mean. And hopefully people, because what it is, you just kind of want to tell everyone your story, like your story about something that you all have in common. And that's you people in the chat, you people that watch. It's like, what do we all have in common? We all love Liverpool.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? You love Liverpool. So let's talk about Liverpool. Because I just see it as like a conversation. You see everyone in the chat, I just see it as we're brethrens and we're just talking football. That's all we're doing. It's that simple. Don't overcomplicate it, innit? We're just talking football.
Yeah,
So,
facts.
Yeah, man.
One question I have from Rod's what he was speaking about. I know it's gonna wind a lot of people up when he said it, and I saw some of the comments, but hear me out. Let me play devil's advocate. He said he'll drop Alisson because of the mistake he made. And everyone kind of lost it, but hear me out. Kelleher, we can all agree, is a very good goalkeeper. Not as good as Alisson, but if Kelleher starts tomorrow, none of us are concerned, right?
Agreed.
If that was an outfield player who made Alisson's mistake, wouldn't we not be asking for that player to be dropped potentially?
That's a very good point.
Now, I'm not saying I would drop him because he's still Alisson. He has been our best player this season. But is it that crazy to drop him? Because if you're trying to be consistent and send a message to the whole squad,
it's not that crazy. The only problem is that
he's been playing so well all season.
Yeah. He's a world-class goalkeeper that even though he's got that mistake in him, he can also save you. Like literally save you, no pun intended, from a defeat or a draw. Like he's that good.
Well, here's the
you
thing,
see them
bro.
one-on-ones
We forget
against Newcastle. Oh my gosh.
Forget the Newcastle game, bro. Remember in the Real Madrid game after Vinicius scored the first, he made a world-class save to save a second chance that.
Yeah, he did. That's what I'm saying. So, but the thing is though as well, if you never drop Ali when he makes mistakes, you're almost telling him no matter what happens, you will always play. And then let's say Kelleher does the same thing. Do we do the same thing with Kelleher? You wouldn't. We would say drop him.
Yeah.
So you kind of have to be. You basically what you want to do is say to Alisson, "We believe in you. We know you're the best, but bro, that mistake there was so bad that you kind of maybe need to relax a bit. Just relax." But I do think is it too like this is a must-win game.
Yeah. In a weird way.
Need...
Sorry, bro.
We need our best goalkeeper. Sorry. Yeah, we need our best goalkeeper. I'm torn.
In a weird way, you almost want to rotate Alisson after he's had a fantastic game. In a weird way.
Yeah.
You want to have he has a world-class game, and then you're like, yeah, have a break, man. You need a little rest. Kelleher, you jump in now rather than off the back of a bad performance. It's a tough one.
Yeah.
But I would like to see Kelleher get more minutes though. But at the same time, I also understand that you keep the competition healthy. If you know you're making mistakes, then you know you can't keep on doing that.
For real.
Right. From one uncle to another uncle. Uncle Albert in the building. Before I start, you're on mute, bro. Look. See?
Yeah, I seen it, man. I seen it. That's good. You don't want to be taking them pens and those pills like me, man.
I hear you.
Man. Hey, Matt, don't put up that picture during this broadcast, man. I don't want to see that picture.
Which one?
You know the picture that I don't want you to put up. The picture that keeps me jealous, man. Keeps me on my toes. Don't put that picture up, man. Yeah. That's a Photoshop picture, man. I know that's a picture. How you guys doing, man?
Not too bad, Not too bad. We just need that win tomorrow, if I'm being honest. We just need the win tomorrow. I'm
still bleeding from Tuesday. Yeah. I am still bleeding. You know, if we had gone down 5-0 and we had come back and scored 2 goals, that would have been good. That would have been okay. You should have seen me when the second goal went in. You should have seen me. I nearly fucking had a coronary. I'm telling you right now. Because remember remember I came on your show and I told you guys we were gonna beat Real Madrid. We're gonna win 2-0. So I was like, I am going to go on Kop-Ish and I am going to run riot because I told these motherfuckers we're gonna win this. And then Vinicius, that little bastard, does his thing. That guy, you know, back in Ghana, when we're going to play against like the local teams, you're going to play against another team, and the other team has a star that you know that he's like that good, and he's coming to your home. You just kidnap the guy and release him after the match. That guy deserves that kind of treatment, man. That little fucking bastard. Vinicius. So Vinicius, that's his thing. It's 2-1. And I'm like, okay. So we're still gonna win this, right? And then Nunes misses that sitter in front of the pole. Remember? There was he missed a sitter. It was and someone cleared it. I think it was Cavara, right? Who cleared it?
Yeah,
it was like 1 inch, one size. If he had size 13 feet instead of size 12 feet, he makes it 3-1. Okay.
Yeah.
And then Alisson does his thing. What Alisson did had 2 parts. The hospital pass from Joe Gomez. That fucking coffin pass, that mortuary pass from Gomez. And Alisson boot the ball sideways. You had 2 guys over there. What was that all about? You see, our boys went in for the halftime and they were defeated. That Alisson moment, what I call the Alisson moment, is what resulted in the 5-2. They were defeated. They couldn't believe we were 2-0 up and these fuckers have clawed back 2-2. And what had happened had happened. I don't know if you guys remember, their heads were down when they were going. And I remember saying, these guys, they're gonna come back, we're gonna lose this match. Because at that time, the whole psychology of the match had drifted in favor of Real Madrid, a bogey team. They are in your home yard. You've gone up 2-0. Within 10 minutes, they are 2-2. And I'm like, and then let me talk about the third goal. That was a crime against humanity. That was a crime against the Kop family. That was a crime against every red.
Yeah,
it was.
Them boys were lined up like sardines in a John West can. You don't see John West sardines. You open John West sardines. They were lined up like sardines in a John West can. When the free kick happened, and I still maintain to my dying day that wasn't a free kick. Why did our boys just stand by for Modric to place the ball about 3 feet away from where the foul occurred? Did you see that?
Yeah.
He placed the ball at an angle that was exactly where he wanted it to be. And the foul was on the touchline if it was a foul.
That's a good point.
That
good
made
point.
it infinitely more difficult for him to put the ball where he put it.
Yeah.
And then if you look at the goal proper, Trent was with Militao.
He was.
And some of our purists say, oh, it was zonal defending. Well, for fuck's sake, the whole zone in front of those sardines, there was nobody there. So when Militao started moving, Trent should either have body checked him or he should have moved with him. Because they say, oh, it was zone, so he was marking his zone. Alisson, I'm sorry, the big unit, VVD was right there behind him at the far post. So VVD would have challenged any header at the far post. So Trent had to move with him. He didn't. And he and Gakpo were looking at each other like, who had him? Somebody needed to go with him or body check him, because if you body check him, you've put him off the run. That's at a risk of a penalty, but how you do it really matters. The experienced defenders body check you. I've seen Claudio Gentili standing on somebody's foot during a corner kick.
Yeah.
As if he didn't know what was going on. And then that goes in. The fourth and the fifth goals, I don't even want to talk about them. So let's just leave it there. But let's talk about solutions, because when something is coming, you know something is coming. It's not as it's more frightening than when it actually gets there. So it's happened. Whether we are Klopp-in or Klopp-out doesn't matter. We need to ask some questions.
Yeah, agree.
Can we keep playing Trent as a fullback? Can we keep doing that?
I think we can.
I think so.
Wouldn't it be better to move him to the right side of the midfield and put Joe Gomez behind him?
At this point, I'd be willing to try it.
There's no harm in trying.
Because you see, I'm a realist.
I don't think Trent's very press resistant though to play midfield.
I'm a realist. People say Gomez shouldn't play for us again. In a perfect world, I'll hook him and send him to Coventry City or something. But we know that's not going to happen. And the reasons that that's not going to happen is, one, the homegrown thing, right? Apart from that, he's just signed a new contract. So we actually need somebody to come and get him. And the person who gets him has to be prepared to pay his wages. So let's shelve that for a minute.
Yeah.
But I think that every manager who is worth his salt, who's going to play Liverpool, will say to his team, go for Trent. Because Trent doesn't defend. Or he doesn't defend well. We know that. It has nothing to do with his ability as a playmaker. He's probably the best pure playmaker in the league. Why aren't we harnessing his talents and limiting his deficiencies?
Good shout.
Other than that, there's another solution. Let's play three at the back.
Yeah.
So that he and Robbo can bomb forward anytime they like. Reece James, for me, and I hate to say this, Reece James for me is the best fullback in the league. By a country mile. Chelsea play with three back. They play four in the middle, but they play with three back. Sometimes they in game they switch to four at the back. But I think we should try it.
I do.
I'm not at this point going to target any player. I think the responsibility is more on our manager than anybody else. And like I said, the 5-2 has already come. I just want us to do well in the rest of the league, and whatever happens in the summer should happen. I also think that Uncle Rod's made a point about putting Bajcetic in the game was disrespectful. But at the end of the day, our manager has backed himself into such a corner that he had no choice. I remember when he made basically the new list for the Champions League was coming up, and he dropped Arthur. I thought it was a mistake, because I thought that Arthur was just coming back after the injury. He was in the original list. He should have maintained him. I have no idea the dynamics that went into that decision. But given that, Bajcetic was the form player, even though he was 18 years old, I didn't mind putting him in at the deep end. But I thought that at a certain point, you should have hooked him, because he had made one or two mistakes that the Real Madrid boys were taking advantage of, and at a point in time, he should have hooked him and brought in a more experienced person, like Keita.
Yeah, agreed.
Right? Would you agree with me?
Yeah, but he brought a
So-
Milner instead.
Yeah, and when you're looking for creativity and you're looking to at least score a goal or two, what is Milner doing in the game?
No idea.
And it's time to talk about Fabinho. Listen, Callum, Matt, I have told you guys that Fabinho is not 29. I'm telling you guys that right now. He is not 29. That guy cannot be 29. He is tired. He is off form. During the times when we thought he was 26, whatever, he was actually 29. So he was at his peak then.
Yeah.
And you know, these things are possible. From where I come from, I could give you a passport that says you're 15. I can do that. Right? I can take off my beard and my gray beard, slim down my beer belly a little bit, and hey, I'm 24. I'm telling you. Okay. So the time has come for us to make some hard decisions.
Yeah.
Klopp has been faffing around for 4.5 years, or 4 years, not replacing the midfield. If you want to play club ball, you get club players. If you can't play club ball and you don't have the club players, adapt. Yeah. Do a 3-5-2. Indeed, our best match this season, or let's say our best 2 matches this season, for me, was the Man City match and the Spurs match. We played 4-4-2 in both games. We gave the ball to them, and we hit them on the counter, and we won both matches. So what is he not seeing? Like I said, at this point, I'm placing the responsibility on him, but I don't want to talk about in or out because he's already there.
Yeah.
We need to change something. Because if we don't change something and we don't qualify for the top 4, that's a 100 million euro hole in our revenues.
Yeah.
And I've heard a very startling argument that if we don't qualify for top 4 this year, it will affect the budget that is needed to get new players. Why? Are we stupid? Isn't the money is the money paid retroactively? Is the money not paid after the fact? So why are their journalists trying to lie to us? We're not stupid, you know.
Exactly.
We're not stupid. The money is paid after the participation. So why are they telling us it will affect the budget? FSG need to stop running our team like it was a mom and pop store, as if it was a yard sale. Sell a few clothes to buy a new shirt. We can't keep doing that. There's a real problem in our team, and if we faff around and allow our owners and more or less the manager to keep making the mistakes they are making, it is going to put us in limbo for another God knows. Because look, the other teams are coming up. As we speak today, you would say comparatively that Fulham and Brighton and maybe Brentford are a better team than we are, right?
Definitely Brighton at the moment. Exactly.
Tomorrow, if we don't beat Crystal Palace, we are in real trouble. And I'm not talking about a draw.
Yeah.
We have to beat them.
Yeah, we have to win.
Because even if we beat them, we can only be 7th because Fulham got a draw today.
Yeah.
So we can only be a point behind Fulham even if we beat them. We need to beat them tomorrow. No excuses.
Yeah.
We absolutely have to win. And the tactical changes that need to be made have to be made. I think that the time has come for Klopp to try Arthur. This may come as a sore point, but I've seen a little bit of him. He's not a bad player. He's injury prone, but he's not a bad player.
He's not bad, no.
So if he doesn't have an injury, they should try him because at least he has experience. He's 26. He can't just be shoved off the ball. I mean, like Bacetic was. I mean, those big boys in Madrid did a number on the guy. They mugged him, right? And he didn't get any protection.
Yeah.
They absolutely mugged him. Remember the scene? Remember the scenario when he wanted to bring Modric down? Modric just fucking struck him up and get off me, son. Get off me, little kid. I need to make some magic. I need to do my thing. When I was playing for Spurs, where the fuck was you? So get the fuck off me. I know this stadium. I know this pitch. He was a little boy. That's what he did. And you see, there's when you know you've been beaten, it's when your supporters clap for the opponents.
Yeah, they clap Modric.
Yeah, Modric and Benzema. We knew we had been fucked.
Yeah.
Modric runs right, and we say, oh, our players are 80. Modric is 38. He runs right through our team from the supposed 29-year-old through the 18-year-old, goes past the 32-year-old, and then he gives the ball to Benzema. Benzema is 35. He sets our goalkeeper on the ground.
Yeah.
And then dummies 3 of our defenders who were still in the net like sardines, John fucking West keepers. And then he puts the ball the only place he could put it.
Yeah, we did weaker foot.
And for those people, you know, I was talking to one of the guys who berated some of us for being too negative. And on Tuesday, he admitted that we have problems. He said, man, we have problems. Yeah, we have problems. Because our team is not good enough at this point.
Yeah.
It's not a mentality thing. It's a manpower thing. It's not a mentality thing. Callum, I can have all the fucking mentality I want. If I go and stand in front of Francis Ngannou, he will fucking kick my ass. It doesn't matter my mentality.
Yeah.
Right? I can be as mentally strong as I like. If I stand in front of Israel Adesanya, he will fucking boot me off out of the ring.
Yeah, you'll be knocked out. Yeah.
I won't be knocked out. I'll run away before I'm knocked out because I'm a smart man, right? I know when to run. But I'm saying that at the end of the day, mentality doesn't do shit if you don't have ability.
Yeah.
We simply don't have the ability.
Yeah.
And I think there are 2 guys in the team who simply need to show a bit more responsibility. VVD at the back and Mo Salah in the front. Mo Salah needs to be able to take a game by the scruff of the neck like Benzema did and show up.
Could you not argue that, Uncle, that Salah did that in the first 20 minutes with a world-class assist?
The match is played over 90 minutes.
No, I hear that. You're right, I hear that. But
90 minutes.
As an attacker, though, if you get a goal and assist in the first 20, then you're kind of limited after that. What more can he do?
I fully agree with you. So let me excuse him this instance. But I want to see
this season in general, yeah, he's been bad.
Yeah, I want to see him. You know, I don't want to see Salah smile after he misses a chance, right? That's not the mentality that I want to see. So if we want to do mentality, I want him to curse himself after he misses a chance.
Yeah.
Right? I want to see him, and you know, he has this thing where he always wants to place the ball, this fine finesse the ball into the net. Every now and then, put them fucking shoelaces through that fucking ball, right? Yeah. Put it through the pigskin. Yeah. Let the old onion bag bulge. Let's see it bulge from side to side, right? Let's scream and shout that Salah is fucking rocking the net. Let that ball make a hole through the net. You don't have to finesse it all the time, because you finesse it, many of the time the goalkeepers are catching the balls these days. The goalkeepers are big boys. They are strong.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So we need to change some things. And then let me just round up, because I know you have others, on what we need to put into our team if our next summer FC dreams come true. I don't believe a word of what FSG says when it comes to players. They may make the money available for Bellingham, but if they are only going to buy Bellingham, then we shouldn't buy him at all.
Yeah.
Because only Jude will not fix it.
Yeah.
Jude can't fix it alone. We are going to create another Stevie G scenario where we put the shoulders of our team on a guy who is clearly better than our team, and he's there simply because he has Liverpool at heart. We shouldn't do that again.
Yeah, I agree.
So let's get them Kefren Turams. I like Kefren. He's 6'4", and you can't fucking pull a tackle through him. He'll break your fucking leg. He'll break your leg. Right? That's Kefren. Get Quadiokone. Another player that Liverpool have stopped talking about is Mohamed Kudus.
Yeah.
Kudus has scored.
Dortmund.
Kudus has scored 16 goals in 31 matches. And for this season, and for I'm talking about all competition. For a midfielder, whatever you want to call it, that's a pretty good return. Yeah. He's one of the best players operating in a tight space.
Yeah.
We don't have any midfielders who are getting us goals. It's one of our problems. Our midfielders don't score goals. Yeah. So you know that if Liverpool are going to play, it's either the big unit who's going to score through a set piece, or it's going to be the front three.
Yeah.
That's not good enough, because if they are shackled, nobody's coming in through the middle. So let's get our Jude. For Jude, I want him because it's a status thing. I don't want any fucking Man City or Real fucking Madrid to get Jude.
Yeah.
And the worst one will be Manchester United. That I'll go to Old Trafford and take off his jersey myself. Yeah. Manchester United. I fucking hate that team. I hate that team.
Join the club.
First of all, they wear the wrong red. They are not the proper red. Their red is not red enough. And they talk too much. Okay? They talk fucking too much. Let's get Jude, but we need the Quadiocones. We need the Kuduses. We need hey, they said they're going to get Mount. I don't want to get Mount for two reasons. I think he's going to be too expensive, and I think he's going to ask for too much money. Yeah. We need to have some discipline in the dressing room in terms of how much we pay our players, because players don't tell you that they are not happy when they are not being paid as much as everybody else. They just act it on the field. So let's get that right. We also need some free transfers. Some of these guys who are free.
Yeah.
Okay. The commanders of, because we need an active bench. The commanders of this world, this other guy, Marcos Thuram, all those guys. If you can get any of them, a mix of them, that's great.
Yeah.
But above all, our manager needs to be responsible.
Yeah.
And he should stop being Kim Jong-Klopp. Because did you see his press conference today?
Yeah, I did.
See, it's how does it strike? Let me call you a media man if I may. How does it strike you?
Frustrating and
thank you. That's the word. Don't go further. That's it. Yeah. Frustrating. See, he creates an atmosphere where the journalists are afraid to ask him questions.
Yeah.
And it's dangerous. The journalists simply ask him leading questions, what he wants to hear. And then if somebody drifts a little bit, then he's like, he quickly shuts him down. And you know what it is? And no, we don't know what it is. Because as good as people claim you are, this year we've lost 3-0 to Brighton, 3-0 to Wolves, 4-1 to Napoli. We've lost 3-1 to Brentford. We've lost 2-1 to Manchester United. We've lost 2-1 to Leeds. We've lost 1-0 to Nottingham Forest. So it's not about, and it's in the moment, and there's this mentality. It's not mentality. You're fucking up. You're fucking around. That's what it is. Do something, because you're paid £15 million a year to do something. Do fucking something, Kim Jong-Klopp. Do something. And when somebody asks you a question, answer the fucking question. It's very easy to answer the question. Don't tell us that you don't want to answer the question, because you are holding a franchise that belongs to 90 million people over worldwide. When we lose, we cry. You, Callum, I can see you haven't recovered. Matt, you haven't recovered. I saw Drifty the other day, and I really felt sorry for him. I hope he's well. He didn't look too well to me. I
Yeah.
hope he's better. Whatever is going on, I wish him well. He should come back strong. Drifty nearly left his skin. But you know what? It was comforting because that's exactly how I felt.
Yeah.
You know, every time we lose, my wife looks at me and says, "Did you lose?" Can you imagine that? She doesn't like football. She actually, during the World Cup, she was watching Operation Repo. Can you fucking believe that? Can you believe that? Who does that? During the World Cup, she was watching Operation Repo. Right? Repo. In between that, it was the housewives of fucking, was it Atlanta or Palm Beach? Fucking something, you know, them over pampered, over here, plastic surgery, you know, fucking. That's what she was doing. But she sees my face every time we lose, and she says, "Did you lose?" How empowering can that be for a poor retiree? How empowering is that? You know, let me just say that I am not one of the people who believes that we should overspend. I don't believe that. Because anybody who saw Karim Adeyemi running past Enzo Fernandez will know that money is not everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that. But the other side of it, the net spend yards, this is the first time I've heard it. Now, what the fuck is net spend? Our owners have a social responsibility. You see, football cannot simply be a business, a profit and loss statement. It cannot be a balance sheet statement. There's a certain social responsibility for you to place players on the ground that can win. A team that was founded in 1892 with the kind of storied history we have, we win. We are not Middlesbrough. We win. If you notice, the teams that wear red, our red is the only true red. All the others, their red ain't quite red. You know that, right? We are the only reds. So we need to win. We cannot simply be given an excuse after. But you know, the good thing is that after Tuesday, I think everybody now knows that we're in trouble. See, the mistakes that other teams didn't take advantage of.
Real Madrid
It's the
did.
mistakes that they took advantage of. Remember against Newcastle,
Yeah.
even when they were 10-0 down, they were 10 men, they were down to 10 men. If you came from Mars and you asked which team was down to 10 men, you would have thought it was Liverpool.
Yeah.
We said this. Yeah.
Callum
True.
Wilson scores that opportunity against Alisson,
Yeah.
and it's a whole different game. That is
Yeah.
when the G-Test would have set in, right? The G-Test would have set in and would have ended up a 2-2 score.
Yeah.
So something must give. I'm not too sure about benching Alisson because Alisson has been the best player this season.
Yeah.
But for fuck's sake, somebody should tell him to hoof that fucking ball into the stands. There's always the fucking stand. There's always Rosette. There's always fucking... There is always Kilburn Road. Right? There is always fucking Kilburn High Street. Put that fucking ball in Kilburn High Street. Right? You can do that.
Oh no.
Right? Put that ball on King's Road. Right? Put it into Marble Arch. Do something. But for fuck's sake, this is not the first time. Remember 2 years ago. Remember against Man City?
Yeah.
Remember he did it twice in one match?
Yeah.
We end up
I
losing
remember.
like was it
4-1
4-1 or 4-2, something like that.
4-1.
And it goes back to the point you were making, Callum, that if your forwards do what they did in 15 minutes and the goalkeeper does what he did, then we have a real problem.
Yeah.
Right? our team captain Henderson should stop fucking clapping and shouting. Right? He should stop fucking clapping. He is not there to clap. He is there to play. And if he feels for a moment that he's unable to, he should be honest. Right? Because they lack the oomph. There's an it factor that's missing with our guys. When they are down, there's an it factor. I hate to say this, and I hate to say this. The gods of Liverpool should forgive me. But you saw what Manchester United did yesterday. They were down 1-0.
Yeah.
They came back to come and win. And guess what? In his press conference, that coconut head promptly referred to it that some other teams were beaten 5-2 by the team that's second in the La Liga, and these guys are first. They went one up, and he still came to win. Which means what? Coconut fucking head. Which means what? Right? We are waiting for his stupid ass on match fit. We are waiting for his stupid ass on match fit, and we'll read him the riot act. This time, nobody is going to draw the offside line onto Rashford's toe. It's going to be drawn in front of his fucking toe. The line will not touch his toe. That line ain't fucking touching his toe. So tell Coconut Head. But anyway, guys, it's been great talking to you. I know there are others on the line. I wish I could talk to you all day because I love you guys. You guys keep it straight. You keep it real. You keep it simple. And I'm gonna be up there to watch a few of the matches, and we need to hook up. Because yeah.
Definitely,
I want to take my picture with Matt, and I want Matt to put that fucking picture on the screen, man. I want you to put it on the screen. That you finally met your crazy uncle from Ghana, right? So I'm gonna be up there real soon, and hopefully I'll see you guys. But big up to all of you. Big up to all the people in the chat.
Big up,
it's a
man.
lovely
Big up,
family.
Uncle, man.
You know, but for some of you, some of us would have been taking many paracetamol pills after every match. The losses this year are too much, and it's beginning to remind me of the days when we were wearing the Warrior kit. Remember them days? Those Warrior kit days. That was fucked up. I mean, we were losing to everything. We were losing to the rat that you saw in your office. We're losing to them. We're losing to everybody, right? And anyway, man, I hate rats and mice too. They scare
can't stand
me.
them. Yeah,
Shitless.
especially the rats.
Shitless. And you know they are so shiny and so shimmery. They move so fucking fast, and I'm like, oh. Hey, I love you guys, man.
Uncle.
You guys
Uncle,
are the
you're a legend.
You guys are the shiznits. You know, Callum was drinking the water as soon as he saw me backstage. I'm sure he's got the apple juice hiding under the bed. I know that. Take care of you, man. Take care of you, man.
No, Uncle,
love to all of you, man.
Same to you, Uncle.
Take care.
Right.
Oh, that Uncle Albert.
Uncle's goated, but I don't care.
He's too goated.
Instead of hiding that apple juice on camera.
Man said we was listening to the Office rap.
No, big up, Uncle. Big up,
Oh
Uncle.
my days.
All right, we've got 2 callers left. Let's bring in our second to last caller. They say this is a big rich town. Yeah.
What's good, fellas? What's good?
Well, not Liverpool at the moment, bro.
Liverpool ain't good, but everything else is pretty
Everything
alright.
else is decent. I'm not
Everyone's
Liverpool.
decent?
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah, that was a tough you always put me in the tough spots, man. You put me out there like Uncle Al. Oh man, all right. So I wanted to talk to you guys about some things that might rattle some people, I guess.
Cool. I have for it.
This is good. And I got food. it was taking so long. I put food on, so I got to make sure I can get it before it burns. So anyway, so I'm going to get to this real quick.
Yeah.
Picked the wrong time to put it in the oven. So, but I wanted to first ask, when are you going to do a members call in? Because like I know I really wanted to. I don't want to take up this, a whole bunch of time. I know that you have one more caller, even though, but I still wanted to make sure.
I would say it's difficult to say because it depends when Drift's going to be able to get back on. But can I give a broader rate? Could I say by the end of March we'll do one?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's cool.
Yeah.
Right.
We'll figure some things out, and whether, because obviously we're hoping, Drift will be back in full-time capacity. If worst case scenario isn't, then obviously me and Cal can still run it anyway. So
because I know we had spoken about really going into some of the things that I really think we should go into, and we can actually have some real logical debates on, which is tactics and such, and things like just that, because like those are the things I wanted to point out. I just wanted to discuss with you guys: transfers, tactics, top red comment, and Mo. Those are my 4 things.
Go for it.
I'm not knocking off like that.
Yeah.
All right. So let's just get into the transfer thing. So first off, let me just say, I think the biggest thing that we miss, or sometimes people don't really reference too often, is, and some people have, is the sporting director position that we need. And I'm actually optimistic about this guy from Frankfurt, Marcus Krausch, who is being heavily looked at as being the replacement. I don't know if you guys had heard of any information on that or not.
Sorry to cut you on that. Have you seen his comments though?
I did see his comments. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. And I know that sometimes you got to make those kind of comments because you still are working for that company.
Yeah.
You're not
Okay.
So that I can understand. But I wanted to really quick, because I know a lot of people all talk about the transfers and such. My part about the transfers was, we all can agree that Tuchemani was our main transfer target, correct?
Yeah.
So that was possibly not only one of the best midfielders in that we could possibly get, but it was also a player that was reasonably in a budget that we were looking to spend, considering what Enzo went for to Chelsea and such.
Yeah.
And even so, that was after, I don't think anyone was really looking at Enzo like that until his performance in the World Cup. So going on from that, like, and I'd say Jude is our has been our main midfield target. We can all agree on that, correct? So, and that's our summer 23, move. So, and that's like Dortmund's lottery ticket now, because that's even a bigger lottery ticket, I believe, personally, than Haaland. Because realistically, he's an English player that crossed off that list, that line. And on top of that, he doesn't have a release clause. So, like, there's a big difference as to what they can get coming back to them in money-wise. So, of course, they're going to hold on to him. And why I'm bringing up all these points is because I know Gatbo was always someone we were looking to move for, because he was called the missing link, correct? For our team, he was called the missing link.
He was.
So, most players, unfortunately, don't come in and hit the ground running like Diaz. We got really lucky to have a player of that caliber to come in and be able to just bang from the very start, And I think people often just say, "Oh, we got to have Diaz, that type of player, all the time, every time." And that's not likely at all, really. You got to adapt to a system and everything else, correct? We can go on.
Yeah.
So then you go to Nunez. We've been tracking him for years, and it was more than just this championship run against us that made us say we need to get this player. We've been tracking him for years before that, And why I'm bringing up these two players, Gatbo and Nunez, is because I would say arguably that our main position that we were looking at was forwards when we were coming into this year. With Mane leaving, okay, and considering the depth we had at forwards, we were looking at, we needed forwards to come in, period, I thought. And I know people go, "Oh, midfield." We all sometimes people look at things from hindsight, And hindsight was, I remember last year that we had such depth at midfield that we had midfielders playing center back for us. Okay, so if we could do that with the depth that we had, okay, that considered me say, okay, well, it looks like we need forwards with Mane's departure, and we also need center backs. I get that now. We also don't often say, oh, well, those things don't really co-line because we need midfielders now. I get it. We can always I'm down with getting midfielders. I want a midfielder for sure. I was hoping we get Tuchemeni, but we didn't.
Yeah.
And then what caliber midfielder was available on Tuchemeni's level at his age was available for us to get? I'm asking you.
Honestly, not too sure, but the question I'd say back, and I don't think you're wrong in what you're saying, by the way, but the question I'd ask you though is, why do we have to be so specific if that's the case?
So the reason why specific is this. So knowing the way that this team has been constructed, and I get, again, people don't like the money ball concept and everything else, and how FSG spends money. And I'm not FSG in or out before people start hammering at me, whatever.
I don't think we are sold to buy anymore either. Sorry to cut you. I don't think we are anymore.
I think we still are, kinda. We kind of are, because if you think about,
somewhat are, yeah.
But even Klopp, because even when you think about Klopp's comments, he's like, remember, whatever we generate is what, basically what he's trying to say is.
But that's not sell to buy though, man.
No. When he's talking about generate, he's talking about player sales as obviously as well. No. Cal, I get what you're saying, because you're saying the money that actually comes into Liverpool, so it could be via other revenue basically that can be put in. However, looking at Klopp's comments, I'm not trying to say that doesn't happen. I think it does, but I think he still feels that the majority of the money that we try and spend is maximizing our player sales. And then if we've got money from other revenues that we can use, we will use that as well. But that's up to the owners, because he's kind of even a little bit today, we look at some of the quotes, he's kind of said things like, we need to do, or I would like to do something this summer. We know we have to. And he also spoke about they asked him a question, I think, about like money or something, and he kind of replied with what did he say? He said something along the lines of, we know, I've always known this, I've always known how we work. There's a reason why I signed the contract, is because basically he believes he can still do it with the structure that's in place. I do think he's saying he's limited in what he can do, He still enjoys doing it. It is a massive task, but it's a task that he enjoys to do. That's what I kind of gather from. So I haven't even seen it.
Okay.
Some people send the embargo comments. I haven't seen that.
Well, I was going to say, there's a Mrs. Sinclair that has made a great point. Let's think of it too. We also lost Taki. We also lost Origi. I mean, these are the other players that were supposed to be, the cup players that we use, or the players that would fill in spots here and there and this and that for our front line. But forward thinking is this, or the question you had was about our this, how we go about transfers, is because I mentioned Edwards earlier, and why I said the whole Moneyball thing and everything else was also because what Moneyball is, I'm sure you've seen the movie. It's more than just saying, oh, let's get money in and money out and worry about balancing the books. It's more about the analytics of what players bring, and also how they fit in with the synergy of teams, because you don't want to bring in players that are going to be problems. Okay, I know that, like, I'm a huge Super Mario fan. I was so hyped to get him on the team, and I know that there's some people have said positives and negatives against him, but let's keep it 100. Mario's a special player, mentally, and that can disrupt a locker room. So when it comes to how this team is constructed, and why I thought this team was so amazingly well constructed and possibly one of the best teams ever at one point, was because the synergy, and I can't stress that word enough, the synergy that was created within this team to make Ginny a very important cog on this team was like, okay, yeah, I get it. Why? Because he's a team player, because he dwells with all these different players that work so well. Why Bobby is such an integral part of that front line, despite him not scoring nearly the level that everybody wants him to do. but there's other things that he brings to the table. How he's able to also, help players that are coming from Brazil and be able to have that camaraderie. He thinks that synergy means immensely things on it. Because if you don't want to come to work, you don't like I don't understand you have to be best friends with your teammates, but if you don't want to come to work and all of a sudden a person you don't like is playing poorly, you'll be first to be like, oh, it's him. It's not me. I don't care about him. That synergy is crucial. And that is a huge portion of what they do when they use parts of the analytics to bring in players. That's just plain and simple. And that's something why they actually have this long list of like questions and interview questions that they go through to really get into more than just the eye test of, oh, can this player play and this and that. And then they break down statistics of how many crosses he does. What's the percentage of, what's the percentage of his crosses being actually finding other players? All these things are hard to say because most of us aren't doing that math. Most of us aren't doing that extra scouting work where it takes to, well, what's his family like? Are they going to be like a headache too? Are they going to be on his ear? Are they going to be like pulling him left and right? Are they going to be like trying to be in the locker room telling me that he needs to play? Like all these things construct how teams really like go forward. And that's one of the reasons why personally I think PSG is such a SHIT show,
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a bunch of like, superstars.
Yeah, egos.
Egos that just don't really connect like
Don't
you need them to.
Don't mess.
And that was something that was so. There were people that would step in left and right on this team during our good years, okay, during that run. That I say, yeah, it makes all sense, And I mean, like, look, you said something about Rice. I don't want to be now I'm a huge Declan Rice fan, and I don't want to be the burden of bad news, but apparently Declan Rice just agreed to Arsenal. Okay. And
I
mean,
heard that as well. Yeah,
five-year deal is supposed to get $200,000. But are you going to pay $200,000 to Declan Rice? We have one of the largest.
Oh, I would.
Okay, but we have also one of the largest, wage books in the Premier League. We also,
Allegedly.
Allegedly, correct, right. So I mean, like I'm one of those people that I just wanted to like figure out some things about when we talk about transfers and all things. You have to just really. Sometimes we don't want to be honest with each other, and I know that because we're angry, we're frustrated. I'm frustrated too with our results. And I would say yes, hindsight, sure, we need a midfielder. We could use a center back. Heck, we could use a left back. Tell you the truth, because there's reports that Simicast, this is last year, might be out the door next year. So I mean, like. Yeah. Realistically, yeah, I would love to see all those types of things go on, But then that would make me transition to, let's transition to tactics, please. Okay. Because then if we're going to talk about constructing a team, all right, you got to say what players fit into the system.
Yeah. And
this system has transformed from Gegenpress to now a Dutch version of, I don't know, Gegenpress, I guess. I don't know what the word is.
I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking the same thing. Like, what are we? I don't know what we are anymore.
Yeah. And that's the
Identity.
problem.
Yeah.
And that's our problem. I mean, like, our real problem is tactically wise. We don't press because there's a lot of things. And this is again why I want to have that members chat, because there's a lot of things that have changed. We've changed from a Gegenpress, which is pressing forward, right, and always just attacking. And as soon as the person has the ball, you press, to now a mid-block press team, which is more of, and I'm trying to explain to some people that don't know some tactical terminology, which is we now will go to the midline and wait for a team to come to the midline and then converge on these players. Yeah. And that's a major difference. That's something because now Klopp has gone from having players that want to, again, attack on that heavy metal, to now being possession players. You have your Thiagos and like people that aren't really seen as being that person you're going to really use the press like that. Okay. So that's why we've moved to that mid block, because one thing that we saw last year was the low block was our kryptonite. And a lot of teams went into that low block because we were pressing so forward that they're just like, all right, fine. We can't go toe to toe. We're not Real Madrid. We're not Man City. So we're going to drop in this low block, and we had a lot of problems with that. So then, what did Klopp say? Let's get possession players, people that can hold on to the ball, people that we can pinpoint and be able to take those runs into it.
Yeah, fully agree.
And if someone wants to challenge me again, like I'm all about numbers. So if we want to statistically go, I'll battle anyone. And it comes down to direct attacks and PPDA. Okay, and that's and then like those things are why we have a difference in this year from last year, and it's really sizable. It's a really sizable difference too. Okay, like why we've seen a change occur in our press, in the way that we have gaps. There's things I know people always go on Trent, and I mean, like I don't know if I'm being a top rep by saying this, but I believe that Trent is not as bad a defender as people put it, and I think it's sad because the way that we do our system makes Trent go so far forward, okay, that there ends up being gaps, and that's again our change in tactics, okay, and our change in tactics from the gegenpress to whatever we're calling it now, all right, is that those gaps are now there, as in when the team has a ball. Like in Brighton, there's a couple of plays where the team would have the ball, for instance, and even a team like Brighton, who doesn't have the exceptional talent of the top tier teams, they're able to have so much space in front of them that they're able to see the field all of a sudden. And they can now attack us more easily because now you have to have Trent come all the way back and you have to rely on that center back, like a Joe Gomez or maybe even a Matip, to like come and press, or you're solely relying on a Henderson to come back and help. And those things, unfortunately, aren't as efficient as they were the previous year. Okay.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree.
So like those things are why I'm saying like, and again, like for someone's asking what PPDA is, that's passes per defensive action.
Yeah. So
that means that how many passes you go before you actually address the ball. Okay. And those are things why, if I was asking Klopp a question, like what do we do? Then that would be certainly more of like how do we if we're going to go into this possession based offense and defense, because we used to use again the gegenpress as a form of offense. But if we're not going to do gegenpress, therefore our offense comes from a different area. And that's where the possession has to be better. That's where the synergy has to be better to believe in, I'm going to make this run and Thiago's going to be able to get me the ball, or Gakpo's going to be able to get me this pass, or Mo's going to give me this pass. And those things are things that, I would like to ask him truthfully. Those are hard questions to ask. I'm sure he's probably not going to do a master class or write a book like somebody else. But those are questions, if I had any opportunity to sit down and talk to him, I would ask. And those are questions that, hey, maybe you two have the answers for, or have your own answers at least for.
So for me with the midfield, again, I hear everything you're saying. The only thing is, what concerns me about our transfer stuff is we seem so reactive. So you see, when you're talking about Nunes and Gakpo track, I genuinely don't believe we were tracking them for years.
Okay.
But also, what I will say is, I agree with everything you say in terms of you have to take a deep dive looking to.
I was saying Nunes too, by the way. I'm sorry to interject. I was saying Nunes. Not Gakpo. I didn't say we were tracking Gakpo for years.
Nunes. Okay.
Nunes.
Nunes. Yeah.
And that's been reported. That's what that was reported. I'm not.
But like with our transfers, for me, the fact that as a club they come out and they say, and again it is through journalists mainly, they say, "Oh, we plan so far in advance and we do this and we do that." Then why did we end up with Ben Davies? Why did we end up with Kabak? Why have we now ended up with Artur? Why have we ended up with all these players that you're thinking, well, what's the point of doing that when if we just solve the problem when it needs to be solved? It feels like we are working 2 summers or 2 windows in arrears. Like when we signed Kanate, we're all happy over the moon. that was a signing that should have happened a year, maybe even 2 years prior, because Lovren really and truly should have been sold and we should have upgraded on Lovren. But
Yeah.
Klopp didn't want to sell him, so we didn't. Then we did sell him and we bought a left back. A left back should have been addressed when? Before Moreno went. Moreno
Yep.
should have been sold as opposed to kept.
15, 16.
Now we're looking at midfield, and really and truly, midfield should have been sorted the year that Genie hadn't have signed the contract already.
Mhm.
And I know people say we signed Thiago. Fair enough, but Thiago should have been signed regardless. We needed other players then, because Ox and Naby still weren't cutting it back when Genie was doing what he was doing.
Yeah.
But now we're in 2023, when that was 2020/2021, still without these solutions. And then it's like, okay, so we may fix midfield this summer, but let's not act like defense isn't right there needing to be fixed right now. So how long is it going to take for us to fix defense? And then by the time that comes around, are we going to have to fix goalkeeper? Are we going to have to fix attack again? Because we're working in such arrears, we've built up debt. If we talk about finance, we've built up debt. Now, if you can clear all the debt in one payment, and you're laughing because you start from zero again. The reality is we can't do that with our transfers. We can't just go out in one summer and sign 8 players and be done with it like what Chelsea have done. So for me, we need to address the issues we need to address at the time, or even try and do it a season before. If we're going to do this approach with Moneyball, etc., try and find these gems. Try and find a Caicedo, a McAllister, a Enzo
That's what I'm
Fernandez, or
saying.
a Cravo, or Osherman before they go and make that big move to somewhere. And then you're laughing at everyone. Because if you sign those players for 3-4 million and they turn out to be world beaters, you're laughing, because then you're going to Chelsea and laughing and saying, oh, you're signing Enzo for 120, but we've already got this guy. We only signed him for 5. That's what we used to do. We used to do that with Mane, Salah, Firmino.
Bravo.
Even Virgil, I say, was cheap at 75 when you look at how many.
Yeah. Well,
others have-
Robinson was also like 7 million, I think, or something like that. You know.
Yeah, so it's like, what Jota? We're all laughing at the amount we got him for, but it seems
Yeah,
like
certainly. But can I ask you this then? Why, considering that we have made those kinds of finds, and I'm not saying it's easy, because those are diamonds. Those are diamonds in the rough. If we have done those, if we have been slated as being diamond finders, okay, then can it not be said that maybe, I'm not saying it's guaranteed, but maybe, you know, there's a reason why Pathetic is like such a, now everyone's lauding over him all of a sudden, you know?
Yeah,
could it not be, exactly, right? Could it be a reason why, you know, there were so many people that were talking about Elliott, you know? I mean, those players like, I would like to see Carvalho get a real attempt or try to show his ability, and I believe he has it. But could it be that we over or undervalue the fact that they have brought in players that are exceptional players, and they have done it before? It's not like they haven't done it. If it hadn't done before and we'd never gotten players like that, I'd be like, you're right, man. We need to just you know, splash the cash or do something. But considering that we have done those moves before, isn't it kind of, I want to say this disingenuous, but I mean, isn't it somewhat not really bringing the truth of it to the front that we have?
What you're saying?
I'm listening.
The problem I've got, the problem I've got is we had ready-made players, and then we didn't have a crop behind it. So for me, the way you transition a team is you have your 26 to 33-year-olds who are your main guys. You have your 21 to 25-year-olds who are on the way up, and I'm about to take your spot now. And then you've got your 18 to 22-year-olds who are saying, I'm learning off the top lot, but I'm still chasing the middle lot. We don't have a middle crop. So we've gone straight from your Hendersons and your Thiagos, your Fabinhos, who are at the higher end of the age spectrum, to Harvey Elliott, Jones, and Carvalho. There's nothing, and Bashir, there's nothing in the middle that says you can develop at your own pace. It's now or never. And that's what my frustration is. You see right now, if we had Fabinho, and let's say, I don't know, let's say for argument's sake, it was Declan Rice, and then you've got Bashir, we're not worrying about Fabinho because we go, all right, Fabinho, you've fallen off. All right, Declan takes your spot. Bichetic, you've now moved up the pecking order. If Flacco moves on, you're like, thanks for the service, but we've already got a ready-made replacement here in the squad. But because we don't have that, so much pressure is going from Fabinho's shoulders to young Bichetic's shoulders when it's like, this kid should really just be enjoying football. Now he's having to do up Bernabeu and getting turned inside out by Luka Modric, who's one of the best midfielders to play the game. Like, where's the transition plan? And that's what.
Did you really see? I know the transition, but and I'm sorry to interject.
No.
I was just going to ask, and I'll allow you to finish your point too. Is that did anyone see Fabinho falling off the cliff? I mean, if someone could tell me, considering he was lauded as being one of the best midfielders in, especially CDMs in the world, not in our league, in the world.
Yeah.
To say that he is to the level he's at now, to where he was just last year, okay. If anyone could tell me that, please send me lottery numbers. Send me all these different things, because there's no one that was saying that.
No one saw it. No one saw it. But do you know when it became noticeable for me? Do you remember towards the end of last season, he picked up an injury? And I remember there was even talk about, would he make the Champions League final?
It was a Southampton game.
When he came back from then, it didn't look as apparent. I just thought, he's got to pick up the pace, because Fabinho, for me, has always been a player that takes a couple of games to kind of get to optimal speed, right? But then, as games went on, you're like, okay. Then you get fast forward to this season, and I think, maybe like the traveling with a World Cup or something. Maybe just he's we've had a long, grueling season. Last season, we was going on all four fronts. But then I was just noticing like it's the movement of him. He's always like half a second of everything. Like, and half a second is a lot in football. That's how you commit fouls, right? And I just noticed that he was looking leggy. And I thought, but he can't be tired though. Maybe he's tired. All right, maybe if he comes out the team, he'll get back to normal. Klopp obviously drops him. And funny enough, so many times this season, I've seen him and Klopp going at it during the game.
Yeah.
People, I'm picking up on it. I'm seeing Fabinho's looking over the bench. Klopp is doing this, telling him, and Fabinho's waving it off. And I'm like, something's not right here. And it was going on for weeks and weeks and weeks. And do you know what that was? Klopp is realizing in front of his eyes. Or at first, I think he thought, why can't you just do what I'm telling you to do?
Yeah.
Fabinho's probably like saying, bro, like, just let me play. I'm doing the best I can. But what Fabinho doesn't want to admit is that I just don't think he can do what he used to do. He was never the quickest. He never was the most athletic.
Exactly.
He never was the most athletic, but he's been rinsed so much. And remember, in his prime, he had a crime partner that was Gini Wijnaldum. Gini Wijnaldum was that one that covered a lot of space for him, a lot of space. So he just had to pick off opponents, so to speak. Now it's completely different, and tactically we're more open. I'd say. I'd even say we're more open, especially because of the midfielders that we have.
Well, why not? And this is something I suggested. And I know you guys. I think I put in a super chat at some point. Why not move him to center back? Why not move him? And I get that because we can all agree a midfielder does a lot more running than center fielders. Center back, excuse me. Okay. And considering when you have the pitch in front of you, then you can now kind of like, you're not worried about your back so much. You're not worried about, I gotta hustle back here, I gotta go forward, I gotta go back, go forward. It's more so you're just worried about that line. Okay. And he's played there before.
No, but he played that high line when the legs weren't gone. I remember the game against Chelsea against Timo Werner, and I was worried when he started that game.
And he was brilliant.
But he was brilliant. But he was able to. The legs obviously were. He was in his prime then. It was just about enough to play that high line. You play that now. There was one game he played. What's the game where he gave away the bad foul and he smiled?
Right.
Yeah.
You see that game there? I didn't even want to admit this on camera. Yeah?
No, he should got a red.
No.
Yeah.
Do you know what it is? That's the game. If we ever look back and go, that's the game that kind of like realized that Fabinho wasn't the same. For me, it was that game. That challenge he made was so bad because his timing was so bad and his legs just couldn't get to where he needed to go. I think we'll look back at that game and go, that was the game that we realized Savino might not be the same again. Personally, for me.
I get what you're saying. I just sometimes I just say to myself, I just don't know how a player goes from world class talent to now he can't even. We're talking about practically dropping him. We're getting whatever we can on a transfer. That's just strange for me. And then not having a place that he could like actually be able to, contribute to our team. Which is a difficult question to say. But I mean, again, when it comes to our midfield, I see is that, I saw someone in the chat say it. We had Curtis, we have Nabi. Like these players are players that we're supposed to be able to produce and give us some legs, be able to give us some rotation. And unfortunately, via injury or not, we just haven't been able to get that. And if there's anything I would like stress or look at, and this is something from my perspective at least, is that I look at more of the medical team and training fitness, portion of our team, because we do have a high number of injuries, and that's concerning. And if we are going to play a high level, energy intensive, type of attack or just game plan, then those injuries will occur quite a bit. And that's the worrisome thing for me is that, you got to get players that are able to maintain that level and still know that they're going to get knocks. They're going to get bumps along the road. But all right, so let me transfer into these last 2 points. I'll make these pretty quick. All right, because I have the top right.
Is your food all right?
Yeah. It's good. I know.
That's a good point. I
That's
just
why I had to turn the camera off to like yell and tell someone to take it off. So trust me, I'm excited for my little lunch here. But all right, I wanted to get into the top red question because like I know that I get attacked quite a bit by some of my stances and points because it sounds like I'm all about Klopp or this or that, or I'm all about this player, I'm about that player. And it's less about one, I do value Klopp. I value players, like obviously I'm a big Bobby fan. Bobby's one of my favorite players and such and such. And I get that, I can have somewhat of, I'm not saying an agenda, but I definitely can present points that are favorable to those players and people. And I guess also it's because of I appreciate what they've brought to me, okay? I also know that when I hear sometimes you made the comment earlier about, I'm Liverpool first and I saw this and that. I'm like, I get that concept. But what I was also wondering, and this is a question, Liverpool, the institution, is one thing, but there are components that make up Liverpool. Yeah. And those components are those players and those managers and those staff. I mean, all the way down to whoever cooks the food for them, at Kirby, like or at a training facility, like there's components to everyone's contribution into what is Liverpool. I know we all just look at it and we just say, oh well, that's the shining light on the hill, and that's Liverpool for us. But the fact of how how it's actually all made up is important. And when I believe that sometimes we do undercut or just basically really do disservice when we don't really acknowledge, Klopp's not perfect. I get that. No player's perfect either. Yeah. The owners aren't perfect. I'm close to, but not perfect. I'm not perfect either. So, we all hold different perspectives on these things, but I also think that we have to keep that in mind when we go at people and say some really, really bad things about people sometimes too. They are people, and they do make up what we call or what we want to be Liverpool, and I just sometimes when I hear people like, crap on them, I'm just like, yo, I feel like you're like, taking a punch at a family member, and I get that. I love Liverpool as much as anyone. Yeah. You never walk alone. You'll never walk alone for sure. But I also know that we're walking together, and often throwing stones at each other is not going to help that walk. So I just really wanted to just get that point real out. And the last part and point, because last point is the Mo point. Because there's another point about the teams, but
Okay. Yeah.
The Mo point, that's the last point. I know I've taken up almost as much time as my predecessors. The last point is about Mo, and I know Mo got a horrible rating or a pretty poor rating from guys, understandably.
Tuesday, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did
And-
he get a 6, Mo? Did Mo get a 6?
Did he get 6?
I feel like we didn't. I feel like we gave Mo a decent rating. I don't know. I feel like we gave him a 6.
I think it was about a 7 we gave him.
Oh,
Because
yeah,
I know
if
you-
he gave him a 7, then
because I know
it's either
hands
6 or
up.
7. Yeah.
Okay, well, if you gave him a 7, then hands up. Because I know, I was looking at it, and I know Vinicius Jr. cooked us, and oh man, I'm having flashbacks already. But Jr. definitely cooked us, and he's a phenomenal player. Again, he's someone that I just can't stand because he's playing against us. If he's playing for us, I'd be all about him, but upon him. So, but I look at it and I'm saying, 30 again. It's almost like the same thing as Rashford. We're so critical on Mo, and I understand that he's making a lot of money. I understand that he's a very, very important player for us. We're so critical of Mo, but you realize that Mo in one less game, he's played 33 games total, 34 games for Junior. Mo has 18 goals. Junior has 16 goals. Mo has 8 assists. Junior has 8 assists. Now, if you look at it from Vinicius Jr., he's having, Ballon d'Or style talk about himself, I think sometimes we overlook the fact that Mo is a very, very special player. And if not world class, obviously, but to feel as though that we have players that are so easily attainable like that, considering how we got them, first off, but and we're just talking about how we spend money in this club. To consider that we have that kind of player that's playing on a level of Vinicius Jr., to be able to sometimes when I hear people say, oh, we should sell him, or we need to get rid of him now while we still can, I'm just like, this is why the whole concept of the Moneyball concept, the whole concept of what we were talking about earlier about how we go about tactics, about synergy, about all these different things. I don't think people really bring that into the conversation, or at least into their train of thinking before they actually comment on what we're doing at this club. That was something I wanted to say.
No, so with the Salah thing for me, I think he's been harshly treated this season because he got the new contract and because everyone looks at him to be the main guy.
Yeah.
He's a victim of his own success.
Yeah, 100%.
But at the same time, I think this is where stats can be a little misleading because the goals and the assists, yeah, absolutely. But I know it's really harsh to say, all right, but if we're going to use Vinicius as the same argument, they've got similar GA, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if we were to go through and look at their games overall without the goals and the assists, it's like who's actually playing better because a goal or an assist takes a split second. Over the course of a 90 minutes, though, are you still influencing the game?
Sure.
And I think that's what the frustration has been with Salah because even I can think of the Bournemouth game, for example. I don't think anyone will say he had a terrible game that day. In front of goal, he was a bit iffy, but on the day, he was electric. But he didn't even score a goal. And no one turned around and said he had a rubbish game after that. But I've seen him have games where he scored a brace and you're still barring the 2 goals,
No, I get that.
It's kind of damned
Keyword.
if you don't. He's kind of damned either way. I feel it for him. I can't.
Yeah, that's why.
Impact.
He's damned if he does, and he's damned if he doesn't. I mean, it's that catch-22, and that's why I was wondering. And again, my apologies on saying that you didn't rate him because I would have said he was a 7 because in that game he had the most complete dribbles, he had the most created chances. Okay, and those things are important. Those are actually a portion of his game, considering that he's looked at as being, for his goals, considering he was the top assist man last year and is doing another, great job of bringing out plays and playmaking skills this year. Unfortunately, we are just not, putting it in the net basically for those chances. And that's just the honest God's truth is that a lot of these things have a reason behind them. And sometimes they sound like, oh, you're just making excuses. You're just making excuses. And I'm like, no, it's just more so I see the statistics. I watch the games. I listen to the breakdowns. I listen to what the coaches say. I listen to what the players say. You know, I do like my journalism degree that I have is like something embedded in me that I always look deeper into it than just saying, oh, just the simple eye test says Salah's not doing crap. And he's in the bin. We need to get rid of him. And that's often a lot of what we'll hear is, oh, you know, he needs to go or he needs to do this, he needs to do that. I'm like, he's had some bad games. I'm not saying he hasn't. He's had games where he has somewhat disappeared, and that is something that is a concern to me. However, I know that all players do. All players go through those periods, and often,
true.
You know, there's a whole lot of other things involved in it. So,
yeah,
but that's all.
I agree.
So, I took enough of your time. I appreciate it.
No, Ghost.
That's
always
cool, bro.
a pleasure, man. Always
Come on
a
now.
pleasure.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
sure we'll see you in the comment section tomorrow. Hopefully, we're celebrating
Oh,
together.
yeah,
Hopefully
for
we get
sure.
a dub.
Yeah,
We need that dub tomorrow, man.
hopefully they win me some money. They cost me money last weekend. So I mean, come on, you know. I don't bet like Drifty does and bet against them. You know what I mean? But they cost me some money.
Drifty's not going to be allowed to do that moving forward. We're gonna.
I know.
Can't run anymore.
Hey, whatever works for us. You know, I guess. So. But I appreciate y'all, and
appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you as well, bro.
Look forward to seeing y'all tomorrow.
Hopefully,
Cool,
under
bro.
good
Big up to
circumstances.
the chat. Thanks for the chat not going crazy on me for bringing up facts. But
Nah, bro, even if they go crazy,
hey, you know,
facts are facts, innit?
facts are facts. Yeah, sometimes people are in their feelings. But
Trust.
wow, dropping the mic.
Big up yourself.
Big up. Peace out. Big up to the chat.
Nice. Take
Love
care,
us,
brother.
brother.
Enjoy the food.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, for real.
God.
Nice one.
Yo, you'll love it. I'll even take a picture for you, man. You just
Yeah. And let me see that.
oh my god, it's a truffle burger, dog. You're gonna love it. But I'll talk
Oh,
to you.
sweat. Yeah, cool, bro.
All right, cool. I'll talk to you. Peace.
Nice one, bro.
What's up, bro? Making me hungry, boy.
Ghost,
Big up,
Liverpool.
Ghost.
Same here, actually. I've been doing well recently. I've only been having one full meal a day recently. I'm doing
Really?
Yeah, brother. I told you I've got to get this weight down, bro. Got to get this weight
One
down.
full meal a day, bro.
One full meal, and then like raisins or cashew nuts, and I've been getting through the water, bro. It's like me and the toilet are best friends, bro.
Yeah, man's got the water there. I've already had like a 2 liter. Yeah, I hear that. I've tried to cut down on certain foods actually as well. Actually, certain foods.
Yeah, same. All right, one more caller before we let you go. He's a friend of the channel. He's the person behind a lot of the graphics and things that we've got.
Indeed.
It's a Jersey boy. World of football.
Hello.
How you doing, bro?
How you both doing?
Not too bad, man.
Yeah,
Can't
not too
complain.
bad,
How
bro.
you?
I've been doing some work for you while I've been waiting. I've literally made a full-on Word document with a few software things I think would help you out. And I've literally put like a whole paragraph on how to set it up and everything. So
You're
yeah,
the
you'll
guy,
have
man.
no problems.
Appreciate that, brother.
You're the guy, man.
Because, you know, yes, well, I've got no green screen. I've got a green screen on my dad's. I haven't got a green screen here. I need to get a green screen. That's something I need to get done. First of all, I wanted to say big up to both of you for letting me work with Kop-Ish, because you know, graphic design is something I really do enjoy doing. I love how the watch-alongs look now. It looks much more clean and
much better.
Yeah,
way better, bro.
Yeah. I'm not saying that your work before was bad.
No, bro.
Your graphics-
No. It's gone up
your graphics
tenfold
are
now. It's
stunning.
gone up tenfold.
Your graphics are stunning, right? So, but I wanted to help it make it a bit more fluid. So
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
And hopefully that document helps out. You know, like if you want to afterwards, I can go for a call and help you set it up one by one, Callum, because of course it is a little bit more difficult, these computer things.
Yeah, I know.
I want to give a shout out to Kaz, because Kaz actually helped me out with one of the softwares, because
That's Kaz.
StreamYard is
Big up, Kaz.
fantastic.
Yeah.
But StreamYard charges you ridiculous amount of money. Like I said, that was 25 quid a month.
Yeah.
Right. With the stuff I've seen in your document, you can literally do what you are doing now, and it's going to cost you nothing. So have a look at it. Have a look at it. Quickly, want to say to Aaron, yes, it is a Steve I guitar. People have noticed I've got 2 guitars behind me, but
people don't know, but you're very good with the guitar.
Yeah, I'm a guitarist. So.
Oh, sick. Yeah.
But yeah, so what I want to talk, because I know it is literally nearly 1 a.m. I'm the last person. You guys don't want to be here and be falling asleep on stream. So we're gonna not make it too long. So what I do want to talk about, though, which I think is very important, because this is something that I recently started. I didn't start it, but I got involved with it, and I think it's actually something that more people should start doing. And it has to do with something like this, right? I got Player of the Month, right, for something, but this is not a normal football team. This is a football team located in Brighton, which is all about mental health. They're called Mental Health United, and they're all about, because there are a lot of people after work, you're doing work, you've got something bad happening in your life, something horrible is going on. And a lot of people, they don't know what to do. Like for me, for example, if I get stressed or angry or sad after a Liverpool game, for example, I'll pick up the guitar, plug myself in, and I play guitar for hours. And it's just like you're in a different world. It's the same with people playing football. So I've been to a lot of mental health United sessions. You know, of course, they're very open about no 50-50s, no tackling, because I don't want you to be there for mental health and then you end up with a broken leg. That does not work. So so I wanted to just ask, first of all, both of you, how important is sorting out your mental health, and especially doing it while playing football in a way where you're not going to get injured and you can take the piss out of each other. So if you miss a sitter, like I have 50 million times, you can laugh about it and not have the feeling that people are going to go, oh my God, you're shit. I think playing football is a really good way of releasing all the anger, releasing all the sadness, and just enjoying yourself. So both of you, let me know what's your opinion on, first of all, mental health and either playing football or doing a hobby.
Yeah.
To kind of making yourself feel better.
Definitely do that, bro. Also, before you go, let the people know where they can find and support you, bro.
So World of Football, I've recently just started it. It's not a big channel, but it is. I'm trying to change the watch along styles and everything. I'm trying to change it up in terms of watch alongs. In terms of, there's a lot of other channels I see where it's just StreamYard and all that kind of stuff. I'm trying to do it completely different, where a lot of people might not be able to watch the game. Right? A lot of people can't see the game, and they keep getting people in the chat going, "Can I watch the game? Can you show us the game?" When you say clearly it's a watch along, and people stupidly ask that. So I started adding a match tracker, which literally is accurate with where the players are. It's not like watching the game, but it's a tracker, so it's the best thing available. Live stats. I'm working on stuff to have it all done automatically. So literally, it's all done automatically. You know, I've told Callum that you have to buy this.
Yeah.
You still haven't bought.
Yeah, that's the Elgato. Is that the Elgato thing?
Yeah.
I know.
I've told Matt about it. I have told Matt about it.
I know about
that. What you tell us.
If you like the document and you think it'll work well, get the Stream Deck, because the whole thing about the Stream Deck is it allows you to do 50 million things at once. You could literally multi-action something to do, change score, play it sound or something. It's just so useful, instead of having to go behind the scenes and do all this. Even if you're just doing StreamYard, you can change the outlay of StreamYard. You can have it where one person's one big screen, and it's really, really easy. So I'm just trying to change the way watch alongs are doing. I'm doing all top 5 leagues, and that's it really.
Quality, man. Jersey
Big up,
boy.
bro.
You know how much we appreciate you, man. Guys,
Trust
in
me,
the
man.
comment section, go and follow World of Football Jersey Boy's channel. Make sure you subscribe and give him the support that he deserves.
Indeed.
Jersey Boy, obviously, now you sent me this document, we're going to be catching up very soon. Obviously. But no, appreciate you, man. Appreciate it. We're going to chop up that question now as well.
No worries, man.
Nice one. Bless you.
I want to
Appreciate
quickly
Jersey
do
boy.
one last thing, people.
Yeah.
Is it okay? One last thing I shout out is this:
Oh.
if any of you live near Brighton, please do check out Mental Health United because it is very, very good. You can go. You do 3 sessions a week. It's only £4. The first session's free, and it's just about going there and having fun. Everyone's really, really nice. Of course, unfortunately, there are a few Man United fans, but in there, lucky the few people who run it. One supports Brighton, one supports Leicester, and the other supports Arsenal. So you're fun on that end, but it is really, really fun. So if you live near Brighton, I really, really do recommend it because it will really help you out if you are suffering.
Bless you, man.
Trust
Big up
me,
yourself,
brother.
Jersey boy, man.
Each and every time, bro.
Take it easy, my bro.
Take it easy, bro.
See you later, bro.
Take care, bro.
Mental health. I'll be honest, man. If I'm going to be completely honest, I'd say I only started taking mental health seriously for myself in the last few years, I'd say. Like,
yeah, I mean, yeah, if I'm being honest, there's been a real big push, or more, not a real big push. No, let me rephrase it. One thing that's happened is
more
a
awareness.
awareness that's happened recently in however many years. And I think that made me kind of think, oh yeah, mental health, like, because obviously, I hate to say it, but back in my day, obviously mental health issues have always been there, but it wasn't being made aware to you. Like if you were, if you feeling something emotionally or whatnot,
Man
you were
up,
just kind of man, just get on with it, bro. Come on, man.
Yeah.
But just do it, but you can't just do with it. It's like, all right, cool, yeah, but you know what I mean? So yeah, I can't really say that, I've been, aware to it for years. I haven't, only probably recently. But one thing I will say is that it's definitely important. Everyone's mental health is important. You're doing things to kind of like take the pressure away or to help with the stress. Might be like for me personally, I know Judge people ask like, what do we do? So say for example, I've had a real stressful day or whatever, yeah. True said, Mum might just go for a walk. I'll go for a walk and clear my head. Sometimes I'll just go for a walk with my headphones in. Sometimes it might be something like if I've had a long day or something at work, I might just want to come home and just chill out with the kids and just jam with them. It also for me might be PS5. Just little things that, like even reading as well. Sometimes like I'll just go and read something that I know that I'm invested in. So there's a few things that I think, yeah, those are kind of like my things that I would do.
Yeah.
When like things are really stressful, like my kind of get out, like, because sometimes as well, when things are really tough in people's lives, as we all live life, everyone's lives different, but everyone goes through challenges. You want escapism. For some people, again, it might be a movie. Chilling out might be a movie. Do you know what I mean? Just
right.
I've had a long day, man. I just want to sit down, watch flipping, I don't know, whatever film you want to watch or whatever. So yeah, man, it goes a long way, mental health, and I do think it's really, really important to everybody. Don't underlook it, don't overlook it. It's important, man.
Completely agree. I think for me, probably similar to you, like go for a walk or chill with the kids. Try and do sports where I can.
I'm lacking with the sports, bro.
Yeah.
You just reminded me, gym used to be one of my safe havens actually. But that was just before pandemic. But since pandemic, I ain't really been on it like that. So
yeah, it's hard. Obviously, the kid situation.
It's just time in it. I know they say you make time in it, you can, but yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. We do a lot during the week, innit?
Yeah,
so
but it's always good to have like a little release of some sort where you can clear your head and do your thing.
Agreed.
Mental health's important, man. The brain's not functioning right, then the rest of you's not.
Yeah.
So,
facts.
Gotta be done. Right, let's get through super chats. Jamrock says, How and why are we being counter-attacked at 2-0 touch? You don't know.
Because we're Liverpool.
Yeah, John Rock, I don't know, bro. That was wild.
Flinders wanted us to be brave.
SM says, Kai got a reply in a Jamaican accent. That was to Bruno. I can't do that. Bruno's the man. H says, someone said if Joe is your protection while clapping cheeks, you'll end up with triplets. That's deep. H is saying else.
Oh man, I hope Joey's not watching this. You know,
Same here. Joe's a big guy as well. Still,
I know.
Teke says, "How do I get on the next call-in? Got let's say about our club fan base and Hendo, Fab, and Gomez. #Free Stooges. You've just got to be kind of quick. As soon as the link's released, you got to be kind of quick with it.
Yeah.
Dennis says, we are no longer in the mud, guys. We own the mud. Yeah, it's facts.
That's a good super chat still.
We actually do.
We own the mud.
Oh, boy. Jamrock says, Todd Bowley has destabilized Chelsea with the amount of players he brought at once. Some players know they won't be there. Some are disinterested in playing. That, again, is true as well, to be fair. That's why I was saying, Cal's Network, when he came on earlier, that's why I was alluding to you can't sign too many in one window. Shout out to God AEM. I haven't seen you in a while, bro. I hope you're well. There's Bellingham, Shirky, and Amrabat, or Mount, Xavi Simmons, or Xavi Simons, and Saicedo. Which three? I know which three I'm taking.
I'm going where Bellingham is.
Yeah, Bellingham, Shirky, and Amrabat. I'm good, bro.
Like the others
could be the number 10 we're missing.
Bro, do you know what it is? Do you know?
Shirky could be the guy.
100%. But you know what? You know what I can see happening with Byron Shirky? We play him on the wing because we just don't play over 10.
Yeah, facts. Yeah.
So the
But
tactics again have to
he
change.
could survive on the wing.
Yeah, because he's got that. You see like
he's got a turn up and he's got trickery.
Yeah, and he's got a little bit of turn of, a little bit of acceleration to break away. All right, he's like Bernardo Silva, baby, 2 seasons ago when he was playing on the wing. Yeah.
He just reminds me of a young version of Fekir. I don't know what it is about Shirky. He reminds me of a young version of Fekir.
He's more ambidextrous though.
Yeah, he's cold.
Do you know what it reminds me of? This is gonna sound crazy. He's like a This is high praise, but the ambidextrous reminds me of Santi Cazorla, you know. The ambidexterity.
He can take corners with both feet.
The way this guy can, because either side, it just the balance. Crazy. Obviously, I'm not saying he's good as him. Obviously,
Santi was
talking about like playing comparison style, maybe.
Fully agree. Johnny HD says, "Oh well, at least I haven't gotten Madrid booked, lads." Yeah, I mean, good luck with that, man. H says, breaking Liverpool players believe the recent poor form is caused by Joey singing "Kevin Little turn me on" in full set before every kickoff the time. That's H is saying culture. H is the biggest troll going. Jade, the activist, says Gareth Bale the overhead goal, in terms of which was the best goal scored against us. LFC Network says, which 2 centre backs would you buy? Kochap, Ndika, Schurz, Inacio, Silva, Bastoni, Gavardia, or Kim Min-jae?
2.
I know which 2.
I'll go Guavador and I ain't seen enough of that Kim. I ain't seen enough of him. I've seen more in Dicky and I've actually seen more in Nacho. If that's the in Nacho from Sporting Lisbon,
yeah, I think
he's actually kind of decent. Bastoni, I remember when he kind of broke through into Milan. Bastoni's pretty good.
Yeah, I reckon he'll go Spurs.
You know what? I'm gonna play it safe and say Guavador and Bastoni, but that's only because I haven't seen enough of Kim Min-jae. I ain't seen enough of him.
So,
and like I said, I don't want to start saying, he's sick and I ain't really seen him play like.
I haven't seen him play loads, but you know when you just have a feeling about a player, like he just seems like he just
is he just that guy?
A defender, bro. Yeah.
Fair play.
Like him and Gavardia. Oh man.
Yeah.
And then Kanate and Virgil is yikes. Wakey Sleepyhead says there's a chance Millwall could be in the Prem. Yeah, I won't be going to that game.
Bro, where's that picture? That's supposed to be Naby Keita's arm.
Yeah.
Wow. Bro, that picture's mad. Hey, that pick is crazy. Man, look like he's a White Walker
Man's
from
got the
flipping
old
Game
man
of
beard.
Thrones, people.
Jeez.
Man, White Walker Nabi.
Shout out to Galib Syed, who just become a member. Omar says season with Jurgen Klopp equals 2 seasons, especially without rotation. Yeah, agreed.
Facts.
Agreed. He runs you hard, man. Shout out to Ghost says big up to my Reds and Kopish. See you for Palace. You'll never walk alone. Big up yourself,
Big
Ghost.
up yourself.
El Rodri, thank you very much for your super sticker. Much appreciated. Guy Falk says just read Pep Linder's just read Pep Linder's insanity.
Intensity, innit?
It should be insanity. That's what it should really be called. By
It should
intensity.
be insanity. That
Shout
might
out to
be the
Guy
new
Fawkes.
one.
Not even a Liverpool fan. Big up
That
yourself,
might
Guy
be the new
Fawkes.
one.
Congrats on the win
Insanity.
yesterday through gritted teeth. Congrats yesterday. But yeah, it should be called insanity. King Moe says Adeyemi is Salah's replacement. Get it done. He should have come in before he went Dortmund. You ain't getting Adeyemi now. Those players
Remember
you have to sign.
Bro, do you remember when I said Adeyemi? Bro,
We both said it, bro. Remember, we both said it.
we did.
Because we said he could cover centre forward and right wing.
Bro, man was saying Adeyemi from. Oh, that's so frustrating. So frustrating.
Oh boy,
there was someone else who I remember that we were speaking about, and he went somewhere else.
What position?
I'm genuinely. It came up earlier on today. I think the person did. I can't remember. I'm actually really tired. I can't remember the position now. But I remember the name comes up, and I was like, "Oh yeah, we spoke about him before." It wasn't flipping. No, it was
Amrabat.
No, I try to remember the conversation. Was it about the sell to buy thing, and then was talking about players? That's gonna annoy me. There was someone else, you know. That's like basically they're doing really well, a bit like Adeyemi. No, I wasn't Gravenberch. No, not Kudos. Someone else that me and Cal said we should have got. No, I wasn't Sabozalai, even though I love Sabozalai. He's a serious player.
So,
if I remember people, I'll let you know. It's gonna jar me. I'll probably remember once we finish flipping. When we're not live anymore, I'm like, oh, that's the player, but then I'll have to remind you lot tomorrow.
Shout out to Jamrock. Says compilations of Luis Caicedo, Rice, Ugart, Thuram, and Kone. Let us know what you think. Florian Wirtz, Matt?
No, it wasn't Florian Wirtz. All right, Pete, you need to stop it, man. He said, Matt, I still remember you hyping Daka. I was against the fan base saying I don't want him.
No, Pete always trolls us. Bro, remember the backlash me and you got for saying we didn't want Daka?
Bro, when they said we need a striker, Daka's the guy. And people try to say I ain't got talent ID. Okay, then. Mark, hey, what you saying, fam? That's what I'm gonna say.
Harry Verdi says in Tupac voice, Lord, can you hear me? Need new owners. Yo, man.
No, big up Mark. I'm only playing, but no, I remember that the fan base will pop up having a go at us.
H says Naby is just Chris Eubank Senior at this point. Just shadow boxing with Liverpool trackies in the dressing room. It's just the stupendous occasion. I actually think Naby should get a run out, man. He should have played against Real Madrid. Diaby, Matt?
Yeah. Was it Missy Diaby? No, because you mentioned Missy Diaby. It was someone that we both. It's along the same premise of Adeyemi. It's gonna flip and annoy me.
Was it Werner?
No, it wasn't Werner because Werner just turned into dust.
Do you remember what position?
I genuinely can't.
Black or white?
Bro, I'd have to go back and you know what it is. I've had such a long day. It's only one. I have to go back and rewatch the video. And they'll be like, "Oh my god, that's the player." Flipping us, jarring though.
Pedro, I even forget about Pedro Neto these days.
Bro, the injuries are
the Paul
finished. No, it wasn't the Paul. Wasn't the Paul. Wonderful.
And Kunku.
No, because he wasn't mentioned today. Even though I do believe that's gonna be basically he ain't gonna be no Werner in it.
Yeah, no,
I know. I think a lot of people want him to be, but this actually, do you know what? You set me off now. I'm gonna say this one thing, and then I'm gonna leave it here. You see, Nkunku, how he's gone to Chelsea, and
Yeah.
we've gone and got Cody Gakpo, who's not playing left wing, who I'm now starting to think is now,
I said
like
this
you
before
said,
you
Cal,
came on.
going to be the Firmino replacement. Yeah, bro, I need someone to tell me why on earth we didn't get Nkunku for that false 19 instead of Gakpo. This is not me disrespecting Gakpo, because I know people say, but you signed him, you support him.
Pep
I'm supporting him.
Linders.
All I'm saying is, though, is that in my personal opinion, Nkunku would have been a better fit to play the false 9 than Cody Gakpo. That's just my opinion.
Was it Mateus Nunes, Matt?
No. When someone says the name, oh, I see it, I'll be like, that's the guy. I just can't remember for the life of me. Apologies, people. Nadir says Matt's forgot he's getting old. I'm getting old. That's why I can't flipping remember, bro.
Me and Matt both, bro.
Well, I'm not
Me
gonna lie,
and
man.
Matt both.
Tired out here, people. Man, tired. Don't
Brain
forget though, we're back
vibrate.
tomorrow, though.
Right.
We're back tomorrow.
Jamrock. I meant, can you do a comparison with them defensively? Yes, you know what? I'll do that Monday. Jamrock, if you can, just send me a DM or drop me a message on Twitter or wherever, just as a reminder. Because I actually had that prepared for one of our shows until FSG came out with the whole takeover thing. But yeah, gonna do a deep dive into those center midfielders, sorry, because it's needed, man. It's needed. Let me ask you a question, Matt. If Juventus continue having these problems and Vlahovic becomes available, would you get him?
No, I want Chiesa instead.
Cool.
Chiesa is the only one that I would actually want from Juve, like the only one. Vlahovic don't change nothing for us.
Fair enough.
He hasn't really battered at Juve. I think Nunes has more potential than Vlahovic, and Vlahovic is just he's just a striker, a good striker, he's a very competent striker, but I'd rather Nunes up front than Vlahovic. I think there's more upside there. I think Chiesa is the one, though. You see how we talk about, because I think Chiesa can play on left and right. Maybe he plays on the left a little bit better, but don't get twisted. Chiesa can play on the right hand side, you know.
Yeah.
He's serious, bro.
I'd be very happy with Chiesa.
Chiesa is mad, bro. Sick player, bro. Sick player.
All right. Well, people, that is us. We are back later on tonight.
Today.
Crystal Palace versus Liverpool. Live match watch along. Live instant match reaction with player ratings. Oh,
Can't wait.
Please. Yeah, can't wait. Yay.
Can't wait.
Woo.
Selhurst Park.
Please, Liverpool, don't do up a madness. Please. If you haven't already, people, if I can get my words out, do smash the like button, whether you're watching this now or on replay. Do subscribe if you're new to the channel. We're on the road to 30,000 subscribers, almost at 28 and a half. So we're almost getting there. Please do support. And yes, tell a friend to tell a friend. Matt, anything you want to say to the people?
Please, whoever's saying 2-1-3-1, I beg. 2-1-3-1 for tomorrow, man.
I'll take a dirty 1-0, bro.
Bro, I just want the dub, innit? Like we can't
Right.
let Real Madrid destabilize us like that, man.
Not again. But people, till we see you later on today, stay safe, stay blessed with Kopish. We're out, people. Take care. Bye.